Alright. Hello, welcome. Hello, here we are. This is Game Dev. I'm doing it. You're here, and maybe you do it too. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. I'm working on this alien invasion game. You are an alien, and you are invading Earth. You gotta grab some humans, grab some cows, send them back to your home planet, or eat them. It's up to you. Well, the game kind of guides you in a direction, but we can talk about that later. I've been working on this for a handful of months. I'm pretty new to game development, and I'm trying to implement some base mechanics into this game idea. And actually, on Monday, I did a member stream, and in that member stream, I made a human. Yes, I have finally made a human model. Check it out. Yeah, it's kind of small because the alien's big. I actually changed the proportions of a lot of things in here. We also have a great grab mechanic now, thanks to folks in the chat like Dragonblade, Progigon, and others. And so, yeah, I see that the human spins around. I don't know if that's such a bad thing. Get some velocity built up, bump it. What even bumped it? I don't even know what bumped it. But yeah, we got a human, and so, Jay Jordan, what we're working on today is scoring and healing. Basically, part of this game is, the idea is that you grab humans and or animals, and you either score points with those things, or you eat them to gain health. Those are your two options. But right now, you can't actually do either of those options. You can grab the stuff, sure, we got it grabbed, but there's nowhere for me to actually score those points or heal myself. And so I'd kind of like to set that up today, specifically. I'm glad you asked. Jay Jordan says, here, welcome Jay Jordan, indeed. Do you sing songs for members who are here from the start? Oh, Jay Jordan, hey Jay Jordan, hey Jay Jordan, hey Jay Jordan, you better believe I sing a song to members who are here from the start. I said, hey Jay Jordan, oh yeah, I said, hey Jay Jordan, welcome here 1 minute in or whatever. I will sing a song you regret asking. That's what you get for being a member. Hey Jay Jordan, oh yeah. Hey Jay Jordan, here's your song. You're welcome, but also mostly I'm sorry. That's what happens. That's what happens when you join the membership here on YouTube. I'm sorry. I apologized already. Jeez. Jay Jordan, I happen to know that you really, really like the songs. I happen to know that. You're messing with me. Okay, so, but for real, I mean, I am really sorry. I am not a singer. So yeah, so that's what I want to work on today. I'm not sure how that's gonna go. You might notice there's a bunch of numbers everywhere. Just kind of ignore that. That's debug stuff for hit points. Everything in this game is, in theory, going to be destructible. So we can smash this house into pieces. This would, in theory, be kind of a bad thing because there's gonna be kind of like a karma system. So if you be destroying people's houses, they're gonna be like upset with you and you're gonna have punishments. These helicopters are gonna shoot you at some point. They'll actually run into you even and do damage to you, so you better be careful. You might notice the limbs are shrinking. And that's because that's another part of the mechanic is this game's mechanics is the limbs shrink when you take damage, and you have to protect the different limbs, and you'll lose ability. So in theory, you won't be able to reach as far if your arms are super short. You won't be able to run as fast if your legs are broken. Blah blah blah. So those are other things that go on in here. Houses that are not looking the same direction. I don't know how many houses you've seen in your day, Jay Jordan. But you know what? They don't all face the same direction. They don't all face the same direction. What is this new technology? Yeah, so I mean, look, I've been building out debug levels, right? This all just dev areas. I haven't really started building a level out yet because I'm still kind of putting the basic pieces together. And so it's magic. Yeah, you could call that. And so, you know, I just try different arrangements of things just to see what it feels like, what it looks like, to give something a little different, you know, different play style, just to have it be different. And you know, the thing is what I really want to focus on today is, again, grabbing these things and moving them around. So, you know, the houses aren't really important to be super central. They don't need to be. They don't need to be the center of attention right now. So yeah, so that's that. All right, let's see if we can get this implemented. So there's a couple of different ways that this is supposed to manifest. Well, there's obviously healing yourself, but as I mentioned, there's multiple different pain points. That's not really the way you say the word pain. That's not what pain points usually means. But literally, you can get hurt in different parts. Your arm, your other arm, your leg, your other leg, your head. Those are the different things that can hurt you. So, the diagonal houses are such a small change, but give the game such a different vibe. Yeah, I love that. I love that because, you know, like I said, I haven't started building out levels yet at all, and so it's exciting to try different stuff. I think I like that you say that because I think it's exciting to try different stuff and just like, you know, imagine what could be, imagine what it might feel like, because really the most important thing for the level design is that it functionally, you know, gets in the way for the player. You know, like if there's helicopters here, you might want to duck behind a house or something. Is the helicopter shoot the house? I don't know, maybe that'll lose your karma or something. I don't know. So, you know, it's gonna be a lot of fun once I get all the pieces put in where you can heal yourself, you can score points, the things attack you. And there's actually, the thing about scoring points, that's how you beat a level, is you reach a certain threshold of points. So yeah, I love that you say it gives a different vibe because it is something I'm really excited about, is having all the pieces in place so I can build things. So the way this game is supposed to work, right, there's a score dunk. So you're supposed to be able to drag the meat or the human/animals into an area where you get score. And then otherwise, you're going to be able to drag this human to the different body parts. I've kind of not been sure how we wanted to do this. Like if we want to say, if you drag the meat to, you know, the bottom, because here's the thing. If your head loses all its hit points, you die. Game over, right? It's got that roguelike thing, like you lost. Like you got to start your whole game over. Sorry. Like that's the way this game works. So like, you know, you healing your head is the most important thing to heal because you'll die if you don't have your head. But if you lose your limbs, you just lose some ability and you might want to re-heal those. So it raises this question of, do we want to have just the limbs entirely be their own healing system, or do I want each limb separately to have its own healing? Versus the head. So I don't know if that made any sense when I explained that. What are you going to do about just going away from the map? Like you can just go to the next house. Keep going. Yeah. Oh, you mean, do you mean like how we can run away from all this? Yeah. Invisible walls. Invisible walls. In my dreams, it would actually loop. But that seems like that's gonna be hard. So like if you keep going this way, the camera will stop, you'll go off camera, and you'll just pop through the other side. That would be like my dream version of it. But I acknowledge that might be overscoping a little bit. I mean, maybe not. I don't know how hard it would be, but yeah, that's kind of what I would like, is you go off the side and it just brings you back through the other side. But what I'm probably going to do, at least for the time being, once I start having anybody playtest it, or I start playtesting it because it's actually built out more, I think we're just going to put some invisible walls over here, is how that's going to work. Yeah. So yeah, so let me try to explain what I'm trying to say here. So think of it like this, right? There's two different systems that I could make for this game. We could have, when we have an alien, that much I am quite sure of. So let me draw my alien. Alien, not a great drawing, but it doesn't really matter. Limb. Get healing points after time based on your empathy. Then you can use the points on a limb. Whoa, that's pretty interesting. That is not at all what this... You know what? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That's a great power-up idea, unless the limb is fully dead. I like that. So, there is a base mechanic that I do want to put in, but that could be a great like power up. So something that you're supposed to be able to get in this game is like, as you know, empathy points. So that is to say, if you kill a bunch of innocent humans, that is to say people who aren't trying to attack you, then you're going to lose karma, and this heart in the middle will shrink. So if your empathy is higher, that is to say this heart isn't shrunken, then you'll get certain buffs and power-ups. It would be kind of a cool thing. That's actually a really, really cool idea. For if you have full empathy, you can build up heal. It'll just like, you'll maybe like, and so actually, you know, Jay Jordan, I've already come up with that in a sense, now that I think about it. Because part of the, so kind of like the main gameplay experience that I want the player to have is having to take their reticule, their cursor, whatever, and find the things that they need, click on it, and bring it to their character. Like that's kind of the main mechanic, is you're running through, you're grabbing stuff, and you're bringing it to your character. Or you're scoring. Like that's like the main way the game feels. We're doing stuff, we're grabbing things, we're doing stuff, we're grabbing things. Like that's what I want the game to feel like. Moving, grabbing, moving, grabbing. And so actually, Jay Jordan, the idea that I had is that the higher your empathy is, the more likely it is that out of these houses here, where innocent people are, they're going to leave gifts. So they'll go into their freezer and they'll take like a pack of frozen steaks and they'll leave it out on their doorstep and you can grab it. So that means, so basically it'll just be like, you know, a random spawn that's more likely to spawn if your empathy is higher, where there might be health pickups right here. So in that sense, you can build up. So it's kind of basically what you're saying, actually. Just, you know, but I wanted to have that mechanic of grabbing stuff. Yeah. Nice. We got Henry in the house. Welcome, Henry. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah. Is that a small It is, Pepe! I made it during the member stream on Monday. Yes, it is a small person. It is. We even got some inverse kinematics put on the legs in Blender, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, I just made this on Monday. Oh, Pepe's a member! Pepe is a member! Pepe paid us a visit! Pepe paid us a visit! Pepe paid us a visit! Pepe is here supporting Hyper Game Dev! Pepe paid us a visit! Pepe paid us a visit! Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. Welcome and thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Yeah. All right. Yes, they're naked. They are naked. They are. I swear I meant to put clothes on it, but I didn't have time. So they're just gonna have to. Naked is just the way it's going to have to be. And there's just not much I can do about that. Like, they are what they are. They are what they are. We got Insane Alpha Beta here. You could sing my name since I'm a member, or you could sing Vengeful Eyes. I'll see the hate in your vengeful eyes. I'll tell you what, I'll try to sing your song in the melody that I know from your game series. Insane Alpha Beta is here today. Insane Alpha Beta is here today. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta here today. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta here today. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, Insane Alpha Beta. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, Insane Alpha Beta. Yeah, wow, I'm really sorry for that last part. I am sorry, but you're also welcome. You're welcome. And look, wait a minute, look what we got. We got a new member. We got a new member. Hold on, I gotta get a sip of tea before I do this. Henry. Welcome Henry to the stream. Welcome to the membership. Welcome Henry to the stream. Welcome to the membership. Welcome Henry to the stream. Welcome Henry to the stream. Welcome to the membership. Welcome Henry to the membership. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this song, but also you're welcome. Thank you, Henry. Thank you for joining up. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and the Monday full-length live streams that I do, 6 to 10 hours every Monday, usually 100% in Blender, maybe like 89% in Blender. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It means a lot. And of course, I will sing your praises when you enter the live chat. Yay, it's a party. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Henry. It really helps a lot. It's the only it's that and Patreon are pretty much the main sources of any type of support on this channel. So thank you for doing it. It means a whole lot. Ban for the naked. It's not really naked, you know, it doesn't have like body parts. It doesn't have like naughty bits. So I don't consider it really naked. The hyper squad. I like that. Hyper squad. Yes, much love. There's those emotes. Let's go. Let's go. So now, Henry, due to terms and conditions, so now, Henry, due to terms and conditions, your cell is now owned by Hyper Gamedev. Congratulations. I guess the Ventilines tune really might be as iconic as I've been told. Yeah, absolutely. It's super catchy. But yeah, we got the setup on Monday. It's got inverse kinematics. Maybe I'll see Henry there on Monday one of these days. Shoot. Shoot. So I can actually come in here and move this. We can actually just move this whole thing. Boop, 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 boop. Look at it. Look at it dance. Doesn't it look so good? I had so much help from, oh, you're right, it could just be like a bodysuit. Yeah, it's just a bodysuit. It's just a bodysuit. It's not naked. That's a bodysuit. I like that. Well said. But yeah, it looks really good. I kind of want to put the kinematics on the arms too, so I can, like, you know, move the hands more and the elbow will bend. But yeah, so something I want to add, and I meant to add, but I ran out of time on Monday, was like a grab animation. So, you know, like, do those squats. I just love it, dude. The inverse kinematics are so good. They're so cool. It looks so good. I want to add a grab animation, so when you grab the human, it's like, ah! Oh, please put me down! Oh, God! But I haven't gotten there yet. But we can just pick it on up. Pick it on up, put it on down. Pick it on up, put it on down. And so what I want to do today is make picking it up and then doing something with it after more meaningful. That's what I'd like. Something skin modifier. Yeah, that's true. I did use the skin modifier to make this. That is mainly how I made it. Smoothing and grooving. No, Henry, now you get why. Is that a bad thing? Everybody deserves a song, if you remember. Why does J. Jordan not want more songs? Did you even read the terms? Alright. So, yeah, so that's what I want to work on today, is getting that stuff to be meaningful. Guys, do you notice when I do Alt-Tab, look at the icon? Did you know who did that? That was J. Jordan. J. Jordan's competitiveness with Henry's begun. J. Jordan actually went to the GitHub repo, the link is in the description box, and updated the Godot icon.svg file and put the alien's head on there. And now, when I run the game and everywhere in the project, it's like, it's got the alien head on it, which is just awesome. It just, like, immerses me more in it. So yeah, apparently, guys, you can, like, collaborate on this game. I didn't even realize the extent to which you can. But J. Jordan just did this on their own. No, J. Jordan, it was you. Stop. J. Jordan said, nice work. Nice work, Henry. I accidentally deleted the message so I can't put it on screen the normal way. It's a conspiracy against J. Jordan today. No, it was Jay Jordan who did it. It was Jay Jordan, everybody. Every human on this planet T-poses to assert their dominance against the alien. Stop! 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 I am done with your alien dominance! No, human dominance. Yeah. And then we just pick them up and throw them away. Just throw them away into the trash. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm getting censored! No, 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 no. Yeet! Exactly! So yeetable. The violent authority is real. Yep. Yeah, it is. Jay Jordan, of course, referencing the fact that the karma meter will not go down if you attack violent authority in this game. That is to say, the military, the police, stuff like that who come to get you, or the helicopters who currently don't shoot. Also, Insane Alpha Beta, I did make the helicopters smaller, not on purpose. I just realized the humans were too tiny and I couldn't see them. So I made the humans bigger, I made the cows bigger, and I made the houses bigger. And then the helicopters just were smaller. I didn't mean to make them smaller, but I'm kind of okay with them being smaller. So Insane Alpha Beta mentioned that on Monday, that the helicopters look too big. And so, you know what? It just kind of worked out. But because you said that, I was like, you know what? Let's keep the helicopter small. All right, so let's get this set up for real. So what I need is a score dunk. I need a score dunk. I think that's what I want to focus on first. Because the healing thing, it kind of works. So when you take damage on the limbs, right, your limbs will shrink down and they'll get smaller. And so that means when you heal them, they need to inflate back up. And right now, that inflation is very badly put together. It is not a good setup mechanic at the moment. So it doesn't work well. It's kind of broken. I'm kind of procrastinating dealing with that. So I think I want to do the score dunk first. Look at all the blue dots. Oh, you mean when they get exploded? Those aren't blue. But I hear you. I hear you. Donnie the Dingo! Welcome, Donnie. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for stopping in. How you been? How you been, Donnie? Insane Alpha says, I'm curious, have you heard of the game Destroy All Humans? I have. Yes, I've played the game. I haven't played, like, sequels. I think I've only played, like, one of the games. But I have, yes. It's okay. You know what I don't like about that game? I find it to be I find it to be a little right-wingy. I find it to be a little like I don't know. There's something about it that rubs me the wrong way. The aliens are so mean. It is a fun game. It's a super fun game. It's a very fun game. There's like this weird like anti-hippie theme throughout it. And it just feels kind of gross to me, you know, like, and then they have these like weird like representations of like left-wing people, like oh, peace and love, man, peace and love, bro, and then like the aliens are like, shut up. I don't know, it seems like a weird like warped United States right-wing perception of what left politics are. I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way, man. I don't know, but it is a 90s vibe. That's true. That's true. It's a 90s edge. Yeah, I guess so. But it is a pretty fun game. It is a pretty fun game. If the first game is anti-hippie, then they went the entire opposite direction in the second one. Really? I didn't know that. Game is set during the Nixon president era. Oh, was it? That makes sense. That meant that man hated hippies. Right, and so like that's the thing. Like, oh, so it's pro-Nixon then? Okay. Hey, what's up, Golden Rocks? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Hello. Good to see you. So here's the different ways I can do the healing system, right? There's a couple different ways I can handle it. Either you as the player have to heal every single limb individually. You have to choose. And look, I'm not going to work on this first right away, but it is something that in general I kind of want to just think about. It's something I want to think about because I'm not entirely sure. We might actually get to it today. So, okay. So we've got, I'm putting arrows at all of these because we could optionally have to heal all of these things, I'm going to put a red arrow on the head because the head is special. So either you as the player have to heal the head, the left arm, the right arm, the left leg, or the left leg separately. You have to choose, drag the human to either of those body parts. And when you do, the alien's going to gobble up the human, and the one that you dragged it to will be the one that gets healed. So it's either that, or you, the player, will choose the entire limb area, or you'll choose to heal the head. And those are your two healing options. So that way, and then the way this way would work is it would be like a percentage. So it would be like, you know, if you had partial health, you know, if you had 20% health on this one, 100% health on this, 100% health on this, 100% health on this. This one would go up by however much that heals you. And so you, maybe it's 80%, whatever. So they all will be 100%. If this one is 20%, this one is 60%, this one is 100, this one is 100, this would go to 100, this one maybe only goes to 60 or something. So they would all go together by a certain percentage, and you would need to like double it up. So I don't know, because yeah, exactly, yeah, it's resource management-esque. Yes, that is exactly my intention. Exactly. I want it to be like a survival game a little bit in that way. So I'm not really sure which I want, but I wanted to sketch this out just to like put it out there in the world. Cause it's very, because for the player, I feel like this is more tedious for the player to do. I don't know, the more I do it, the more I like this, the more I look at it, I feel like I like this better. I feel like I like this better. Somehow this is more intuitive to me, right? Like I feel like I don't need to explain as much with this. And so basically whenever you like hover over it, the body part, it'll like light up. So that way you know which one you're hovering over. There'll be like a really obvious shader so you know what you're selecting. And in this case, it'd be the same, except instead of just being one body part, you know, just like it'd be like the whole section and then this. So that could still be intuitive, but not it feels like this is like more intuitive. Especially because I want to avoid having numbers on screen. Obviously there are a lot of numbers right now, but that's because those are debug things. But I would like to avoid having like a health bar for each limb, and you know, I want it to be like you see the size of the limbs shrinking or getting bigger. And I feel like that effect might be harder to see if you're not choosing the limbs individually. I don't know. So it's just things that I'm thinking of, you know. Pepe says, give the human doctor clothes and they act as a full heal, like a human med kit. Yeah, that's silly. That'd be funny. What if you eat a doctor, it gives you more heals? You're one of the few people who pronounced my nickname correctly without any problems. This automatically made me smile. Yay! I don't always have such pronunciation success, but I'm glad it worked out. I mean, it kind of looks like Goldilocks. That's why I said Goldilocks. I hope that didn't take your smile away, because you're like, how dare you call me Goldilocks? Like, no, I'm not saying that. It's just kind of what it looks like. I just tried re-importing the project and there's no errors this time. Let's go. Nice. I love that, J. Jordan. Thanks, Henry. It's running without bugs. I love that. I love that you're like building it on your end and playing around with it. I love that. I'm all for it. Destroy all numbers. Exactly. We gotta destroy all numbers. Storm Run in the house. Welcome, Storm Run. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. So anyway, so that's all that. Let's do a score dunk. So for the score dunk, what I want, and I don't know, I know I've talked about it before, we're going to talk about it again, so everybody's on the same page. This game has lore. The aliens on their home planet look like this. This is what they look like at their earliest stage of existence, besides maybe, whatever, being a little nymph, I don't know. But this is their, like medium mature phase, right? They're just heads, and they all just live happily on this planet as little heads, except they don't. Yeah, it's the bubble. Exactly. I'm gonna make the bubble. Exactly. You already know. So here they are as heads. Now on their planet, there are these space winds of W-I-N-D-S. I always feel like it sounds like I say win, like winning. space winds. It's windy, and it creates pearls, like a clam or a whatever, an oyster, right? It creates pearls in the sky, and these fall down, and the aliens can secrete their alien juices onto these pearls, and in so doing, they can actually turn this pearl into stuff. It's like this magic symbiosis that happens between the pearl and the alien, including becoming their literal body. Now, right now, the alien design doesn't quite like reflect this body shape. I am gonna remake the alien mesh at some point. This was literally the first thing that I made in the entire game, so I need to make some changes. But technically, their torso is indestructible. It's this amazing space pearl. It's indestructible. And their head just sort of like connects biologically into it. And it's what allows them to grow limbs, all right? Because one day, humans were sending animals into space, and one of those animals crash landed on this planet, and an alien secreted their juices on it, as they do, and ended up eating that thing, and grew limbs. Their special magical pearl body grew the animal's limbs, and the aliens were like, yo, we gotta go get more of this meat stuff. We need more limbs. And so that's why you, the player, are going to Earth to get more meat to send it back to your home planet. And so, you know, then when you, in theory, send more stuff back to the home planet, more humans and aliens back, or humans and animals, then all of the aliens there will grow limbs. They'll be able to secrete over more pearls and create a great civilization out of these pearls as they secrete all over them and build cool stuff. So that's kind of the idea, and one of those cool stuffs are going to be the score dunk. And whenever you pick up something, I want a score dunk to appear. And it's going to be just an orb, just like those pearls. It's going to be an orb. And so this is what I need. I'm just going to make a sphere for now. We're not going to get fancy with it. I'm just going to make a sphere. And you drag it, the thing, into it, and you drop it in there. And that's how you increase your score. So I want to design that. I'm going to set that up and see if we can get that working. There you go. That's the explanation. That's the background. Let me put the chats up here. Ed and Eddie Gobstopper. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I guess there is something very like 90s cartoon, 90s 2000s cartoon about this, isn't there? I mean, that's what I grew up on, so makes sense. Makes sense. Wow. You're kind of right. Now I want to look at it. Now I want to look at that. Miracle of life. It's the miracle of life. Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. I feel like a lot of cartoons at that time were doing gobstopper stuff. I forgot about that. Oh man, that's so funny. They're like, it's like, dude, is this supposed to be like a drug analogy? That's funny. That's very funny. Have you ever seen Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets? They have space pearls that harness energy. No, I don't know nothing about that. What is that? I'm gonna have to check that out, I guess. The walk cycle is matching my music so well. Nice. It does kind of have a rhythm. What kind of music is it, if you don't mind me asking? I'm still kind of undecided on what kind of music to use in the game. But I think, you know, it's a good point. You've made a good observation that like the alien walk cycle should, as long as the alien walk cycle looks good to the music, then it's probably a good start for the music. The whole premise of the movie is to keep the little animal alive that makes them. Whoa, that sounds kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds really cool. Pearl's kind of round. Prince Rupert's drops. Whoa, Prince Rupert's drops. That's like the thing that is like, that's like the thing that you can only break on the end. It's like super strong, like in one part, and then like this part is like really hard to break. But then if you just like barely snap this, the whole thing shatters. That's pretty cool. Those are pretty cool. Hey, what's up, MK Codes? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. MK Codes in the house. It's their one vice. It's their one vice. Will Smith, Miami, hip hop. Wow, hip hop. Yeah, I can see that because it kind of like has like a bouncy rhythm to it. All right, all right. Interesting. Hip hop alien. Okay, heard. All right, so I'm gonna make the score dunk. So basically, what I want to happen, I guess I'll set this drawing aside. This is actually kind of a useful drawing. I'm literally gonna save this. Um, this is uh, uh, hell healing choices, and then let's just get rid of it all and make something new. So for the dunk, MS Paint unmatched. Yeah, it's pretty great. And then, you know, I'm using Windows 10, so I don't have access to the Windows 11 one, but the Windows 11 one has layers, and it's pretty nice. It's, like, pretty nice to have. During the converter is a small animal capable of reproducing pearls containing tremendous power. During this mission, Valerian receives a telepathic message in which he sees the destruction of the planet. Mole as the result of a war between humans and another one. Very good movie if you have a few hours later. Wow. Wow. It sounds cool. It sounds cool. I like, and even when you're saying about like the telepathic message, like I do kind of want stuff like that to be in this game. Maybe it's inspiring. How am I gonna remember to watch that? How am I gonna remember to watch that? I gotta like send a message to myself on Discord or something. How am I gonna remember? Okay, so here's what I want. I want you playing the game. So let's just imagine we've got the game set up here. Okay, this is the game. Beautiful, looks good. Let's draw the alien. Okay, alien. Maybe I can draw it less badly. Body, legs, arms, blah, blah, blah. So there's the alien, and then we've got little humans that we can grab, right? You lost. You lost. You lost. Oh no. I'm sorry. You were playing a game and you lost. We've got our little humans. And then normally the game looks like that, okay? Normally it looks like that. But then whenever you actually grab something, so let's say you have grabbed your human here. So I'm going to draw this arrow to indicate that we've grabbed the human. When you've grabbed the human, I want a sphere to come down from the sky. I want it to come down from the sky at that moment when you grab it. It comes down. And in theory, I'd want maybe some kind of like shader to appear on the alien to like let you know that you can also drag stuff. You can drag them to the alien alternatively. So that would also be nice. You know, maybe we could also draw like a little force field around here. Like, hey, you can also do something over here, just so you know. I haven't really looked into shaders much and stuff, so I don't know if we'll do that. But so this is what happens when you grab. And I'm just gonna type in here on grab. Okay. So this is what I want to set up. And then if you drop into there, so I still don't really know where points are going to be shown, so I'm not going to think too hard about that. Added to the list of things left to do. Watch this movie. So many things. And so if you do decide to put it in that score dunk, we'd want to see an actual score go up, right? So like score +1. So I guess I'd want to say that there's like a score up here. And I really want to be thoughtful about how I represent score, if I'm being honest. But for now, we'll just have debug basic boring UI. That's the way that's going to be. So let's draw. We're gonna draw it all out here, baby. Let's say you dragged this into here. Then you get score +1 if that's what you chose to do. All right, that's the wrong arrow. That's the wrong arrow. There we go. So this is what I want to set up. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to get some music to help me through this difficult time of development. I am just using free YouTube music. It's just some free YouTube music. That's all it is. How do I send a message to myself? I guess I'll put it on the here. Stormrun recommends Valerian Mole movie. That's all I remember. Okay. So we're going to play some of this. We're going to play some of this random music here. It's just a bunch of random music. You know how it is. It'll get the job done. Might be loud at first. I'm going to turn it. Wow, it was going to be so loud. It was going to be so loud. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, here we go. It's coding time, baby. So I'm just gonna use like a basic orb for now, and I'm gonna want this in the main scene. So by the way, the main scene has the character just staying in one place. The character doesn't actually move forward. The level moves forward at the character, is how this works. Would have woke up the cats? You're welcome, cats. You're welcome. You deserve to rest. It's the cat sleeping time, daytime. At least where I am. So I'm gonna probably want that score dunk to come in here somewhere. So let's do that. I'm gonna just, let's see. My main scene is an interesting chaos of things. Something else I have to think about is levels. I'm thinking the levels are gonna be like, they're just gonna generate in, they're gonna like spawn in to this main scene. So I don't think we need to worry about making multiple main scenes. Let's just do a fresh node 3D. I might want to make it an area 3D. Let's make it an area 3D. And in there, I'll put a mesh instance. Let's make it a nice sphere shape. And I'm going to go ahead and move it. And we can just see right away where that is, how it looks, if it's okay. It's a little high. It's gonna be different, right? Because I want it to actually interpolate in. I want it to actually come in, and I'd like it to be a little bigger. I guess the question is, do I want it to be bigger, or do I want it to be... I guess I want it to be kind of right above the alien. We don't want it to cast shadows, though. So I'm gonna need to set it up to not be casting shadows on the alien. That would be awkward. It's not bad. It's not bad. Now it's got like a bigger size. You know, it's a little confusing, like that it isn't like the size of the alien's torso, but I don't really care. Some of them get bigger than others, and that's fine. Yeah, above the alien. Other thing I think about. I don't know what I think about. I just gotta do it. So the reason why I want it to be above the alien is because this Z position that oh, it's kind of too far. We actually need to go forward a little bit because I'd like it to be that when you drag over this, you can kind of see through it. Let's make it a little see-through. Let me push it forward. There's a lot of considerations here. Let's go to the mesh, naturally. I would like its material. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm about to do. Now, in theory, I want to put like a shader on it, and I want it to look kind of fancy and cool. But for now, we can just enable transparency. Alpha. Bring this down a bit. Maybe bring down the roughness so it's kind of like shiny. See what that looks like. But ideally it would look like kind of awesome too. Whoa. Oh, we need to, so it's conflicting with the fog. I have to make some changes here. I'm not sure. I've found an option in 2D stuff that resolves the issue I'm having here. So for example, there are these arrows that appear right here. These arrows. And these appear like when I hover over stuff like the copter, right? So the copter, let's hover over that. See the little, no, there's no arrow. There it is. See the little arrows that appear right there? Those are hovering above the copter, above the buildings, above everything. On those arrows, there's this option called Alpha Cut, and this is on the Sprite 3D node, something called Alpha Cut. And I've set the Alpha Cut to Opaque Pre-Pass. If I set it to Disabled, if I turn off Alpha Cut and we hit play, the fog is going to interact with it in a very undesirable way. And you'll see it pretty clearly here. So, you see, it's a little, well, it's a little, you can kind of see how it's like splitting at the top on the arrow, and it's like diffusing into the fog. That's the same thing that's happening with the sphere. And so, but if I just change that one setting and change this to Opaque Pre-Pass, then that doesn't happen anymore, and it doesn't diffuse. So I kind of want to find a setting like that, that exists on this mesh, but I don't know what that would be, but I'm sure it exists. So wait, so where was that? That was on a Sprite 3D. Wait, I meant to like pay more attention to where that was on there. That was in the flags section. I don't know if there's gonna be a flags section, but maybe. So there's surface material, emission, normal map, rim. It could even be like changing one of the different transparencies. Cull mode, blend mode, mix, depth draw mode, opaque only. I'm just gonna try setting these to something different. Oh, look, that did it. Let's go. Nice. Let's go. Depth draw mode, I set to always. I just set it to always. Okay. What if I set it to never? What does that do? That blurs it. Alright. Whatever. If it fixes it, it fixes it. Cool. And so now if I drag this up here, we can see it in the orb. I love it. I don't know if it's actually collide. It's kind of hard to tell if it actually goes inside of it or not. Cool. I feel like it could be a little bigger, just as like something more obvious. I also don't know if jumping is... I feel like jumping might be a special ability. I don't know how that's gonna work, by the way. Something else I think about too is like, you know, I wasn't imagining this as a mobile game, but sometimes I think it could work as a mobile game. In which case, this would need to be like anchored more in a vertical position, or it's just a horizontal mobile game. Hey Dragonblade, welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Dragonblade is currently a member. Oh, Dragonblade, drag themselves on in. 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 Welcome to the live stream, Dragonblade. Dragonblade. Yeah, there's your song. I'm sorry. You're also welcome. You're also welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so, okay. So if I wanna make this larger, I will. Damn it. So I'm setting up a score dunk today, for real, for finally. Why does it not want to grow evenly? Why doesn't it want to grow evenly? Is that asking for much? Why doesn't it want to grow evenly? And then I have to like somehow scale. Like I know you're not supposed to use the scale tool to change mesh sizes, right? But man, like I have to somehow find the relationship between 0.5 and 1 so it's a perfect sphere. There's gotta be a better way, right? There has to be. Alright, I guess that looks pretty good, actually. I guess it's just half. I guess the height is just twice of the radius. That's pretty easy. Alright, that's not that hard to figure out. That's actually pretty simple. So instead of 0.5, what if I make it 0.7? And then this would need to be 1.4, right? Radius is the radius, so the height is the diameter, so just double. Now, I now know. Now, see, you used your brain. I used poking around to figure that out. But I'm glad that we can bring those two methods together and come to something. Just times 2. Yeah. My man Radius. Guys, I don't know. I like making games, alright? I like making games. Daylight savings are throwing me off. The stream starts so early. Yeah, it does start earlier. I know. Yeah, it's daylight savings. In the United States, it starts a little earlier than everywhere else for no good reason at all. But yeah, yep. The stream is still an hour earlier. I guess it should also follow the alien, huh? Like if you're over here, the score dunk should still be above the alien. Now that I think about it. That would kind of make sense. I'm gonna make this a little smaller. And then let's actually put this area 3D in the player. And I'm gonna call this score dunk. And I'll drop it in the player, so that way it moves with the player, as if there isn't already enough in the player. There is more. There is now more. I also want to make sure it doesn't have a shadow. Welcome, Psychonic, also. Thanks for stopping in. I definitely... Okay, that looks very silly. I might want to not have it follow the Z position. But then again, well, here's the thing. It's only going to appear when you're grabbing something. That's the only time it's going to appear, right? Is if you've grabbed something. Otherwise, it's not going to show up. So it kind of doesn't matter that's following you. You're going to play around with Roblox Studio today? Nice. That's cool. That's a cool way to make games. Fun, community-based way to do it. It's a funny hat! Yeah, I think there's something... I think this could work as just a little prototype version of it. And then as far as the shadow goes, is it even really casting much of a shadow anymore? It kind of isn't now that it's transparent. It's like the shadow just got out of there. The shadow said, well, I'm not needed here. Which is interesting. I hope the mirror takes off. Yeah, the mirror looks awesome. If you guys don't know, the mirror is something that is started by at least one person who contributed to the early days of Godot. And it's very similar to like Roblox, Unreal Engine, Fortnite, very similar. It has a very unfortunate name because there's so many other things called the mirror. But if you search like the mirror Godot, you can find it pretty easily. So it's supposed to literally be an alternative to these things. Games from Scratch has a good video about it, and yeah, it seems really cool. And you can build stuff, You can use visual scripting, and you can have multiplayer collaboration, multiplayer games that you make and you play with other people. You can also export things, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but in theory you can export things and you can like have the game, like it's like your game or whatever. I don't know how all that works, but in theory that's the idea. And it's made in Godot, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, it seems like a really cool tool set, and then it just got open sourced as well. So that kind of is nice. That kind of gives some confidence that it's going to have some, some ethical basis to it. As far as making money goes, they're also gonna have like an asset store where you can sell stuff that you make, and then they'll take a cut of that. So yeah, it looks really cool. Free and open source. Yeah. Except you can buy assets and stuff. So, but yeah, mostly free. Yeah, it looks really cool. It looks really, really cool. So if you like Unreal Engine Fortnite, if you're coming from Dreams, if you like Roblox and you want something that's a little more, new, but also possibly more ethical, this seems like it might be turning out all right. It might be turning on all right. I'll drop a link in here if you want to play the alpha. If you want to play the alpha, and then here's the game from scratch video if you're interested in that. Yeah, it does look pretty neat. It does look pretty cool. Truth be told. All right. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the shadow. It just kind of went away, but I'd feel better about it if I could just tell it to just definitely not have a shadow. I can tell it to not receive shadows. It's not really what I meant, though. You're having such lag. You're gonna come back in a few minutes because for you it's just unwatchable. I'm so sorry. It looks good on my end. I'm watching the stream. I'm monitoring the stream separately and looking at what you guys look like, and it looks good. So yeah, I hope your internet gets sorted out. We all deserve good internet. Everybody deserves good internet. Hope it sorts out soon. All right. Shadows. I guess I could say that the alien doesn't receive shadows, but that would be weird. I mean, whatever. Don't receive shadows. Like, don't receive shadows. Like, that's fine. Shadow to opacity. If true, enables a shadow to opacity render mode where lighting modifies the alpha, so shadowed areas are opaque and non-shadowed areas are transparent. Useful for overlaying shadows onto a camera feed in AR. Doesn't sound useful. All right, so maybe we'll just ignore the shadow issue for now, and everything will be fine. So I only want this to appear, and when it appears, I want it to come down from the sky. Hey S, welcome. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. Good luck washing stuff. Nice work. That sounds like something I'd procrastinate. The alpha, the insane alpha beta. Well, just the alpha. Why does it look so uncentered? Is the alien not centered? Oh, the alien is definitely not centered. I just realized. There's a lot I need to change about the alien and the collision areas and stuff. It's all kind of a mess, if I'm being honest with you. It's weird because, oh, you know, because I didn't create this inside of the player. It's a little confusing. It's kind of hard to tell if the player is... It's like the mesh... It's like the player... Here, let me try moving the alien over. Obviously, the collisions aren't going to come with it unless I select them. And then there's even more collisions than that, technically. Let's do detection areas. I won't move the camera, though. Just move the alien a bit. So it's a little bit more centered. Did that ruin everything? Did I break the game? Is it destroyed? It looks fine. Okay, cool. Great. I don't love some of the like colors that it's taking on. Like, why does it look red? I'm getting a little visually nitpicky. I will concede that much. I wonder why it looks like that. Refraction, maybe? I want to get into the coding of it. I do. There's a lot of like visual things I don't understand in general, if I'm being honest. Detail, shadows. Visually nitpicky? Now you're speaking my language. It's, you know, it has its place. It has its place. Of course. Shading mode per pixel. Diffuse mode. That doesn't look different. Whoa, that does look different. Oh, I kind of like the toon effect. I've been wanting to do the toon effect more for everything. I kind of want everything to have a cartoon effect, if I'm being honest. Disable ambient light. Oh, that fixed it. There we go. Ambient light. No, thank you. Please, no. That must be, maybe that's like the sunlight or something bouncing off of it. I like the toon effect, though. I think that's nice. Unshaded. Whoa, that's different. That's definitely different. It's a little bright now that we got that toon shader on there. I wonder if I can't reduce its alpha a bit. Kinda. Then it starts to become like invisible. See how emissive it is? It's so emissive. Which is like, okay, I guess. Emission is not on. It's not on. Maybe if I gray it a bit. You've been building your city in Atlantis. You imported the real world height map, and it's kind of easy placing stuff because it's already like there are objects sticking out of the ground where they belong. Nice. Nice. That's lovely when things are just working out. You're gonna have to take the map you make and go there in real life and do some digging. Whoa. It's gonna be a documentary game? I don't know. Lower the color from the vertical bar on the right. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, for sure. Yeah, that helps. And then maybe I could keep it. Yeah, alright. You know, there's still like a shader effect I'd like to put on it so it's like swirlier. And I have to think that that big ol' light blob, which I don't totally hate, is related to the light source. But we can always change the roughness a bit. Oh. And that might help. I don't know if I want metallic on there. Actually, if I do metallic, I might be able to keep it that bright white. The metallic is bringing back, that's kind of forcing some of the ambient lighting to come in though. So it's turning red again. So no. Metallic 0.2, specular 0.3. That red that starts coming in is what's bothering me the most. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad, actually. And maybe a little bit of the ambient light isn't a bad thing. I've decided to download the mirror and give it a go. Ooh, let me know how it is! That's awesome! Let's go! I kind of like the light blob being a little smaller. I mean, it's definitely toony. I think it would be better if everything had that toon effect. So like that's something to think about. Where's the silver color coming from? Where's the silver color? You mean the color overall? So like we could make it like bluer or something too. But there's like the color stuff. Make it darker and it'll be more of a bubble. Darker? Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'd like to like kind of set it and forget it for a while until we get more into the visual side of things. Cool. Yes, do update us. I'm gonna see how it handles first-person horror. Oh, I'm so excited! I'm so excited to see how it goes. Okay, so I think this is good enough. Now, I want it to appear in only when it's grabbed. So this is kind of its final destination. I actually want it to be much higher. And then, actually, I want it to be like not visible. So that way if you jump, it doesn't come into visibility. I guess it wouldn't, because if it's relative to the player, I guess it wouldn't come into visibility. So I guess as long as we put it off camera. It seems a little weird. I feel like it should be hidden. When you add something to it, it can morph a little and change colors and back. Yeah, I would like, yeah, I want to, yeah, I would love to have a whole effect. Yeah, that would be nice. That would definitely be nice. You know what I want. Let's add a collision shape in here. We're gonna make a sphere, naturally. We'll put the same... See, this just has radius, which is nice. I like that. How do I guess what the radius is based on radius and height? So if I just say 0.6, it's gonna be the right size? Yes, it is. Okay, good, great, wonderful. Yeah, that's insane. Alpha Beta's bread and butter. Unreal Engine went the way of Unity over the weekend. You gotta pay them now if you make like 1 million. Didn't you already have to pay them if you made 1 million? I think, wasn't that already true? Maybe it's just like more, it's like worse now? I thought that was already true. But I hear you saying that Unreal is mired in a pricing controversy. I'm not surprised, and I'll tell you why. Because when the Unity debacle went down with the runtime fee, everyone was being critical, except Unreal. Unreal didn't say anything, and Tim Sweeney, Epic CEO, he is not known for being shy. He be saying stuff. He be coming out against Apple while in the middle of like a lawsuit with Apple. Like, he be saying stuff, but he didn't have nothing to say that I remember seeing about the Unity situation. I was kind of like, okay. That's a bad sign. Unreal didn't change for games. Oh, yeah. You know, I feel like that has been coming for a while. I remember hearing about that. That if you're making like they're targeting like filmmakers more so than game developers. Yeah, I hear you. I think that's true. Talking about license per license seats. Yeah. I think that is filmmaking stuff. Yeah, I think Dragon Blade, you're right. So, I'm gonna wanna keep track of its position, because this is where I want it to end up, ultimately, the score dunk. I want it to end up here. But we want it to be out of the view normally. So I guess I'll put this script on the player, since the player will be interacting. Oh god, if this player script didn't need any more code. Here we go. Unreal was very silent on the Unity stuff. I know. It was like, You got something you got in mind there? You got something you're planning there? Kind of seems like it. We got a lot of messy stuff up in this player script. The old license was based on profits on released games. If you didn't release a game, you never had to pay them a cent. So movies, non-games, use cases like for car showrooms, etc. They didn't pay anything. Gotcha. Wow. So you're saying their license before only covered games. Right, and so that's the thing, Stormrun, is I think for games, based on what I think Dragon Blade is saying, you already had to pay after a certain amount. But maybe they didn't have anything about other types of media. Is that what I'm hearing? But now they do. Welcome, Edward. Good morning. Good morning to you. I'm just gonna collapse all these functions because it's chaos in here. For games, nothing has changed. Interesting. Thanks for that info. You sound credible. So we want to check to see if a grabbed thing has been brought into this area up here. Is kind of the main thing we want to set up. If I grab something and I drag it up here, how will it know? So, I'm gonna connect on the player. We're gonna say score dunk, which I'm going to set up in a ready here. And on ready, variable score dunk. And I would like it to just be this, if it doesn't mind. And then I'm gonna say score dunk. Area entered. Connect with... Well, actually, we want it to be even before you drag it up there. We want to say as soon as you grab something, then it reveals. Actually. You might be wrong as you don't follow, but I don't think Tim Sweeney ever acknowledged Unity's existence. What? What? Oh, shoot. I didn't know that. I mean, I hear you that you're saying, like, you might be wrong, but... That would be a fascinating exercise in restraint. If true. What an interesting move. To just say, no, we don't talk about our competitor. Our direct competitor. We don't talk about him. I guess from like an advertising standpoint, you wouldn't want to promote your competitor or something. I don't know. That's fascinating if true. Even that it could be true is fascinating. Oh, he did. Okay. Misinformation. Spreading lies. Instant ban. How dare you? How dare you misinform the viewers? What were you thinking? For shame. No, you did. You were very clear that you weren't sure if that was true. I didn't realize that this won't give me an error if I don't declare a function. I can just connect it for no reason and it doesn't complain. Oh, it does complain. Okay. Never mind. I was like, wow, no problem. We still talk about Steam. Yeah, right, true, because they got the Epic Game Store. All right. So Tim Sweeney, we're sorry for besmirching your good name. We know now that you talk about things. Except for maybe the Unity runtime feed debacle. Steam can be considered their direct competitor. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Okay. So the grabbing thing, we do have something grabbed, but this actually might be... Oh yeah. This needs to be refactored for hitting things. Grab ending. Grab ending? Why did I name a signal called grab ending? I know we just did that for some reason, but I forgot why. If we let go of it. So we need something new. Okay, I see. We want to check. So I guess, so here's something is that in our camera 3D, we have it set up if action pressed grab, then it's going to do the grab situation. Which is better, Epic Game Store or Steam? Steam, obviously. I mean, it's good that Steam has a competitor, because Steam has a freaking lock on everything, right? Like, Steam is kind of dominating the marketplace in that regard. But Steam is also awesome. Like, Steam is pretty cool. Like, Valve is kind of cool. It's really hard to hate Valve, I think. So it's like, I'm not even mad that they dominate. And Epic Game Store is, like, newer. They're still getting a foothold. It depends, too. If you want to sell your game, you know, you're going to get more exposure if you put your game on Steam. Possibly. But if you put it on Epic Game Store, it's cheaper to put your game up on there. So there's some trade-offs to be considered. It kind of depends on your situation. As far as getting games goes, I mean, get games from both. I don't know. Epic Game Store has a lot of free games that they give that you might as well check out. But overall, Steam's kind of number one. You mentioned Godot? Wow. Dragonblade says Steam. Epic Games app is a disgrace. Oh, I've never used it. I mean, I have used the Epic Games launcher, and I don't like that. So I can only imagine the app isn't much better. But maybe that's what you mean. Yeah, the Epic Games launcher is really, really rough. Right, Steam. I've never been like, oh, Steam, this program sucks. Sometimes there's some like little annoyances, but yeah, Epic Games launcher is really, really ugly. Steam is dominating, but at least they're not pulling any shady stuff or abusing their monopoly. Right, exactly. It makes me uncomfortable that they have that monopoly, but I mean, if anybody's gonna have it, I guess I'm glad it's Steam. How much time does the CEO have that tweets so much? I kept scrolling. I'm still in 2024. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was so surprised that he didn't have something to say. You know, and this is, you know, from my memory, I don't remember him saying anything about the Unity debacle. I just don't remember it. That was like September? Was it September last year? I think so. August, September. I don't remember him saying anything about it. If he has said something about it, he certainly did not while it was in its most, you know, controversial moment. But yeah, he says so much. He says so much. Valve's games are all goated, so yeah. Itch is Steam's competitor as far as I'm concerned. That's fair. That's fair, yeah. Itch does something very... And the thing is, Itch offers something that Steam doesn't. Itch does something very different than Steam. Itch is much more democratized, so to speak. They probably didn't want to get into the mess. That's fair. That's fair. Right, and I'm not saying I expect him to say anything. But, you know, I have to wonder, like, why didn't he want to get into it? He seems to want to get into a lot of other messes. Why not that mess? What made that mess something he wasn't interested in? He comments on stuff that affects him. That's fair. That's fair. If we do get a grab, I'm going to say... We could also, since this is in the same scene, we could also fetch this grab. Does this, it goes to false? What if I made the camera, and somebody slap me if I'm making a mistake, but what if I made the camera a class, and I say class name camera, and as a class, identify raycast result, not, oh, okay, that was a mistake apparently. Oh, I just accidentally backspaced some things. What did I, oh, I see. Apparently I dragged this T and underscore down there. Amazing. Okay. So if I call this a class, camera, I think from the player's script, I could just say camera dot is attempting grab. And we could say if is attempting grab, then show that. But I'd rather it be a function is the thing. Yeah, that's why I don't want to do that, because I actually want it to be a function. So maybe instead of making it a class, we'll just make a signal. from here. So I'll say signal is grabbing I kind of like this to maybe be, I think I'd like it to be on the messenger. I'm still trying to decide how I want to deal with this. Let's do it on the messenger. He comments on Apple because he wants that Monopoly pie. Yeah, that makes sense. He comments on Steam because he wants that pie. Yeah. Who here uses the LinkedIn app on iPhone? I have questions. The LinkedIn app. Who uses the LinkedIn app on iPhone? That's a good question. That can't be many, right? Why it's half a gig. LinkedIn. Ugh. Ugh. LinkedIn is so dystopian. Apple is dystopian. It's just like, I feel like I'd be living in a freaking 1970s science fiction novel if I used the LinkedIn app on Apple. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the messenger script and I'm going to create signal grab attempting. This is terrible. Grab attempting. That's my name for it. Don't you wear it out. LinkedIn spams your emails for no reason. It sure does. They're trying to connect you to job opportunities, man. They're trying to get you paid, right? Right? Maybe. They're trying to get you to pay them, if we're being honest. So then we'll say that when the grab begins, I want to say, and we also want to say this as well. Messenger grab attempting. Grab attempting. I hate that. Grab attempting emit. Really, we should say grab attempted. I think that's gonna make more sense. Because it's just a one-time thing that gets sent out. Grab attempted. I mean, this is too. This should be grab ended. By that logic, this should be grab ended. I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't know why I get hung up on this stuff. I guess I'm still so new to coding games that I'm just not really sure how, like, what kind of conventions I care about. So I'm still just kind of experimenting in that regard. Seeing what feels right, you know? I just don't know yet. Let me find in files, grab ending. And we just want to make sure we always update that. Oh, this is updated here. Here that's updated. Not appending. We'll say grab ending. Search again. Search again. Do it again. I think I need to save the messenger for it to register. Find in files, grab ending. There we go. Ended. Ended. And then right here, ended. Alright. Good, good, good. So now that I've got this signal being emitted, saying that the grab has been attempted, now I can come to the player and we can set up this ready function that says messenger grab attempted connect on grab attempted. So let's get us a nice shiny new, oops. Not yet. I don't like that about, like, if I, like, collapse this, And if I come to the end of it and I press enter, it like does it inside of it. I guess that makes sense since the link is on the right of it. It's kind of annoying though. Func on grab attempted. Then we want that score dunk to appear in the first place. So let's just at least make it appear. I also probably don't want its collision to be active either. So I'm gonna have it be disabled, turned off, and we'll have its visibility also be off for the mesh instance. I'm just gonna put the whole thing not visible. It might be easier if I set up a script on this. I think we should make a score dunk script. That sounds like a useful thing to make. I'm gonna put this on the player, the script, in at least in my folder. Tim Sweeney didn't tweet about Unity pricing directly. He retweeted an open source tool to transfer assets from Unity to UE/Godot and Game from Scratch's video about it. Wow. 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 All right, there it is. So certainly not taking a position, and it goes with what you're saying, that he tweets whatever benefits him. It benefits him. I mean, look, if he were to come out and be like, yo, Unity sucks, this is crazy, we don't like this, we disagree with this, right? If he were to say that, people would be like, yay, Tim Sweeney, yay, we like you, Unreal, yay, right? Although Unreal was already getting a lot of love just by not being Unity at that time, so maybe it wouldn't have helped that much, but I see how like that can be like a calculated way to just like, all I'm doing is helping you come over here. I'm helping you come over here, but I'm not gonna say anything. And in my personal opinion, and it's whatever that means, is that he wouldn't say something because he doesn't want to look like a hypocrite if Unreal Engine ever gets mired in a similar controversy. That's just my opinion, you know, and I don't think that that's necessarily true, but I will be deeply unsurprised when Unreal becomes controversial for something similar to what Unity did. Or at least breaks trust in a similar way. Yeah, don't check the replies. Yeah, that's too much. He knew it. He just reposted it and went on with his day. I don't know, like, was it that simple or was it like calculated? It's fun to imagine. The lives of rich and powerful people. Why do they do what they do? Do they use the same toilet paper as us? These questions and more answered tonight on Hyper Game Dev News. Alright, so this is the score dunk script. On the score dunk script, I'd like to make it as easy as possible to update the collision data just from the player script. So I could have, I mean, honestly, I don't even really need this on the player, do I? Like, why am I running this on the player? Why am I even putting this on the player? Why am I wasting my time putting it on the player? I'm not putting this on the player. I'm putting it on the score dunk. Is that wrong of me? I don't know. I don't want to put it on the player. Was about to type that. Now Unreal has a bigger share. They could get away with more. Yeah. Yeah. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they want to keep their options open? Their bad, evil options open? Why wouldn't they want to? Seems like they wouldn't want to close those doors. Answered on the Hypestery channel. History channel has not been about history for at least 30 years. Maybe give or take, maybe a little fewer than that. But yeah, I don't know what they're on to. Keep calling it the History Channel. Yeah. Because people love to think that that's history. I don't know. I guess it works for them. I guess it's working for them. When they started swapping from history to just randomness, they made another channel called True History, but now that's populated by alien stories too. I bet it is. I honestly, I don't watch a lot of that television. If I watch television, it's like streaming services, which sometimes have shows from those channels, but yeah, I tuned out that channel. Honestly, I don't think there was ever a period where I was excited about the History Channel. I feel like even when it was about history, I was like, this is garbage. It just always seemed like garbage to me. But I hear you. I hear you. Okay, so we're gonna put in the ready function here instead. We're just gonna put this up in the score dunk specifically. I think this just makes more sense. And in here, we're gonna have func. Is the History Channel a US thing? Oh, maybe it is. Sorry, I wouldn't have even brought it up. It must be. It must be. It's now that you say it, that sounds yes, it's a US thing. That's why I hated it. US, like, history in the United States is the worst. Maybe not the worst, but it's not good. That is to say, if there's any official source that's supposed to appeal to most Americans and it's called history, it probably sucks. They don't teach us history right here. It just ain't right. Yeah, it is pretty boring too. It must be. Like, it's just called History Channel. Like, only the US would call something the fucking History Channel. Excuse my language. But it is in many places. We have it here in Romania. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have it anywhere. I guess now it focuses on other types of history. But it's not really history, is it? It's trash. Alright, on grab attempted. When the grab is attempted, we want itself to become visible. And I want its collision, so let's also set up its collision. On ready variable collision equals this, and we want to say the collision disabled false, and we'll probably want to connect the ended as well. That would make some sense. Grab ended, set up a function for that. And reverse it. Make it not visible. And deactivate the collision. Okay. Tim Sweeney had a small beef with the lead of Godot engine about what ECS is. What? Why? Entity component systems? I mean, I guess that's debatable what that is. I mean, it's just like not object-oriented inheritance, right? It's like modularity. I guess there could be debate about what that is. I guess I could see that. But why you gotta have a beef? No, this is wrong. That is incorrect. Juan is a liar. Tim is clearly making falsifications about the nature of ECS. How much of a beef could you have over that? Why not just a discussion? How about just a lively discussion, guys? My goodness. That's pretty epic, though. Overall, that's pretty epic. The Godot guy was saying something about dissing ECS. Oh. And he posted that meme of the guy with "Change My Mind" saying ECS is particle systems. What? So that may be over my head a bit. That may be over my head a bit. Because particle systems are about emitting a bunch of different little things. What? That's hilarious. Like, I don't even really get it as much as I probably could, but that's hilarious. I love the copyright-free music because they're either classical music or subpar dubstep. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few other varieties in there, but yeah, you pretty much got it. A beef is an exaggeration. Yeah. This meme is ridiculous and completely misses the point. Memes are supposed to be funny. I did not laugh. Clearly, Godot's leadership is incompetent. We do not recommend this engine. If you need to switch from Godot to Unreal Engine, here is a tool that can help you do that. I am kind of interested. If I'm being honest, I am kind of interested. Juan kills me. Juan is definitely beefable. Although the ECS hype has been dying down, like, you're kind of asking for it with starting it out that way. Because most who tried it understood the problem it solves is not the ones they have, and because it boxes you far too much into an inflexible architecture. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah, no wonder you got into beef. Oh my gosh. What the heck? How could you say that? Particle object-oriented programming. Wait, where's the... Oh, Tim Sweeney said that it's particle systems. Interesting. Interesting. I am not dissing ECS or other engines. It's a well-proven paradigm that has been very useful for a lot of games. What I meant is that some years ago, there was a large hype about going ECS from users who did not understand or need the benefits, then got burned by the complexity. Honestly, isn't Tim kind of agreeing with him there? Or at least kind of saying like, yeah, their ACS isn't a big deal. Maybe Tim is implying that it's not complex. Juan is giving autism, honestly. Juan is giving autism in a good way. In like, I am just stating things that I believe are true. I am just talking about this thing. This is what I'm interested in, and I am saying it. Do you understand? And then people are just like getting in it with him. He's not disagreeing. Yeah. All right. All right. So this much should work, I think, unless I've made terrible mistakes. So the orb should be gone when we start. Immediately shows up. Okay, cool. Why? Why is it immediately showing up? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? So it is not visible in the editor. at least. On grab attempted. If the grab is attempted, so this must be, it must be coming attempted. Dunk thinks grab is attempted. That must be what's happening. It is! Wow, and did you see that? How there's like a bit of lag right before that? I've noticed that bit of lag, and I've been wondering what that is. Wait, it's just if I click. If I click anywhere in here, it's just looking if I press the grab button. It's just if I press the grab button, then it appears. That's what... Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I think my signal is being emitted at the wrong time. So, wait, grab is being set to true. I see. We don't want to say attempted. Welcome back, Jordan. J. Jordan. I see. We don't want to emit this here. My mistake. My mistake. We want to put this on the objects that can be grabbed. And when the grab is attempted, if it's actually been grabbed. So we don't actually even want to say grab attempted. I want to say health grabbed, which apparently is already a signal that I've created. But I don't think I'm using it. Find in files, health grabbed. Yeah, I see. Okay, I understand that. But I don't think we're really using this. We're establishing a variable. That's just a variable. We have a signal and a variable? Jesus. And this variable isn't even being used? Get out of my face. He retweeted a website. I guess I want to move from Unity to Unreal too. Alright. That's more. Look, I mean, here's the thing. Like, to me, he's still not making a statement about it, right? Whereas Juan was making statements about Unity. It was like saying stuff. Tim's doing like some kind of passive aggressive kind of behavior. You know, it's like he's not directly saying anything, he's just kind of indirectly like alluding. Which to me just seals the deal that like he specifically doesn't want to comment on that issue. And I have to ask, why not? Why not? He doesn't want to get involved with it, okay, but like, why don't you want to get involved with it? Yeah, visual. You can use text code or visual scripting. It's got both. It's got both. Which is pretty cool. So yeah. Yeah, the mirror is awesome. Like, I haven't used it. I've only watched videos of people using it. It seems cool. It seems cool. And it's probably still growing. You know, it's probably pretty small right now. But it has potential. Alright, so my health grab signal should be clean and ready to use. I kind of like to reorganize it a little bit on my messenger. We don't want grab attempted anymore. That turned out to be useless. Health grabbed. I need to clean up a lot of these signals, if I'm being honest. Health grabbed. I mean, I'd rather rename this. Can we say, like, grabbed health? Or grab begun? Can we say grab begun? I would like that better. Still trying to just figure out the best ways to name things, you know? The cat's in the box. The cat's in the box, guys. Grab begun emit. And let me just make sure I don't have that anywhere else. We're gonna find in files attempting. It looks like we're clean. I think we're good. Okay. And then over on the score dunk, instead of grab attempted, it's now called grab begun. On grab begun. Okay. Show me the money. Alright, I'm clicking. Nothing is going wrong. It's not happening. We're attacking. Score dunk isn't appearing. That's good. If I click on a person, score dunk appears. Let's go. Or a cow, score dunk appears. Nice. So it only appears when we're grabbing something that can be used to score. Excellent. Very good. Now, I would like it to appear a little more attractively. I think that would be nice. I'd love to if it interpolated instead of just following perfectly, which does raise a bit of an issue. This feels very freaking silly to me. And it's like I'd love if it like slowly followed it, which I could set up. I could set that up. It would require me to twist my brain around a little, but maybe I should. On the day that it happened, he just confirmed to a person that was asking as a Unity developer that the EULA is perpetual. Oh yeah. That's good. That was like a big problem that that came up with Unity. That was something that they did, was they changed their EULA, we're gonna say EULA. They changed their EULA before they announced the runtime fee thing. And so when people wanted to try to, you know, look back on, hey, you said you wouldn't make changes. Oh, you changed it. You changed that you wouldn't make changes. Okay, got it. So that's good. At least if there's gonna be a problem, it's probably not gonna be that. Or if it is that, we'll be able to be like, you said, but you said. Honestly, there's something still kind of iffy about that. The EULA is perpetual. Like, okay, all right. All right, no, I don't know. No, it's probably not iffy. I mean, maybe there's some way to wiggle around that. Just lerp tween lerp. Yeah, so the camera has a interpolation on it. So if we move, it's a little hard to tell when there's nothing in view. But when we move, the camera catches up with the player. And so I was just gonna take that logic and just apply it to the score dunk. And I got that logic from like a Godot forum somewhere at some point a long time ago. So I don't know if it's really a good way to do it, but it is the way it's being done. And the way that it's being done is this. No, yes. This right here. So it changes a little bit whenever we go faster. It like, the camera pulls back a little bit, so that way it looks like we're moving faster. But there's actually only a lerp speed that we're setting. Otherwise, we're not actually using a tween or a lerp. Instead, it's establishing a offset for the different axes. And adding that offset to the current position of the target that we want it to follow. So I have like this camera target node out here. And then the camera is constantly following that target at an offset. Based on a certain speed. Even that movie license change, it applies only on new versions. Nice. Ford can keep using the version they kept using and still pay nothing. Nice. That's good. That's a really good thing. I think if it was for UE 5.3, it was for UE 5.3, so they can still use 5.2 without paying forever. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, that was, it's actually really amazing that Unity tried to, that Unity tried to pull that. That they actually genuinely tried to retroactively apply new licensing and finance rules. It's appalling. It's astounding. I can't believe anybody still uses Unity. Like, I get why, if it's what you've learned and it's what you've fallen in love with or whatever, or you have a studio that depends on it. But, like, if you don't have to use it, like, man, you gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there. Please, save yourself. You don't know what they're gonna do. I don't care who's in charge. So yeah, so I'm thinking I just do a similar thing, and I think I've now detached the score dunk from the player. I mean, I don't need to have score dunk on here. I don't think we're referencing it anywhere. So I think I might do that. So I'm gonna move this outside of the player. And I wanna say, just like on the camera, and the target that it's gonna follow will be the player, more or less. So I'm just gonna snatch this logic up. They won't make the same mistake twice, right? Right? They may not make the exact same mistake, but what does it mean they won't make other mistakes? I think is like the most concerning thing to me. Phasmophobia was using Unity, and I'm not sure if they changed their engine. I mean, it's hard. Again, if you're a company who already is built around a certain engine, you have products built around a certain engine, it's almost unreasonable to expect them to change. Unless it isn't, you know, and in some circumstances, you know, you see people saying, we remade our whole game. Like, wow, amazing. Like, lucky. That's amazing that you have the resources to pull that off. But it's also understandable that not every studio can do that. And if not that, then, you know, their next game, right, will probably not be in Unity. But for I think for a lot of people, the walk back that Unity did was enough for a lot of developers. To me, that's people who are just like, please let me sip the Kool-Aid, please, I can't, if you're gonna label the Kool-Aid as poison, I can't drink it. I'm not gonna drink the Kool-Aid if you put the word poison on it, okay, Unity? Please, just take the word poison off, please, just take it off, I'll drink it, I promise. Welcome, Ben Castle, OMG, thanks for stopping in. Pazimai had 2 questions. I know you're kind of new to Godot. Thank you for knowing that. It's true. But what language should I use? The other question, where did you model your character? Is Blender ideal for Godot? I like these questions. So I'll take the second one first because it's the shortest to answer. I actually modeled the main player character in something called WOMP 3D. At the time, I hadn't actually learned Blender yet. But since then, I have learned Blender, and everything else in the game I've made using Blender. So these helicopters, these houses, just this week I made this little human character. Everything else I made in Blender. But the character model was before I learned Blender. Now, I have made a lot of changes to the character model in Blender since then. And as far as what I think goes well with Godot, I think Blender goes amazingly well with Godot. There's a good tutorial. Actually, I think I put it in the Discord. Did I put it in the Godot section or in the Blender section? I put it in here. Okay. So here's a very quick and dirty tutorial about how to integrate I'm gonna paste it in the chat. How to integrate Blender and Godot. And then there's a longer tutorial here about how to integrate Blender and Godot. And what's kind of nice about this is you can actually get .blend files to come in there. So like right now, I have this person, right? I have this little human, and I made this on Monday in Blender. I found it very easy to make. I enjoyed it. It was not difficult at all for me. But I've been learning Blender for several months, so I'm getting a lot better at it. And I have awesome people in the chat who help me be better at it. Couldn't do it without them. So, I mean, if I were to come in here and do something really obvious to this model, like, I don't know, something terrible, something just awful, something I definitely shouldn't do, and I have no business trying to do. Let's go into sculpt mode, maybe? Maybe we'll do a little sculpting. Do a little sculpt on here somehow, if I can get in the right mode. And I'll just, what is this? Clay strips, smooth. Let's deflate, or let's inflate. There we go. I'll just change it like this. So I just came into Blender, I made this change. I'm gonna hit Control S, i.e. I'm gonna save it. I just made that change and I saved it. Because I have Godot and Blender integrated, Godot is immediately going to start updating the asset. And now it's going to have those changes that I just made in Blender, which is kind of nice. So I'm gonna hit play, and right away we should see that character looking a little more bloated. There it is, with the changes. So that's why I really like using Blender with Godot, because it has some built-in integration with Godot. And so for me, that's worked really well. As far as language goes, I use GDScript. I really like GDScript. It's the only text coding language that I know at the moment. So I can't really recommend any other type of language to you. And that's really all I can say about that. And I really like using text coding. I used to be a visual scripting like purist, because that was all I knew, and I thought it was the best. And personally, I have come to really love text coding, but that is from a GDScript perspective, which, as I understand, is very similar to Python. But yeah, those are my answers. I'm apprehensive about learning anything non-open source now, since before the Unity stuff, I never actually tried Unity or Unreal. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know, bad things can happen to open source software as well, but honestly, it's fair to have that concern. Phasmophobia didn't change engines, and I don't think they plan on doing that. Maybe future games, sure. But Phasmophobia won't. It's too much work for nothing. Yeah. Right. I'll probably join your server so I can share how my project is going. Yeah, please do. You're so welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, I love seeing the stuff you guys share. I'm always checking out the Games by You category. We do have a special category for it. I love the updates you guys be putting in here of your games. So yeah, please do. I can't wait to see what you're up to. Take care. And now it's gonna crash. I know, I was kind of like, is it going to make it? Sometimes it does crash, but it's not too bad. You just restart it, everything's fine. That's so cool. Even more when you know both Godot and Blender are completely free. Yeah, right. They work well together. Look how nice they look together. They work well together. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe someone, yeah, if anyone in the chat has suggestions for Ben, please, like, the thing is the community for this channel, for this Discord, so much more knowledgeable than me. So like, definitely tap into the community if you have the impulse, because there's some amazing folks hanging out here. If you're asking about a Godot scripting language, I would recommend starting with GDScript, unless you're already really proficient in C# or C++. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a fair argument. Yeah, they're like starting to get more C++ or C# integration. But yeah, it's not integrated as well. I've known JavaScript since I was 12 years old, so I'll check out GScript. Thank you. Nice. Something that uses JavaScript that I tried and I liked a lot was GDevelop. It's very different. It doesn't do 3D that well. It's getting better at 3D, but like it's not quite as the same as what Godot can do. But GDevelop is something that uses JavaScript, and it has like a visual scripting language that uses. It's not really visual scripting. It is, but it kind of isn't. But you can optionally use JavaScript text code to code things mixed in with their kind of visual scripting. And that might be something that you like trying out too. It's also free and open source, so something to think about. All right. So I've now decided I want the score dunk to interpolate and follow the player because I have no chill. We need to set a lot of this up. So we need to set up a cam target. And we don't want to call it cam target. We want to say dunk target. Dunk follow position. You know, just rename all these. So we're going to say dunk target, or I'm going to say on ready, actually. Variable dunk target. And I'm going to say the player for now. I might change that. But for now, we'll say that. For all the follow positions, where are we setting that up in here? Cam follow position, is that up here? Follow position. Oh, here. Oh, it's right here. I see. Gotcha, right. Vector 3. I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We just have to rename this to dunk. And that's what I get. That's what I get. I could have done them all at the same time, but I chose not to. And then we have to define the offsets as well. And these I do have to define separately. I think on the camera, I'm not too worried about this. Oh, we do have the Z as well. I'm not too worried about these, but I'll drop it in here anyway. We're gonna call it dunk. We're gonna call it dunk, because this is more for when you speed up the Z. So if you're on the camera and you speed up, it's going to like adjust the Z position so it looks like you're moving faster, and it needs the constant so it knows what to return to whenever that offset increases. I don't know that I'm gonna need to do anything like that for the score dunk, so I probably don't need any of that. Okay, we're setting up our dunk direction. Dunk follow position, self position, dunk direction plus dunk lerp speed. We could probably keep a lot of this exactly the same and just see what happens. Just see what happens. Probably having that offset is going to be kind of weird, but that's okay. I don't know where it is, but it's not visible. I'm gonna put all the offsets at 0 for now, so we're not wherever it is. I probably should just make it visible all the time so I don't have to grab it. That's okay. There it is. Nice. And so you can see it follows just like the camera does. Actually, it kind of raises the question, should I just follow the camera? Screw all that logic. What if I just put it in the camera? Then I don't have to do literally any of that. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Now that I see that, I feel like we just drop it in the camera and take all this crap out of here. If I'm being honest. Alright, let me just take it out for now. And then see what that's like. Just make it a child of the camera. Just make it a child of the camera. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know. But what if it's fine? Oh, it's not fine. Oh, right. Because we took out the offsets. Nope, nope, nope. All right. Brain didn't compute until I made the mistake. Because we don't want the offsets. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Okay. So I'm not using the offset at all, but I guess I do want to do that on the y-axis especially. So let's set the y to like 3 or something. What if the score deposit orb? Oh, I like that. Score deposit orb was something you encounter rather than something that follows you. I think it would be a very different game. It's interesting. Not the game that I was planning on making, but that's very interesting. I'd love to hear more about that for fun. Sounds like a very different game, though. I need to update the player model to not look like what it looks like. Like, what would be the conditions under which you encounter it? It's interesting. I mean, you know, I feel like it'd really fracture the gameplay, but maybe that could be interesting to have the gameplay more fractured like that. I hadn't thought of that. I think at the very least, I'd want to try it without that. And then be like, this is boring. How could this be less boring? It's an interesting idea. Oh, I put it too high. That's too high. Let's try 4.0. Yeah, that's interesting. Because, I mean, you know, what I want the player to be doing is thinking about clicking on things and dragging them to different places. Then it might sort of pause when you run into one. It definitely sounds challenging. It definitely sounds challenging. Like, from a gameplay perspective, not like necessarily a design perspective. My first inclination is that sounds like difficult and confusing. I think that's what I would also wonder is like, how do you explain it? What music is this? This one is 1973 by Bruno E. 1973 by Bruno E. More free YouTube music. $1984. You could then use this to send back what you have in your inventory that you didn't use to heal. Inventory? No inventory. I like your ideas. They're interesting. Not the game I'm making, though. They're interesting ideas. Sounds like a different game. Sounds like a completely different game. What hardware is that? Because I'm getting 5 FPS trying to run it, and you are casually running OBS on top of that? Like, yeah. Actually, in my Unreal Engine live streams, I used to put my specs in there, because people would always ask that. what my specs were. They're like, I can't get Unreal Engine to run at all. And I'm like, look, I'm on a potato, believe it or not. Not a potato. Potato is a strong word. I have the bare minimum for a modern system as of like 7 years ago. But in all of my Unreal Engine streams, which you can find at the bottom of my channel, in each description, I put my specs. But I'll paste it in the chat if you would like to know. I don't know why you'd be getting 5 FPS. It's a bit surprising. That's a bit surprising, actually. Because I think it ran well on other folks' computers who ran it. But it's good to know, because there might be something I need to optimize so that doesn't happen. I hate when I get like this. I want to make an NAS. Do I know what an NAS is? Or buy one, but I've literally no use for one. What's an NAS? I'm not even going to look it up because that sounds too mysterious. What is that? In my own head, it seems like it would be easier if collecting and using meat was separate instead of all at once. I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. What does that mean? Network storage. I thought you said NES. Network storage. Network attached storage. Do I still know what that means? Psychonic says that they're cool. I want to make a home server. Oh, because I'm super interested in backend stuff right now. If you said home server. Small P. Oh, yeah. Same. I didn't know it was called an NES. I also have wanted to do that. Take one of my old computers and convert it into a server. And I also have found no use for it. Now, for me, actually, there is some use for like video editing and stuff. There are a lot of files that I have like, I didn't even realize I actually do have a use for it. Now that I think about it, because sometimes I do my computer down here. I have a different computer that's a lot better than this one that I use outside of the studio. It would be actually really nice to be able to access those. Maybe I should set up an NAS. I never really had a reason to. But now that I do YouTube stuff, I kind of actually do have a reason. And I know Stormrun set up something like that, so they can make their own like Netflix at home, basically. A local computer server that connects to your network, and it has a bunch of drives, and it'll expose all data to the network. Yeah. I knew about that concept. I just didn't know anyone used the NAS acronym for it. It's half the reason I keep all these old laptops and stuff around, is maybe setting up that. And I've also had that same dilemma of like, what am I going to use it for? I actually really do have something I'd use it for. Even just like design files and stuff, I could really use that. Wow. Well, thanks, Dragonblade. Now I have a reason to distract myself from doing real work. Potato-er PC? Potato-er PC. It's potato-ish. Like a USB, but over your home network. Dude, I'm totally gonna do that. Yeah. Do it, J. Jordan. It's a bit of effort, you know, networking stuff, but like, you know, it could be worth it. Potatoed PC. Potato toad PC. So S, I feel like you do know how this game works, but just for the sake of recapping, I still don't really understand what you mean by separate things. So a shared drive. Yeah, kind of like making your own cloud server, except local to your network, basically. But yeah, I'm deeply confused by your characterization. Instead of all at once. So, I mean, the idea is that you get different humans, different animals, and you drop them into this score dunk, right? You drop them in there, bam. you get them. Done. That increases your score. Alternatively, you could take that same thing that you grabbed and feed it to yourself. So either you score points with it, or you feed it to your character. One of those two choices. That's it. Nothing more complex than that. And you're implying something about, like, having an inventory? I feel like that's out of scope for this game. So I'm pretty... There's certain tenets for this game that I am quite committed to. And that is definitely one of them. That you have these creatures that you either score points with or you eat. I don't know that I have any interest in flexing in that. But it's interesting to think about what you mean. I just don't understand what you mean. So you can collect meat and use it later is what S means. I see what you're saying. So that way... Oh, okay. So that way, if, like, right now, I don't need health, right? Let's say. Suppose I don't need any health. But I want to build up health for later. No, you just miss your opportunity. No build up. Because that would make the game too easy. When I was struggling with drag and drop. Dude, drag and drop is solid. Dragon Blade and Pierogigan fixed me right up. Like, this is amazing. I don't know if you guys missed it, but the drag and drop is awesome at this point. Look, it doesn't drop. It's dragging beautifully, no issues. I can control where it jumps to. So see how the cow is in the background? When I click on it, it's gonna get much closer now. I can control exactly what position. I mean, we just smack the human. So it's just got a lot of we've got a lot of control that we never had before. So honestly, the drag and drop is in a really good place. I'm also gonna smack the human with the cow now because I just found out you can do that. Pachoo, 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 pachoo. Smack it. I says smack it. Pachoo. That's entertaining. I also love the spinning, like a specimen. Alright, there's some funny stuff happening here. I like it. I like it. Cat? No cat. No cat, not right now. He's upstairs chilling. I'm sure he'll come down here at some point. He always does. On the way to pivot. Fair, fair. Luckily, we're right on track. Luckily, we're right on track. If you have a local Linux server, you don't necessarily need an NAS. You can expose your files to the network within Linux. Whoa, interesting. About the mirror, it's promising, but the bugs can be infuriating. Oh! Had a bug where I was basically stuck in gameplay mode. Restarted the engine only for it to forget my account exists. Oh. Alright. Alright. It's got some growing pains. It ain't there yet. Gotcha. Well, it's open source, so, fix it. Fix it yourself. Gotcha. Okay. It's very, very, very early stages. Understood. Understood. Thank you for that report. That's rough. That's rough. But my ability to just, for example, plop the Vengeful Eyes theme into it was surprisingly simple. Nice. That's great. Give you so much control and flexibility to set up a true NAS. I don't necessarily mean a permanent inventory. You can still have a limited time to use stuff. Oh God, S, that's so complicated. Out of scope is what I would call that. Out of scope. I'll tell you what. I'll put that in a hacking plan as a possible power-up. That's kind of where I put these things that are like ideas that make sense and could be good, but are out of scope of the base game, at least as I'm imagining it. But could work well for power-ups, because at some point I'm gonna need to dip into all of the ideas for power-ups that people have been having. Basically, once I get the basic game set up, that is to say, we can grab things and score them or heal with them. Things will attack us, we can attack them back, we can heal our limbs can get damaged, it affects our ability, if our arm is shorter or whatever. Honestly, even the transformations would be nice to have in place. That is to say, if you eat a cow, you transform into a different shape. The karma system, I'd like to have the karma system in place. Once all of those things exist, I'd like to have levels exist and you can actually advance to another level. Once all of those pieces are there, then I want to start thinking about power-ups. Things that you can get that could make the game easier or harder, or maybe a little bit, it's all going to be trade-offs, right? So it'll be like, yes, it makes the game easier, but it depending on your playstyle, it could make it harder too. So I think that sounds like a good power-up. Like maybe you get like extra, like you get like a storage, an inventory unlock or something. But it comes with the downside of maybe it makes you slower or something. For everything that you hold on to, you don't move as fast or something like that. Yeah. So I'll write that down for sure for that. Power-ups. Grab glove. We'll make a new one here. Apparently I don't have many power-ups written down in here. Inventory. Possible enhancement allows you to store meat to be used as a healing item later. And I guess the question would be whether or not that would... Could you then use that for score? You know, like what if you're building up possible score later? Does it make sense that you can't use it for score? I don't know. I'm not really sure. Allows you to store meat to use as a healing item later. What about score? We're gonna say suggestion from S. Maybe a limited time to use. Downside could be that it's, or balancing factor could be that it slows you down. That every stored meat slows you down. Or something. Type, I don't know. Aspect. What about the power-up, the owl power-up I suggested? Is that still there? Let's see. Ability copying, stamp building, story, characters, player, abilities. Oh. We've got abilities and power-ups. Those are two separate. Yes, so that's probably in transformations. There it is. Owl. That's the one you suggested. Owl. Maker / ed. Head spins around. Yes, it is. It sure is still there. I have a bit of an issue here with this abilities section being separate from power-ups. I think we should merge those. So I'm gonna actually move that to the power-up section. Kind of the same thing. Power-ups / abilities. And they're all different. Let's make them aspects. Might as well clean this up a little while we're here. Make that an aspect. Make that an aspect. Power-ups / abilities. I'm even gonna say and or abilities. Could go either way. Just kind of depends. And then for abilities, I'm just gonna delete this. There's work items associated to it? I don't think so. I don't think there are. Okay. Cool. It is a bug they are aware of, thankfully. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're very new. I would imagine that there is going to be a lot to work out. So, you're kind of an early adopter at this point. So, is it... Excuse me. Is it ready to replace Unreal Engine Fortnite or Roblox? Hell no. Hell no, it ain't. So they might want to be a little more open about that. But it, you know, clearly that's their ambition, and maybe they need help. Maybe that's why they open sourced it. They're like, we need help, please help us. It's interesting. I guess when I have the time, I'll have to download a copy of your game so I can see how difficult it would be to implement. Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, you're welcome to try to do that. That repo is public. You know, I can't promise I'll want to merge everything that you add in. But keep in mind, you know, that if that does get implemented, I would say that absolutely needs to be a power-up. You know, and I like that you say that because, you know, Jay Jordan has been starting to make pull requests and stuff on GitHub. And I'm thinking maybe I should, because my intention for making it open source was not necessarily for collaborators, but now that people are wanting to do that, I'm like, okay, all right, I could get down with that. But I haven't set up like a good framework for that. So what I should do is I should say, here are like the basic tenets of the game, right? And whatever you add to it, whatever you build into it, should at least keep in mind that the base game must be this, right? And so there's room to add power-ups, there's room to improve this or whatever, but in terms of, or even refactoring something, but in terms of adding new features that aren't in the base tenets, that's something that is likely to not be received without suggestions. Random idea for future leads to maybe do. Once you get the human model fully done, make it so their clothes are given random colors when they appear for variety. Oh, that's already, of course. Of course! Yeah, and so, you know, I've set up these houses in a way, for example, for just that. So, you know, if we come and we look at the house, I mean, you know, this, I say I've set it up, but it just is that way. It just is that way. But, the house, for example, you know, we could easily change out. I wanted to make sure it had these very specific and kind of few, just as many as necessary, these very specific sections for their materials. So since they're destructible, they are also all separate. So we have, like here, we've got, you know, the walls, right? And there's a particle effect for when the walls are breaking apart. So if you look here, you can see some of the wall pieces showering out the bottom, right? That's when, and I'll do this one too. That's when the house gets attacked and it explodes into pieces. So if I change the color of the walls, the color of those pieces will also change. They didn't. They were supposed to, but they didn't. So let me fix that. Great. I'm glad we caught that. I'm glad we caught that now. I don't know why they wouldn't. Let's paste it on here. Let's try that again. Let's try that one more again. Hold up, hold up. But in theory, not necessarily always in practice, but in theory, all this stuff would be linked. All right, I'm pasting these in here. Let's see if it works now. Change the color of this. There we go. Sometimes the links get broken. I wonder if that happens if I update it. Whoa, is that why? Nuh-uh. That can't be why. If I come into Blender and we open up the house file, and let's say I make the most tiny of change, something I don't even care about, what would that even be? I don't know. Move this inward just a little bit. Whatever. Very small change. And it updates it. That's not gonna change this, right? But yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why. I mean, that was something good. Now I'm like, oh, I need to understand why that happened. Why did that happen? That shouldn't be happening. This must be fixed. So let's make sure. Let's make sure that that isn't the cause. Alright, change the house color. Okay, they still update. So I don't know what broke that link, but they're supposed to be linked. So it's a good thing to check that. But in theory, yes, I do want that. And I want everything to be procedural. I want, you know, the position of humans to be procedurally generated. I want where the houses appear to be procedurally generated. I want what colors they're supposed to be procedurally generated. Yeah, I want all of that to be procedurally generated, basically. But that's sort of down the line for me, personally. Or who knows, you know, whenever. But yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. I'm glad we checked that. I don't know what broke that link, but I'm glad I now know to double check those links. Will there be an endless mode? Technically, it's endless if you're doing a bad job. Because, endless mode. Maybe. I don't know. No, not on purpose. But, you know, maybe in the future version, because this version is just supposed to be a prototype version. So I'm just here trying to make the game on a basic level, and then, you know, get help from you guys, whatever. See how that goes, and then someday, if that goes well, I'd want to remake the game to sell on Steam or something. Maybe. That's someday down the line. In that case, maybe an endless mode. That's where all my overscope ideas go, is in the future to sell version. But, you know, the levels don't end until you get a high score, so in that sense it could be endless. But I don't know. I feel like that, because there's also supposed to be like a story in the game. So I don't know. I feel a little weird about that. Another idea for the current drag and drop path, you could collect an orb to get a limited time to deposit stuff. So the orb isn't always taking up screen space. I'm confused. So the orb isn't always there. The orb is not gonna be visible most of the time. So if you're playing the game, the orb isn't there. Right now, today, I'm setting it up so the orb only appears when you grab something, and then it's there. So if you have something grabbed, the orb appears. If you let go, the orb goes away. So the orb is already not taking up screen space. It's only if you have something grabbed is it visible, if that makes sense. And so you don't really, it's not that you have a limited time, because there's nothing else, like if you're grabbing something, there's really nothing else you need to do with it. The only two things that you need to do it at this time, maybe that changes, and maybe that would be, I mean, but like a limited time, like why? I like your ideas, but I don't know that I want them, but I like them. It's fun to talk about. But and if you think about it, you know, here's what I could say, S. We could say, like, maybe you can only hold on to something for so long before you drop it. But that's the thing. That's going to be kind of built in. Because imagine these helicopters are shooting at you. right? There's going to be enemies who are attacking you. But if you're sitting here holding on to something, you're not going to be able to go attack something because you're holding on. So like in that sense, you only have a limited time to hold things. You're going to, in theory, need to be quick about grabbing stuff and dropping it. Otherwise, things are going to be attacking you because you're not busy dealing with them. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of already built in. In that case, I hear you. Edward says, I love Roblox. Understandable. Insane Alpha Beta says, I could see a future with making assets in WOMP and then importing them into the mirror. Nice! Yeah, right. Just like populate it with assets. Why not? And you can even sell things on there, I think. Or at least in theory. You can also just have it only appear when dragging stuff. Oh, yeah. That is what it is. That is what it is. That is what it is. The mysterious orb. Yes. The Orbalorg. Yes. Yeah, it might be hard. I mean, it's just gonna have to reimagine like why we're doing that. I guess I thought of the first thing and the second thing you were already doing. Oops. Yeah, that's okay. I like the ideas. I'm just, you know, I feel like I'm always gonna serve the core tenets of the game, which now that I think about it, I want to actually establish and I'm gonna put that on my to-do list to add to the my ever-growing to-do list. I'm gonna make sure I add to the GitHub repo the core tenets of the game, and I always want to make sure we're serving that. Right, core tenets / pillars of the Alien game, put on GitHub as reference or pull requests, suggestions, personal guidance, etc. Alright, it's on my to-do list. Have I heard of Devin AI? I haven't. I have heard of using the loo, which I have to do. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get a snack. I'm gonna take less than 2 minutes to use the loo, and yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. Enjoy the alien. Look at the view. It's walking. Add a fade in when selecting something now. It's a bit jumpy with the orb. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, the fade in is 100% what we're gonna do. Absolutely. Next task is that. What is Devin AI though? Oh, maybe you've told me about it. 1:30, you timed me going to the bathroom? You can't do that. You can't do that, Insane. I don't think GDPR allows you to do that. There's some, you can't do that, right? I'm glad I was on time though. I'm glad I was on time. The coding AI. Yeah, I think it is too. I think it is too. I think that is what it is. All right. Better be careful drinking this tea, and St. Alpha Beta's got the stopwatch ready. Okay, that was a stopwatch. That looks like a camera, which would be even weirder. Okay, so... Hey, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream, thank you for supporting the channel, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, Olaf. Thanks for stopping in. I like that. I can vibe to that song. Sometimes the music that's playing, I feel like I can't sing to this. I can vibe to this one. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Today, I am getting Score Dunk at least stuff set up. I've got it so when that song was good, right? Not the one I sang, but the one that was playing. When we grab stuff, what was that one called? When we grab stuff, we got a little orb that appears. It is very sudden. I do plan on making it blend in like a disco ball rising from the ceiling or falling from the ceiling. And then descending. I want it to be kind of fast, but definitely smoother. And then we'll get it so we can drag it up here and increase a score count. That is my plan. Do I still have a drawing of that? I do. I do still have a drawing of it. So we're chilling. There's a score. Grab it. Score Dunk appears. And then we want to be able to drag it in here and score +1. I would like to do healing stuff too, but I feel like that may be a tomorrow task. We'll see. That song, Edward, is called something. I think it's called something. Where is it? White Fish Salad by Latasha. White Fish Salad by Latasha. You think it's called something too? Yeah. Devon AI is the world's first fully autonomous AI software engineer developed by Cognition Labs. It's capable of performing complex software engineering tasks with finesse and precision. Okay. The biggest problem I've seen with using AI to fully code something is they don't understand the context of the project that you're working on. Or like how the systems need to relate to each other. But sometimes I use like just ChatGPT to help explain something I don't understand. But I've not really had great success getting code directly from ChatGPT. Has access to Google, a command prompt, and all the tools you use. ChatGPT 4 has 4% solving rate, but Devon has 13%. All right. That's cool. That's interesting. Animations and how nice it looks should be secondary to the gameplay. I agree, Isabel. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I like to put like some baseline of visual. You know, I want to look at it and not be like, ugh, you know. And when I see that orb just like appear, it kind of is, ugh, you know. But like, I would love if there was like really cool like swirls. You know, I want like a shader on the orb. I want it to like animate and look really awesome. I want it to be cool. But like, yeah, I don't think that's primary. Completely agree. I think it's better to focus on making the game fun first before investing time in how it looks. I agree. But, you know, I also understand not everybody thinks of it that way. A lot of people put art first, and I get that. And you know, to me, there's a lot of overlap too, right? So, you know, for me, like here we have the houses, and they're destructible. So if I smack this house, you can see parts flying around. And visually, there's something fun about that. There's something fun about seeing the thing that you're interacting with fall apart and explode, right? Or these helicopters. If I click on them, they fall through the sky and explode when they hit the ground. That explosion could look cooler, right? There could be some smoke trails, right? There could be sound effects. There's so many more things that could go in here to make it more satisfying. But, you know, it was important to me to at least have some base level of that visual interactivity so the player gets feedback, right? I feel like feedback is important. Also, these walls are not exploding properly. Something happened with the wall explosion on these houses. So I think it's important to prioritize feedback so the player understands what things do and how the things that they're doing impact the world that they're playing in. And so, you know, by grabbing this and having this pop up, I feel like it'll be more satisfying for feedback if they grab this and the thing eases in a bit. But Isabel, I couldn't agree more that for me, that's like a top priority, is to get the game feeling fun. And that's why I call this a prototype. And it's a little more than a prototype because it's not like the most stripped down, because it's also like for me a learning project. Like I'm learning how to like make a game in general. And so I you know, every Monday I devote about 8 hours to making assets in Blender. And so I just made this human on Monday. So I could learn how to make a human model. I don't know, it was my first time ever doing it. And so I did it, and I feel really good about it. You know, if I were doing like a really strictly only a prototype, I might put a little bit less time into that. But I also want to learn how to make these things. So I invested a little extra time in making it look, you know, more of what I think it could look like, it should look like or something. But I completely agree with you. And for me, I see this as a prototype, as just, you know, good enough to see if the game is fun, to find out if it's worth, you know, investing a bunch more effort into the visual appearance. Right there with you. Thank you for saying that. And welcome, Isabel. Jordan says, the thing is, you just ask a project and it fully does it. 13% of it, or something. Didn't the demo show Devin leaking an API key on the video or something? Dude, I heard something did that. Was that the one that did it? That's funny. That's funny. I think it's still under the ChatGPT as the host. Yeah, right. Yeah, it is a little scary. Tincho! Oh, Tincho! Oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, welcome to the stream. Oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, welcome to the stream, and thank you for supporting Upper Game Dev. Oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, welcome to the stream, and thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Oh, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, welcome to the stream. Members get songs. I do what I have to do. Members and patrons get songs. I do what I have to do. And I'm honored to do it. Too many times I put a bunch of work into making a project look nice only to have to scrap it all because it's just not what I want. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's really, really, I think, solid advice. You know, and here's the thing. Some people are just more, like, artistically inclined. And if that's what motivates you to work on something, fine. But, like, what you're kind of saying, too, is that it could be demotivating because you put so much artistic work into it and then you find out you don't like the game and you're in danger. For me, I would add to that advice and I would say even if the game seems like it's not what you want, finish it anyway. Finish it anyway. Or you know, start making smaller games than whatever you're planning so you can finish it. Because I feel like that attitude of like scrapping everything can be a little dangerous because then you never know if what you're working on is gonna get done. And so yeah, so something that I'm trying personally to do better at is no matter what, see it to the end, finish it anyway. Because the reality is, you're gonna make bad games. You have to be bad. You have to be bad, you know? So that way you can get better because you made the mistakes and you learn from those mistakes. But that's just kind of my perspective on it. But I totally hear you and I completely agree about prioritizing gameplay. Insert Homer Simpson disappearing into the bush gif as the person who focused a lot on art and visuals first. I mean, look, and that's what I mean. It's going to be different for everybody. For some people, that's a really powerful motivating factor, is to work on the visual aspect. And that's fair. You have to know yourself. You have to know what it is that is good for you and what you think is going to help you get it done. And if you think sticking with the art first is going to get it done for you, then you should do that, you know? But personally, I feel what Isabel is saying. Like, for me, if I'm making a game, I want to focus on the gameplay. And I think that fundamentally comes down to different personality types. People who are more artistically inclined than not. You want to get the rough idea of how your game will look just as much as you want to get a rough idea of how your game plays. Yeah, totally. Wasn't a 27 gigabytes pack of sound effects recently released for free in a giveaway as part of GDC? Yeah. There's a link on the Discord. It's awesome. Yeah, it's super freaking awesome. It's pretty easy to find, but I'll drop the link anyway. I'll drop the link anyway. What the heck? Why not? Insane literally put the Homer Simpson gif on here. Or an image of the gif, which is kind of interesting. It's just the image, so it's like he never actually goes into them. Where did somebody put that? Here. Sonny's.com. Sonnis.com. Sonnis. Dragonblade put it on the Discord. There, link is in the chat if you want to check it out. Yeah, and it's all free, and you can genuinely use it in licensed projects and stuff too, which is awesome. Yeah, it's big. Best song so far? Nice. This is true. A failed project is never really a failure if you learn something from it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's right. That's right. You can learn something from those failures. That's very true. I like making mistakes. Especially when I run into the problem later. And I'm thinking more in coding too. Like if I code something in a bad way and I don't realize it's bad until I'm later down the line and I'm like, ooh, I should have done that differently. I shouldn't have done that. Or I find that with like rigging characters or certain way I model certain things or organize file structures. I love making those mistakes. I'm all for it. Let me do it the wrong way so I can run into an issue and then never ever make that mistake again. I watched a person on YouTube said it was still using the GPT key or something. Yeah, it might be. It's the GIF, you gotta click on it? Oh, okay. That's okay. I just found something really cool on Turbo Warp. I'm gonna start playing around with it, see what I can make. Nice. I hope you share it, Edward. I love seeing the things you make. Update about the mirror. It's like I legit never created an account, though I swore I did. Oh, you didn't create an account. I'm so confused, but it seems fine now. Oh, good. Okay. All right, so the mirror is back in Insane Alpha Beta's good graces for now. For now. More or less. All right, so I'm gonna click on this cow, and we want to see that thing ease on in instead of just popping up. I think that's a fair thing to work on. And I think it'll just help it just feel better and communicate. And I think it'll draw the eye more for the player. Like, what's that coming down? That looks like something important. It only comes up when I grab on things. It must mean I should do that. Oh, dude, I need to fix the particle effect on the walls. I don't know why it's only exploding from the center, but it's bothering me, and I'm gonna fix that. So that's gonna be in process material over here. It's on a point shape. I mean, that would be an issue right there. That's why that would happen. There you go. Yeah, you can do points if you want, and then do the point texture. So creating emission points from node, and we can just make it not the frame shape. Create emission points, and we'll say house base. And then it will automatically put that in there, and now it's a much bigger size. And does that apply automatically to this one? Do they have the same? Yes, they do. Okay, good, good, good. So I think that's fixed now. So when the house explodes, it should explode with the walls a little more evenly. Goodbye for now, Jay Jordan. Hardest thing in Scratch to do is wondering where to put the stream's picture in picture. Oh, well, I know Scratch, is it kind of like a square? And the stream is like wide? I see a lot of people, not a lot, but I see some people streaming on, in vertical, in addition, yeah, that looks much better. Streaming, like, vertically in addition to horizontally. I really don't want to do that. It's gonna wreck my CPU, and then also, I don't know, it just kind of seems not worth it. There's something I don't like about this. What don't I like about this? It's kind of exploding too far out. I feel somehow like I have less control over the shape. Actually, I don't like this. I'm gonna adjust this. Instead of points, I'm just gonna make it a box. We're just gonna make it a box. Apparently Mir is getting Second Life inspired keyboard shortcuts. Why is that interesting? I barely use Second Life. If you right click a YouTube video, it puts an option for picture-in-picture. Yeah, I got you. But I thought you were saying when you do Scratch, you're not sure how to like get them to be. I don't know. I guess I didn't know what you're talking about. Thanks for pipping Hyper Game Dev. Okay, so I'm gonna keep fixing this because it's really bugging me. And let's also adjust this so we can see what it's supposed to look like at that point. So like right around there. And we need it to be wider, but not too wide. Just wide enough. That is not bad. Alright, let's see if that's a little better. Let's see if that's a little better. Pip it. Just pip it. You can see the comparison, but I think they would rather be compared to, say, Unreal and such. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe they have their reasons. I don't know. That doesn't look any different. It's still, like, exploding off to the side. It's like, it's almost like I've rotated the house, but not the particle effect. That's what's happening. The particle effect isn't rotate. It's the position that the particle effect appears at doesn't match the position of its parent. It's just facing the camera. Well, that's an issue. Interesting. Irritating, but interesting. Well, I don't exactly know what to do about that, if I'm being honest. Could not tell you exactly what to do about that. Wow, and you can even see here the transform is facing a different direction than the house is. That's so weird, considering the parent. Well, but then the house... Wait, I'm confused. But the house is also facing that way. I don't understand. I'm confused. So I guess the gizmo doesn't move. Okay, so that's not the case, because the gizmo doesn't move. It's not local. Anyway. So that's not actually a reason that it's happening. Well, I guess we add it into the bug list and keep moving. This is something that helps me too. Isabel was talking about, you know, working on visual stuff versus getting the game fun. This is something that kind of bothers me, but I think for now, I'm just gonna, I think it's important to keep like a list of things that you want to fix or improve. That way you don't necessarily feel like you have to work on it right now, and you can focus on those core things. I'm just gonna say house for now. House, obstacle, particle, explosions, face, forward / camera instead of the direction their parent obstacle is facing. It's a long title. Might also impact other obstacles. It's weird because, like, for the helicopter, this was actually something I had to tell the helicopter to stop doing, because the helicopter was rotating the particle effect in a way that didn't make sense, and I had to force it to not do that and keep going forward, because sometimes when the explosion happened, it would be rotated in a way that was undesirable. So, like, see how the helicopter is spinning around as it goes down? Whichever direction it was facing when it was spinning is where the particle effect would be. And so I had to force it to not do that because it looked really bad. Because the spinning would continue even after it hit the ground. And so it just looked pretty ridiculous. It's interesting that I'm having the opposite problem with the house, in that it isn't following it. So I don't know. I don't feel like dealing with that right now, but something to deal with. I don't know if that's a bug. That feels like less like a bug. It's like, I wonder if I can add like multiple categories, because it feels also like a like an art thing, and I'd kind of like to have, you know, my eye drawn to it if I'm working on art stuff. Can we put it in multiple categories? I don't think so. Wow, it's like, no, you pick a category. I guess I could make like a different kind of bug category. I could make like programming bug versus art bug. Alright, whatever. So anyway, back to the score dunk. I want it to come out slowly when we go to grab stuff, instead of appearing right away. So if I want that to happen, so as it is at the moment, it's currently following the position of the camera, essentially. It's following the player, but it's doing the same thing the camera is doing, and so it's moving basically with the camera all the time. And then sometimes it's visible whenever we grab stuff. When it becomes visible, I want it to lower. I think what we can do, we're using the dunk Y offset right now to set its Y position. So I just need to change that offset number gradually. We just need to interpolate it. I think that'll fix that issue immediately. So like right now, when I grab something, right, it appears right there. If I change this offset number to, let's say, 0, when I grab it, oh, we have to reload it. When I grab it, it's gonna appear down at the feet instead. So I would think all we have to do is we have to set that number higher. So see, it's appearing down at the feet. We have to set that number higher and have it gradually adjust. Now, it's not quite that simple, because I need to do it, I actually need to set it up similarly to how I have the Z set up. We need its constant position to be known, so it knows where to start from every time. Except under the condition that we are bringing it into visibility for the first time, then we want to set the offset to gradually come in. I think we can do that pretty easily. So I actually want to say, instead of dunk Z offset, we want to say dunk Y offset, and I want it to be 3.5, right? And then we'll set this to 3.5 as well. This will be dunk Y offset. We'll set this to dunk Z, and I'll make this 0. And then what I had done on the camera was we had this special condition here. And I think it's already going to interpolate it automatically for us. So I don't even need to set up a lerp. It should just do it. We just say if, this is for the camera, basically when you press forward, you speed up and the camera goes further away, or the Z position changes so the camera looks like it's further away, or it looks like the character is speeding up and going away from the camera, right? So all we gotta do is we just have to add on to the Y offset if it's a little confusing. So this is saying if we press forward and the offset is equivalent to the constant, then update the position. If we stopped pressing forward and the offset is indeed increased, i.e. not the constant, then bring it back down to the constant. So we just kind of want to adapt this. And I want to say if we could set like a flag or something, right? If you've currently grabbed something, that is to say you haven't let go of it yet, then add on to the offset so that way it moves down. When you let go, retract it. We're going to need to also say that it doesn't disappear until that retraction completes. Alright, I think I can do that. And then we have to subtract it. Alright, I mean, I am just going to copy this. I am just going to copy this. And then just so this is a little more easy to read, I'm just going to move this line down here. This is camera follow. And this is camera move if speeding up. Okay. All right. Isabel says, is there a possibility to have multiple categories for one issue on the app you're using? You could just tag it both bug and art. Yeah, I tried. So what I use is called Hack and Plan. It's sort of like Trello, except it's for game developers. It's like got more game developer-y stuff. But evidently it doesn't have a way to add both. It's like very specifically like, no, you choose one. And so what I could do is I could create my own category and I could make like, you know, bug programming, bug art. I could do that. It would be kind of nice if I could add multiple categories though. I would like that, if I'm being honest. But it seems like I can't add multiple, unfortunately. So I just have to let it go. I've been behind the stream by like 20 seconds. Oh no! I think I'm gonna try to remake Window Kill and Scratch. Whoa! What? Good luck. What? Like actually? Or like pretend? Like, are you gonna make like fake windows within the game? Or are you gonna try to actually have windows that pop up? That'd be pretty cool to see. That would be very, very impressive if you could pull that off. Why did the music stop? No good reason? It sounds about right. Seems like a pretty useful feature, but oh well, maybe in the future. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I mean, I could always add it in. Actually, the window, there's a turbo extension that lets you control the window frame and stuff. Wow! That's awesome. Do it! Make it! You have to export to EXE every time you want to test out a change. Dang, that does suck. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's make a new category. We're gonna say bug art. We'll make it red. We'll give it the bug icon. Maybe. Okay, that's being the icon assignment is being buggy. There it is. So it looks just about the same for all intents and purposes. Except this time, I'll mark this one as an art bug. Now I feel like I gotta go through and I have to make sure all these others aren't. Boop, 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 boop. So let's go to all the bugs. Head doesn't look at cursor anymore. I don't know if that's really an art bug. Tree running only hurts arms. Not really. Limb flash, kinda not really. Honestly, it's hard to say which ones are art bugs and which ones aren't. Some of them really toe the line. I think this one fits though, an art bug. So we'll call it an art bug. Done. Done. Art bug created. Not enough space on your local disk? You need more megabytes to copy these files. Why is your drive so small? Oh my gosh. That sucks. Dang. That's a tiny drive. Not only is it tiny, but you are using it up. Alright. So over here in the square dunk, I'm going to add in a condition that says, so we kind of need to set a flag, right? So if the grab has begun, we want to set a flag. So I'm going to add a variable, 40 gigabyte USB drive on your birthday. All right, that'll help. That'll help. Yeah, luckily space is pretty cheap these days if you buy hard drives. Oh, your birthday is soon, isn't it? I know it's in April. Variable grabbing. We'll just say variable is grabbing. And we're gonna set it to false to start with. And then when grab begins, we want is grabbing to become true. And when it ends, we want is grabbing to become false. Simple as a pimple. And we don't need to establish any of these. All we gotta say is if is grabbing and the cam offset, in this case the dunk Z offset, is equivalent to the constant dunk Z offset. Then we want to update the dunk Z offset to come down further. So actually, I don't want these to default here. I want it to be much higher. I think, like, if I remember correctly, 6 was too high. So we could start there. And we want to subtract 2.5. Right? That's how math works, right? 0.5 would make 4, plus 2 would be 6, yeah. So we want to add 2.5 onto the dunk offset. Otherwise, we want to subtract it. If is grabbing is false. Dunk Z offset is not declared. Oh, sorry, dunk Y offset. This one is going to be Y. That's the letter T, is what that is. Luckily, this is a pretty easy task for me today so far. I love it when that happens. If is not grabbing, then cam Y offset, subtract it. And we need to update this to Y as well. And not cam, but dunk. And this needs to be dunk, not cam. Could have done this differently to make it quicker, but that's fine. Alright. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It might just work. I don't know if the speed is gonna be good, but... Oh, and you know what else is gonna happen? It's not gonna retract properly, because it's gonna be hidden. Oh! Didn't work. It's actually kind of hard to tell if it's working or not. I'm gonna say that it's just... Let me just make it visible all the time. For now. And then I'm gonna comment out the visibility situation. Just so we don't have to worry about that. So it should be not visible. It is quite visible. So I don't think that's working. Let's make it work. It better work. Why is it not appearing higher? I'm a little confused by that. Let me print. Have I ever heard of 7-zip? Absolutely. It can be really helpful for saving space. Yeah, Edward. Try 7-zip. 7-zip is awesome. I love 7-zip. So useful. Yeah, especially if you have things that you're not constantly accessing. I mean, maybe 7-zip has more features I don't even know about. But basically, it's like a way to compress files. But it's a really, really nice way to compress files. Convenient. Powerful. I'm just going to say print dunk Y offset. I'm just kind of curious to know what it is. 3.5. What? No, it should be 6. Why is it still 3.5? I believe Windows will let you compress your drive automatically if you go to the drive's properties. It just means read-write takes longer. Interesting. Edward, you got some suggestions here. If you're still listening, Edward. Something to look into. Because you also don't need a lot of space. It looks like you were just at that point of not having enough space. Just at that point. Like, only 145 megabytes. That's not a lot. You could probably squeeze that out easily. Or squeeze that in to the compressed files. Now, why the heck does it think it's still that? Is it because Dunk Y offset is already greater than the Dunk Y offset? I mean, I forgot to make this a float. Is that why? I'm deeply shocked. And it's just like making it 3.5 anyway. It's almost as if, and actually if you look, it starts out at 6. It starts out at 6 and then it corrects it and puts it down to 3.5. So all I can think is that it's subtracting this right away. Which means it must think Dunk Y offset is greater than the constant. So let's say this. I'm gonna say Dunk Y variable. We'll get to the bottom of this. Dunk Y const. So let's see what prints out now. The constant is 6. All along the way. It's 6 at the start on the variable and the constant. And then it drops it down to 3.5. It's only supposed to drop it down if the Dunk Y offset is greater than the Dunk Y offset. The constant. I'm so confused. Why would it do this? We are exporting it. I mean, I don't think we're doing anything weird to it there. It's confusing. It's very confusing. Fun fact, Office files like Word and PowerPoint are zip files behind the scenes. If you change docx to zip, it will just open like any other zip file. That's cool! That is a fun fact. That's a fun fact. I'm gonna certify that as a fun fact. Checks out. Checks out! Wow. Noted. Isabel confirms many files are zip files. If you ever get into modding, it'll surprise you how many proprietary formats are just disguised zip files. Proprietary formats. I love it. Sneaky. Convenient. Compression is just too powerful. It's too powerful. Because it is already set to false. Like, it's definitely already set to false. So this condition is definitely met. So it has to be that it thinks that this is greater. I mean, it is saying, like, greater than or equal to. But, like, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wow, and now it's staying at 6. Okay, I guess I needed to not say greater than or equal to. I feel conflicted about that, but okay, fine. If it works, it works. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. What's up, Gab Games? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Should just be looking into bigger space drives, though. Yeah. There are a lot of games I want to play, but I just don't have the space for. Yeah, get you a terabyte. Get you a terabyte. They're pretty affordable. But I know you may not have access to the money. I'm not saying, you know, but it might be worth buying one big drive than getting a bunch of little ones. Big fan? Oh, stop it. You're so nice. I appreciate it. Hard drives aren't too expensive. You probably get a compatible drive greater than 100 for less than 50 bucks. Yeah. I like using Studio and Scratch because both of those use cloud saving for the storage. Understandable. Would make a better birthday gift than a USB. I agree. I have to agree. I have to agree. I mean, I say go big. Get you a terabyte drive. I don't know what they go for, but I would think they're not that expensive relative to what you get for it. I think I've got a terabyte on here. It's just been, I've been solid. I think. I actually don't know if I have a terabyte on here. All right, so now that that is set up, we should be able to see it work. So weird that that happened. I guess that makes sense. Oh, okay. All right, nothing changed. Yeah, I was kind of worried about that. Okay, so right, because it's not seeing them as equivalent. That's like the fundamental problem too. Why not? And why not? All right, let me print these back out again. Thing is, I use a school computer, so I have to get an external hard drive USB because it's technically the school's property. Oh, that's fair. I see. Yeah. So I guess when I was thinking about a terabyte drive, I was thinking of like a built-in. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it brought it to 8. It's adding it. It's not subtracting it. We needed to subtract it and then add it back on. Okay. All right. See, that's what I mean by making mistakes, right? Somebody out there could have caught that before I even ran it, right? They would have been typing it and been like, oh, I need to subtract it. Me? I'd rather just smash it in there, see what happens, and have to figure out what the problem is, and then go back and fix it. I like making my mistakes. It's the way I learn. All right. So now when I grab it, hey, it lowers in. It's not going back though. If we're not grabbing and don't going offset is greater than, which it should be. Oh no, we gotta say less than. We gotta say less than. There it goes. Nice. Badoop, 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 badoop. Beautiful. A little faster would be nice. That's a little tough because it's using the same lerp speed for everything else as well. So I don't know that I really can speed it up unless we're gonna speed up how quickly it interpolates, which means I might want to set up a separate lerp speed for that, which I don't really want to. If I'm being honest, I don't really want to. So I might just have to live with it. We could have it go a shorter distance as well. Isabel says, I bought my external 2 terabyte hard drive for like $100, and I think they're usually about 50 bucks a terabyte. But don't take my word on that. Drive space is very cheap these days. It is. Plus the computer is already broken. Laptop where certain keys don't work. Dang, you're like in the, man, that's rough. That's rough. You're surviving out there, Edward. Another thing I'd like to mention, the Godot files, like TSCN, can be opened and edited in Notepad. True. It's not recommended. But sometimes something I wanted to change was just easier to change in Notepad. Yeah. You know what I noticed? So I noticed that on GitHub. I mean, that's not quite the same, but I did notice that I could make edits to all those things on GitHub without even being, you know, in Godot, which was kind of wild. I guess I'd kind of need to know how things worked. Some of it you can kind of like assume how it works, but it's also a little mysterious in there. I go for an external drive because USBs are very, very easy to lose or destroy. Right. Yeah. USB's better for transporting. I mean, external drives are often USB too. But do you mean like, you know, you could also get like an internal drive and then like a reader. So I have like an enclosure that you put internal drives into, so it becomes like an external drive. And then if I need to make it as an internal drive, it has that option. Plus, I find the internal drives are cheaper anyway. But then you have to get the enclosure too. 128 gigabyte USB drive on Amazon for only $11. What? Back in 1940, 200 megabytes costed $400,000. This is before inflation too. Yeah, it's changed for sure. USBs are cheaper than drives. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't freaking remember. I don't remember. XED is my Notepad equivalent right now, so not actually Notepad. Flash drive. Yeah. Right. That's what I thought. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but like that makes sense. That makes sense. Flash drive, zip drive, thumb drive, USB stick. So many names. My laptop also only has 2 USB slots, so I need USB port. You could risk damaging the computer and put in a hub. Push it a little further than it wants to go. It really isn't damaging. I have a big problem with how slow this is. We really need this to be fast. I mean, look, we can always just say that the player, as long as the player quickly gets up here. I don't know that's that bad. Let's see if I can put this up higher. I'm gonna try 5. I don't think that's gonna be high enough. Pretty sure that won't be high enough. But let's see anyway. But yeah, you could always use a hub to extend how much space you have. You know, this is actually fine. It is hidden, and it's gonna be closer. So it will spawn in a lot faster. Yeah, this is good. I mean, it's like impossible to even get it up there before it gets down. And then, you know, we'll just make sure the collision is active. So even if you do get there before it all the way is descended, you're still good to go. Nice. Alright. Cool. This works nicely. Great. Well, that was easy. So now that that appears, I think I want it to be more meaningful. I want it to matter. I want it to matter. I will say, I think it should also be invisible, because as it is right now, if for whatever reason... No, because I guess it's gonna follow the character. So you know what? It should be fine, as long as the camera doesn't move independent. But what if it does? I think I want it to be hidden as well. The problem is we just have to make sure it does it at the right times. A USB hub, not a USB port. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. You need a USB hub. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. I see. Yeah. So what if we say, instead of putting any of this in and I don't know that we need to really turn off and on the collision, to be honest. We could. I think it makes sense to say as soon as you've started grabbing it, then the collision is on. I think that's actually fine. I don't think that's an issue. And then let me also adjust this. So we're gonna comment this as dunk descent. Dunk follow position. Dunk follow normalize. And I'm also gonna add in here, let's do it further down actually. I'm also gonna add in here dunk visibility, and we'll base it on its position. We can even set it similar to this. No, because we don't want to say if grabbing. If dunk Z, oh, we got a cat now? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I can't tolerate too much cat cuddling, because I have to sit further away in order to cuddle with him. And I have bad vision, and it makes it hard for me to see. But, he wants to cuddle. And I gotta give him a little bit. Come on, come on, come on up, come on up. Yeah, it's okay. Welcome, welcome, hello. I love you very much. You're a very good kitty cat, you know that? You're a sweet, sweet cat. Until you start wanting to play with my hair, then we have a problem. But for now, let's make it work. He's a sweet boy. He's a sweet, sweet boy. Yes, he is. Oh, I love you. I'm talking to stream chat. Okay, chat. You can come cuddle with me, guys. If you guys really want to cuddle with me, we can work it out. Okay? There's just some ground rules. I'm talking to stream cat, not stream chat. If dunk Y offset is what? Yeah, if it's equivalent to the constant, then it can now become not visible. And we could really just say if else. I feel like this is a solid if else situation. I love you. Why are you being so sweet? Because he can't help it. He's just the sweetest. That'll probably work, right? So really, I shouldn't even notice this happening if it's working. If it's working correctly, I shouldn't even notice it. You know, I'm just thinking if there's some kind of cinematic, maybe the camera moves its position or something, I wouldn't want it to accidentally be in the shot. Rule number, don't use commands to play with Lisa's hair. Rule, don't use commands to play with Lisa's hair for the chat. Chat, please do not play with my hair, alright? This is a very serious rule. Okay, so it's definitely not working, because it's disappearing immediately, which is a little surprising. I'm a little surprised that it's disappearing, because, I mean... Hello? Oh, you got an itchy ear? Oh, I can't reach a paper towel, so I can wipe your ear off a little bit. I can't reach it. You're gonna get mad at me. Not mad, but you're gonna get irritated if I start moving. But I see your ear looks a little itchy. Oh, okay, hold up. Hold up. Alright, hold on. You good? You good? I got you. Come here. Come here. Oh. That is some sticky earwax, buddy. It's really stuck on there. Did that like help? Is that like better? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. I see. So these are, I'm surprised. I see. So they are matched at that moment. So I'd actually want to say, yeah, so this is much harder to figure out than I thought. Okay. I might just want to time it. I could also like look at the position. This is actually tricky because this does match the constant right away. It's just the movement tracks slowly, even though that position has already updated. So I guess I'd want to say the follow position. Maybe I'd want to see if those match or not. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work like I'm imagining. But I'd like it to. I'd like it to. All right, I need some printing. I'm going to need some printing here. I shouldn't have deleted my old print that I had up here. I actually really could have used it. We're gonna say dunk. I'm just gonna say Y offset. Or we'll say dunk. Y offset. Dunk Y offset. I'm gonna say Y constant. And that's gonna be dunk Y offset. And then I'm gonna add one more for Y follow pause. And I'll set that to dunk follow pause. Wait. Oh, and then specifically on the Y axis. I just kind of want to see like what these all are at the different moments. Do any of y'all's TVs curve? I used to have a curved monitor, but I broke it. But I used to. I have a 4K, and the edges are beveled, I found just now. My Unreal icon is missing the U unless I go to the left of my TV. What? But it's a flat TV, so it has to be the pixels inside that curve at the edge. I don't remember ever having that issue. Oh wow, it's almost exact. The Y follow position is at 4.9. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else has a curved TV. So are you trying to like figure out like a way to deal with it, or are you just like wondering if anyone else has that problem? The Y offset is set to 5. The Y constant is set to 5. The Y follow position is 4.99. It's so close. It's so close. It's interesting. And then if I grab something, the Y follow position almost matches. It's just like a little bit off. But this is going to be a little better to use for determining if it should be visible or not. So what I could say is if the follow position, because we'll see that gradually adjust, I think, right? Maybe not. It actually also immediately adjusts. Wow, so I thought that was going to... So it's not the Y, it's the actual position. Duh. We want to see the actual position on the Y-axis is what I want to be comparing it to. That makes sense. Now that I think about it. Also, right teetering on the edge of 5. It's kind of interesting. I wonder why it's like just not there. It's almost there. Now if I grab this, there now it's gradual. And we let go, it's gonna gradually interpolate. So we wanna say if it is greater or less than 4.9, yeah. Okay. Got a bit of a headache, so I hope you have had a good stream. Gonna rest my eyes. Yeah, get some rest. I hope you feel better. Ah. Take some whatever is good for you. Some people like ibuprofen. Some people acetaminophen is better. Take one of the two. Because I don't know about you, but you know, sometimes when I'm in pain like that, I'm like, okay, I just have to tough it out. I just got to get through it. And I forget, wait, there's stuff that I can do to make myself feel better. Remember to use it if you haven't already. It's not supposed to be curved. What? But it's acting like a galaxy bevel. Wait, you're saying you have a flat screen TV that curves even though it's not supposed to? Take the drugs that you like. No, I just mean between acetaminophen and ibuprofen. No, just those two. It's a cheap on 4K 55-inch, so maybe it was just rush production and the pixel sheet is just hanging there. Whoa, yeah, the on stuff is pretty low qual. Yeah, the on stuff is rough. I thought you were literally talking about a curved screen TV. You just made a flat screen TV that's accidentally curved. I was like, is that a feature, not a bug? Sounds like the latter. Or the former. Whatever. It's the bug one. Okay, so if I say, I am going to just comment this out this time in case I realize I need it again. It's not an unbearable headache, more just, oh hey, I can feel you ever so faintly. That's a mild faint annoyance. Yeah. Alright, sounds like you're saying you're not gonna take the medicine, and you know what? Okay, alright. That it may blossom into something worse. But hey, who am I? I'm not your doctor. Dr. Lee's? Dr. Lee's? Come on. What do I know? I just hope it stays that way or gets better. You don't have any? Get some! Get some! Get some! I personally, I like ibuprofen. Acetaminophen can be nice if you are dealing with swelling. That is to say, you just had some surgery, or you just like got like a blunt force injury. You might want to go the acetaminophen route. Personally, I'm an ibuprofen fan. Comes in name brands in America like Advil. There's also generic, which are much cheaper. Keep a bottle around. Keep a bottle around. It's nice. It'll help. You'll be surprised. You know, it's not like a drug that feels good. It's just like, it's like, wow, you know that pain I was having, it's gone. It is now gone. That's how my bad headaches start out. I think they are nothing, then an hour later it feels like a brick hit me. Dang. Massage your neck. Oh, that's good advice. It helps sometimes. Yeah. The way you called it a bug makes it sound like a screen can curve due to a program. Yeah, maybe bug was the wrong term. The code built into it. The code built into it caused it to bend differently. That would be wild. That would actually be wild. What's up, Bryce? Bryce! Oh, Bryce! Welcome. Yeah, sometimes when we do the gift memberships, I don't always know who gets them. It's nice to see you. Bryce is nice. It's nice to see Bryce. Bryce is nice. Bryce is a member, and so Bryce gets a song. Bryce is nice. Bryce, it's nice to see you. Bryce is nice. Bryce, it's nice to see you. Bryce is nice. It's so nice to see Bryce. It's so nice to see Bryce. Bryce, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Good to see you. You're welcome for that song. I'm also sorry, but you're also welcome. NASIDs are the way to go. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one. There's NASIDs, right? Wait, are those different or are those the same as ibuprofen? I actually don't know. I actually am not sure. Are they the same or are they different? I feel like they're a different one, right? You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Oh, ibuprofen is an NSAID. Gotcha. There's also something called naproxen. I feel like I've heard bad things about naproxen, but I don't actually know. Technically, I don't know. Ibuprofen. I thought they were similar, but I wasn't sure. Right. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. Right. And so that's why, I guess, when you have inflammation, because I just had shoulder surgery recently, for example, and they told me not to take ibuprofen, that I should take acetaminophen because it is an anti-inflammatory, and like that would somehow interfere with the healing if I were to use the anti-inflammatory ones. I don't know. But yeah, I generally go for the ibuprofen myself. Headaches usually caused of thick blood. Thick blood? What? Is that real? Never have I ever heard that. Yeah, I got you, Insane. Get some more. Take care of yourself. I guess manufacturing equipment could have a bug. True, right, the stuff that produces it. That makes sense. Rub your temples in a counterclockwise motion to make blood flow better. You know something weird that has helped me is like pinching like parts of my ear. Especially the like inner little like triangle piece that's close to your face, you know, that like sticks out the other way. You know what I mean? You've got like your ear and then the thing that sticks out from your face. Sometimes pinching that has like helped me. But I guess it depends on the headache too. What'll help with it. We just want you to feel better, Insane. We just want you to feel better. You deserve it. So, I want to say that instead of the dunk visibility being determined by the offset, I would like it to be determined by the position of the whole thing itself. If self position Y is greater than 4.9, we want it to not be visible. Otherwise, it's false. We can say greater or equal to. So if I did this right, we shouldn't notice it. Also, silly Elise, don't you know here in the South, we don't have pills or medicine. We have prayer, because that always works. Oh gosh, no comment. No comment. Look, no comment, and also, why not both? Yeah. Oh, it kind of disappears a little bit. You can see it start just right at the end. It kind of disappears. So we could even go a little further. We could say if it's greater than 4.98, since we know it always goes to 4.99. We could say 4.98. Give it a little more breathing room there. Nice. There it smoothly goes away there. LD4 healing? What does that mean? Something I'm noticing, by the way, is this shadow over the character when we hover. That's terrible. The arrow is making a shadow. That's not good. That's not good. I do recall my mother would ask me to pray for her. I would pray her problem gets worse. So you know what? Yeah, probably. Cheers! Cheers! Well, I think your prayers were answered, if I remember correctly. I love the way we're just talking about your your trauma. I love, honestly, Insane Alpha Beta, you have a fascinating way of dealing with trauma. It seems to work well for you. LD4 is a D&D reference, I believe. 1D4. Oh, like the dice for a paladin's prayer. Wow. I wish I would have gotten that. I haven't played much D&D in my day. It's pretty funny. It's also hydraulic fluid. That's a surprisingly obscure reference. It's a surprisingly obscure reference. I gotta say. It's kind of amazing that you, like, got it. I don't even know how do I even search for that? Grant me the courage, despite the fears that claws at me. Wait, they claw at me. Grant me the courage, despite the fears that claw at me, to supplant the bitterness with the salted sweat of labor trickling down my brow. Beautiful. Beautiful. I haven't gotten to play much, but I've listened to a few podcasts of people playing it. You know, I gotta say, there's some pretty entertaining... I've seen YouTube videos that I think are also podcasts of people playing them. I didn't watch them very long, but I've noticed that there's some really popular people who are like live streaming D&D. I'm like, this seems legit. You know, they've got cameras like over the top of the board, and sometimes the different players have their own cameras. LD4 is a TTRPG reference. LD4 is generate a random number from 1 to 4. It's cool. Beautiful moving performance. Thank you. Thank you. That's my performance voice. When I'm trying to deliver something nicely. Google roll LD4. It's just I had to say it right. I still get, unfortunately, skid roll LD4 is the purple fire-resistant hydraulic fluid. I gotta say, it's still not coming up. Oh, that's a number 1, not an L. Oh, that's the number 1! I thought you were saying LD4. Dude, the letters look the same. I thought that was an L. That's a number 1. I do keep misreading it. 1L. Why? They don't actually look the same. They look different. That's a 1 and an L next to each other. They do look different. I don't know why I did that. Okay. But the 1 on my chat app is just very tiny. It's a very tiny little tail. It's not giving 1. It's giving lowercase l. I guess that was a me problem. Thank you. Oh wait, it does have it. Oh, you're right. It's just smaller than the 1. It does have the little tail on there. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you so much. You have been so affirming today. Ash Kettle, welcome. Good to see you. The D20 is the best there is because hexagons are bestagons. Solid argument. Solid argument right there. That's an L, a 1, L, 1, L, 1, L1 pipe. L. I almost said that was a 1 pipe L. They do look similar. They do look similar. I thought you were typing like a deformed binary. Demented binary. Alright. Now that this score dunk descends and goes back up when we grab on things, Now I just need to get it to do something. That is to say, when we drag our health item over there, or our scoring thing over there, we want it, honestly, I'd like it to react. So if I do drag it over here and it collides, I think it'd be nice if it like grew or something. Again, just giving the player that feedback, like, you can do something here. Now there is a bit of an issue, because if we let go, it immediately retracts. We might want it to hang out there for a second, so it can like be like, you got something, and then it retracts. So I might want to set that up a bit. We can do it! I believe it. Oh, I forgot about the shadow over the arrow. Or the arrow shadow over the things. That's actually it. I hate that. I need to deal with that immediately. That is unacceptable. It's harshing my vibe right now. So we're just gonna try to fix that quickly. On the sprite 3D, can we just search up shadow? Geometry, cast shadow, off. Done. Fixed. Easy. Easy. Right? Right? Right. Yes. No more shadow. Okay, good, good, good. Much better. It's really funny, like, if we keep catching it, and it, like, comes and it goes. It's like, oh, you need me? Nope. You doing something? No? Yes? No? What's the deal? You gonna score or not? What are you up to? Alright. Yeah, we can do it. I like, with your thumbs up user icon, very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Okay. So right now, let's keep it simple. Let's just have the collision area react to the grabbable thing touching it. Now, luckily, this won't be that hard, because things that are grabbed are added to the group grabbed. And so we can just tell the area 3D that is the score dunk if the thing that is in your area is in the group grabbed, then increase your size. Simple. So I'm gonna say area entered, connect to on area entered. Hi, kitty cat. Hello. How you doing? You doing good? I love you. I love you. Other mommies should be around to give you lunch soon. Yeah, I think you're gonna get some lunch soon. Alright, I'm gonna put this, let's put it down here. I'm gonna say function on area entered. I think you'll be getting some lunch soon. I think you will. I think you will. I love you. I love you so much. Oh, you're so sweet. He's the sweetest boy. On area entered, we want to actually check to see what that area is. And I want to say if area dot is in group grabbed, which, like, it is. Like, whatever is in there probably is. I can't imagine why it wouldn't, but that's fine. You know, Dragon Blade was saying that the other day, that when am I gonna model the cat? I don't know, maybe. Modeling a cat sounds hard. It sounds hard. Hello. You already saw what my cow turned out like. Look at my cow. You think I can make a cat? Maybe. Maybe. Hello. And so then, you know, if I do put a cat in there, I would maybe in like cutscenes or something, because the implication of putting a cat in the game is that you can eat the cat. I have a problem with that. Just use photogrammetry. All you gotta do is use photogrammetry. Just take a bunch of pictures from around the cat and have it as a reference. You know, you're not wrong, but like, oh gosh. You know, Isabel, I feel like you're going against your own argument that you made earlier about focusing on art stuff. That sounds like so much work. But maybe it's not. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Oh, I love him so much. I love him so much. Consider it considered. Yeah. Not even use it as a reference. Just make it a 3D model. My head luckily already feels better. Nice. I also got food and drink. Oh, sometimes you just need a little nutrition. Showing up to your have a problem with that tells me I missed something. Oh, well, Edward was saying I should put the cat in the game. And, you know, it's like an implication of that could be that the cat could then be edible by the alien, which I have a problem with that. But, you know, we could put it in there and it's not edible somehow. But then it's like, aren't I just wasting time and we're not focusing on the game itself? You know what I mean? Doesn't take too long if your phone is capable of it. Just do it while you're sleeping. It won't be a good model for actually using, but it'd be good for getting various features / scale right. Yeah, we'll see. Let's put a pin in it. Let's put a pin in it. Hello. Earlier, I tried closing the stream for a moment to see what public TTRPG basic rules PDFs I had in my phone's files. I tried putting 2 in live chat in case you're curious. Cat can go in a future game. Cat can go in a future game! Wait, you put in some... Why? Why is there D&D rules to look at? What I see. Wow. There it is. There it is. It is there. I'm searching the word prayer. I find this so boring. I'm gonna be so honest with you. This makes me want to crawl into a hole and never come out. I despise giant blocks of text that are fictional. I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for that, or at least I don't expect everybody to feel that way. I don't expect everyone to feel that way. I really don't. I know I'm an outlier here. It is kind of ADHD, honestly. Like, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have to read all of this. And I'm not even gonna learn something other than how to play a game that I don't play. Oh man. Lee's not a fan of reading books, confirmed? It's in the D&D monster book. Wow. I mean, this is an impressive amount of game development right here. It's amazing. Zoom in super far, turn up the font size so we don't have to look at that much text. That's fair. Oops, I zoomed the chat instead. That's fair. I guess that helps. Until I just like scroll a little bit and I'm like, is it not ending? That's an interesting trick, actually. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a difference between reading those giant bits of text versus reading a book. Yeah, for sure. You've heard of how much sawdust can you put in a Rice Krispie treat, but how much plastic can you put in tater tots? The frick? What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Clearly, you can put an infinite amount of plastic in a tater tot. Okay. Wait, come on. Come on and say I'm verbatim. Hey, hey, hey! Language! Pink because Saturn doesn't like Pringles. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's the absurd o'clock here in the chat. They are literal books. Like, if you ever have one in your hands, they're novel sized. They're literally just books. I know, but it didn't censor you in the chat. But it did here. We all know what you said. Something I do mean, I should put up rules eventually. NSFW is ideal. Or SFW. Wait, SFW, not NSFW. SFW is ideal. That was a verbal typo. I sometimes slip. I sometimes slip. No, 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 no. Wait, why is this here all the time? How did this break? Censoring it is now asking for NSFW in chat. No, no. Stop. Stop. Squashed. I will squash this insurrective behavior. This is unacceptable. What is... No, I swear to God, you guys. I swear to God. Oh, I see why. Because I didn't complete this, and it's getting angry. That's why. You don't put one pass, and the code just falls apart. We want to say that if the thing in group is grabbed, then I want the scale know where we go. What if I just do scale self.scale plus equals vector 3, and just for now we just say 1 1 1. Just to see what happens. Now, something I'm not sure of is if they actually collide with each other. I can't tell if the object is going behind it or inside of it. I think it might be going behind it. I'm gonna say print area collided or whatever, or dunk area collided. So I think maybe they aren't actually on the same axis, Z axis. It's kind of hard to tell, if I'm being honest. So I'm just gonna push the dunk back a bit. That'll work, right? Actually, it might not. It might not, because it needs to be on the player's axis. So I think we have to put an offset. Like if I move this, you know, way back here, I think because of our interpolation, it's just going to come back forward to above the character. Because of the follow position that we've set. So I'm gonna need to adjust the Z offset here. Right now it's set to 0, so let's offset, let's just do 1 and see how different that is. Hey, good night, S. Thanks for hanging out, it's been a pleasure. I'm sorry I don't know what to do with the D&D thing, but thank you for sharing it. Take good care, I'll see you next time. I don't know if this is moving at all. So what is this ball sphere orb thingy for again? This is the score dunk. That is to say, when you are gonna try to get points, I don't even know if this is moving. It must be moving. Let me press enter. When you go to get points, you need to drag them there. That is to say, these health objects, or humans or animals. Oh, that's making it closer. So the things that you can pick up or grab, animals or humans, the idea is that you can do one of two things with them. You can either heal with them, or you can score points with them. And you have to choose, am I going to heal or am I going to score points? And so in order to do that, I want you to be able to drag that either down to the player or drag that up to the score dunk, basically. Is it going to be called the score dunk? If so, maybe it should be a hoop, like basketball. It is, I'm just calling it that. It's not going to be called that. There's no calling. I mean, I'm calling it that in the code, but in the game, it's not going to be described anywhere as such. I'm just calling it that. Somebody called it, I think S called it a score deposit. So you could call it that. It's just where we're putting the things that score you points. Tincho asks, I want to maintain 2 values proportion, but I don't really know how to maintain it by code. Can someone here tell me how, please? I don't know, does anyone know? And I guess this is GD script. I want to maintain 2 values proportion, but I don't really know how to maintain it by code. So I don't know for sure, and I don't know your situation. But there is a node called Remote Transform 3D. I don't know if this really helps you, and I've never used it. And there's also a 2D version. But what this will do is it pushes its own transform 2D to another node 2D derived node in the scene. So this is to say, if something has a certain transform, you could make sure it has this, it keeps the same one as something else. So if something else changes its size, but then again, you're talking about proportion. So do you mean like, are you saying more like if you change the X, the Y and the Z will proportionately scale with it? Maybe that's more what you're talking about. Like, for example, how by default in the inspector, the scale has like a little, let me adjust my zoom here. By default, the scale has a little link, right? So if I change the scale of something, they all move together. Whereas if I unlink it, they won't be proportionate. Maybe you're talking about that. In which case, I do not know how to do that. And you might have better luck asking on the Discord, because I'm not sure if people... I don't know how many people are here. I don't really look at how many people are here. It throws me off if I know how many people are here. But if you put this up in the Discord on the Godot channel, I bet somebody might help you. Without code, no clue. I'd assume you'd have to use code to store those numbers, but I don't know anything about Godot, only C++. Thanks, Lise, but I think that's not what I'm searching for. It's more like the relation between 2 values. If I increment 1, yeah, I got you. Maintain a proportion of half, yeah. So like this, where the scale is maintained. I don't know how to do that. And I don't know that anyone here knows how to do that, at least who's listening and chatting. But try on the Discord or honestly, that seems very ChatGPT-able. That seems highly ChatGPT-able. At least as a starting point. You know, because it's so... It seems like it's like fundamental in a lot of ways. Yeah, try there. Especially if you do the one on our server, I feel like Dragon Blade is pretty good about responding. But, you know, we could say GD script, maintain proportions, and it kind of depends on what you're doing. Try, so try Bing's AI. I like it a lot better because it uses ChatGPT 4. Yeah, Dragon Blade is awesome. Copilot, right? Copilot. You might even have Copilot like literally on your your Windows machine, truth be told. GScript, maintain proportion scale. Scale a sprite through code in GDScript. Not exactly what I said, but that's okay. So you might have to put your specific situation in here, you know? Oh, that's interesting. Make sure you adjust both of them simultaneously. But I hear what you're saying. You might want to do it by half. Include without code? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I would think I want code. I certainly want code. You say GDScript code, maintain half proportions, scale. Yeah, code is the good part. No, I don't want to flip things. Scale factor. It's like, that's kind of interesting. But that's kind of doing the same thing. Not really what you're necessarily looking for. So you might have to be more specific to what it is you're trying to do to get that to work, but technically, I don't know. I don't know how I would even approach that. If I were to approach that, I would just go in there and do random things until it worked. I would just guess. I would guess my way into it, personally. Until someone in chat was like, don't do that. Or I'd ask ChatGPT and see if any of those methods worked for me too. No, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. It's always interesting to know like what you're working with, and good luck. Let us know what you find out if you want to. Okay, so now it's further back. And now it's too far back. Now it's too far back. Okay, so -2 is too far. Let's try -1. That looks like that's colliding to me. Let's say -1, not 15. -1.5. This kind of stuff makes me want to learn coding so I can be helpful. Do it! Learn coding! Yeah, I mean, back when I used to do dreams, you were always so helpful. Okay, so this is definitely colliding. I can clearly see that the person's body is inside the bubble. So at this point, learn coding! So at this point, the issue is more that it's not seeing it in there. I don't know how much C++ helps with Godot. Not much. But maybe. No, it does. Because and this is something I've noticed doing Godot live streams. Well, and to be clear, doing text coding live streams. Because I used to only do visual scripting. And with visual scripting, it was really hard for people who didn't know that specific visual scripting language to help me. But once I started doing text code, even though I'm just doing GDScript, people who've never used Godot, who've never used GDScript, were able to help me. Because they recognized patterns that were similar across all text coding. Whereas with visual scripting, it's all the systems can be so different that it's really hard to be helpful. So there are some things that you can probably transfer over, but not necessarily. Python is easy to learn. Yeah, it is very similar. Knowing any language helps because you know the basics. Yeah. Right. Okay, so for some reason it's not seeing it. There is an area on here? That's why. There's no area on the health stuff. That's why it's not seeing it. So what I need to do is I need to tell it to detect bodies. Can I do that? Can I tell it to detect bodies? I don't know that I guess I can. Yeah, I can. We just have to say, instead of area entered, we have to say body entered. In theory, that should work. So instead of body entered connect, instead of on area entered, or instead of area entered connect. We want to say body entered connect. So I'll change this to on body entered, on body entered. I don't really need to change all of these, but I only need to change the signal. But it just feels wrong not to change all those. If body is in group grabbed. Okay, let's see if that makes it. So if it works, the score dunk should get bigger when the collision occurs. Oh, nothing. And we didn't get a message. So that didn't work. I'm a little disappointed that that didn't work. So why not work? Is the collision... The collision's off. But shouldn't it be coming on? It should be coming back on. If grab has begun, this should go off. I'm just gonna comment this out and see if it works then. Just to like eliminate that as a possibility of what's going wrong. Still isn't seeing it. Is it seeing anything? Is it seeing anything? It could be the is in group thing. Seems like a simple, straightforward thing, but here we are. Strangely, there we go. Okay. No, so it still doesn't see it. Strangely, the Z position was different, which was weird. Why would it not see it? Let me make the collision areas visible. Visible collision shapes. Make sure the collision is moving with it. Hopefully I'll be able to see it through the mesh. Yeah, I can see it around there. It should be there. What am I doing wrong? I genuinely don't know, actually. I actually don't know. Wait, what's the debugger saying? What's the debugger up to? I have no idea. Attempted to write buffer 24,576 bytes past the end? What does that mean? What in the world does that mean? I might have to look that one up. It's already happening. What? We got some strange things going on. Overflow. Right, that seems like what that would be. That seems like what that would be. So someone is able to reproduce this error. Open debug menu, open the collision area. If we're using TAA, the anti-aliasing rendering. So it might be because I have the visible collision shapes and the anti-aliasing turned on. So that seems like a bug on Godot's part, would be my guess. So not something that's affecting our issue directly. some kind of Godot bug related to the anti-aliasing rendering. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Kind of annoying. Yeah, it is interesting. Can I, like, thumb it up or something? I don't know. Thumb. Yes. Yes. Okay, but still not resolving my issue that I don't entirely understand. We do have collision on here. It should be colliding with that area. I'll tell you what, I mean, I'll try putting an area 3D on here. I can't say I understand it. I guess I'm most surprised that it's not seeing anybody. Even this. Do we turn off the... Maybe we... Oh, I'm turning off the collision when we grab it. That's why. That's why. We did this to avoid certain bugs where if the health object was grabbed, it would knock into things and cause all kinds of bumping. But that means the collision is going to be off, and therefore it's not going to be detected by things. That's it. That's tricky. Update about the mirror. Apparently it is not yet a feature to export your game to Godot, but that is coming. Was afraid it had the dreams issue if everything is limited to that platform. Yeah, that honestly that is to me the most toxic thing about something like Dreams, like Roblox. I think that's true for Unreal Fortnite. I don't know. I don't know if that's true for Unreal Fortnite, actually. But, I mean, it'd probably be pretty hard to run your Fortnite mod outside of Fortnite. But, yeah. That's sus. I mean, look, if they say that they want... If it's open source, it is limited. If it's open source, and they're saying that they want it to be exportable, I think it's worth trusting that they're going to go down that route, especially if it's open source. If it wasn't open source and they say that it's coming, I would say, sus, don't trust it, not going to happen, run away. This is bullcrap. But because it's open source, that means if the community really wants it, someone can make it happen. To be honest, I'm a little unsure how that would work. How can you sell assets that can then be exported? I mean, I guess there's like an honor system there that people won't just pirate it. Little confused. But that's interesting. Thanks for letting me know. You should put the link in live chat. Or live text. So what am I gonna do about this? I think I need to keep the collision turned off, so we don't have unintended effects. But maybe I don't need to turn collision off. Maybe we can leave it on. Because the alternative is that I need to, somehow have a separate collision that's only for detecting. And if I have that separate collision that's only for detecting, then I need to also add that separate collision to the group grabbed. Not a big deal. Totally doable, but it's like, it's a lot of extra things that I have to make sure I set up every time I make a health object. There's already things I have to set up, like I gotta set up this raycast, set up this arrow hover and stuff. It's just like more points of failure, more things that can go wrong. Unless static exports to open source engine doesn't mean what I think it means. I mean, everything that I've heard about the mirror is that's one of their ambitions, is that you're going to be able to export things. I forgot that wasn't necessarily implemented, but when I hear about it, that's what people talk about. So I think if they didn't do that, it would be a big disappointment, to say the least. So it's gotta be there, in some fashion. I will try not turning off the collision for now, just to see like how that goes. I don't... Wow, and we have all this here too, for if it's on the floor. This is kind of wild. There's kind of a lot going on here. I don't know how I feel about all this. This might cause some unintended consequences. Honestly, it didn't work well anyway to keep them from falling through the floor. Because you can... So, like, if I just lightly drag down, you can see my mouse is moving away. If I go quickly, they just clip through the ground anyway. So that's kind of a whole separate problem to deal with. Because otherwise you could just despawn the humans, which is not good. Because that's not intended. We don't want that. But now, it grows. So now it sees it because we have that collision off. So, I mean, I guess for now, I'll do this. But I'm going to keep an eye out for the possibility that this is not a good development. Because that was, turning off the collision was to solve a problem that isn't as much of a problem anymore. But see how I can knock these into each other? Potentially not good. Let me turn off their Y angular axis movement. And I presume that doesn't mean I can't change their, you know, rotation if I want to. It just means that it's not going to happen, you know, when we move things. You see how things go flying? Now, that was already happening, but that was only if I let go and pushed it into something, I think, maybe. Asking in the Mirror's official Discord. We'll keep you posted what they say on the matter. Nice. Get to the bottom of it. No, it's bad news. It's bad news. But you know, it's all over their marketing. Like if you go to their website, they talk about walled gardens. And this is not a walled garden. This is not a walled garden. I think they have it on here. Okay, well, it's not. They've said it somewhere. The Mirror Godot Walled Garden. Problem 1. Epic Games, UEFN, Roblox, Unity, Apple, Meta, Facebook, et al. Want to keep you in their walled garden ecosystem. they aim to rival walled garden ecosystems. Like, it would be just a huge faux pas if they didn't do that, you know? It's kind of like what they're associated with. Yeah, this must be like official copy that they've put out there. Oh, this was with their, I guess, press release about open sourcing it. Is to keep it from being a walled garden. Freedom to own means you can control the destiny of your creations via true ownership of everything. This gets solved today. Free flow or free bird? Both. Both. All right. So now we can detect. You know, I'm gonna leave the collision off. Or the collision on. I'm gonna turn off the collision going off for now. At this point, I don't really need that raycast anymore, but I might need it for a future purpose. I'll say this. Is this necessary? When will it be useful? We're just gonna say that. And then, so we can make it a little bigger, but obviously I don't want it to stay big. I just want it to get big for a second to like indicate that you can do something. Actually, you know what I'd like? I'd like it to throb. I'd like to say that if you're hovering over it, it just like gets bigger and goes smaller. Gets bigger, goes smaller. And it just kind of does that. I think that's what I'd like to see. So it just kind of like goes between those states. So it kind of gives you some indication. Maybe even a particle effect coming off of it or something. That'd be kind of cool. Just so you know something is happening. So I would probably want to set up alert for sure there. And I think it's pretty simple too. But I'm just gonna plug it into Copilot. GD script, interpolate the scale between vector 3 values. Just hook me up. Hook me up. Do it for me. You can handle this. Timer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do I really need to do that? Maybe. Maybe I do. I guess I do need to add a timer. So we initialize the timer. Got that. Start the interpolation. Running this function in the ready. Well, I wouldn't want to necessarily run it there, but I get what you're saying. Timer starts. Initial scale. Self scale. And then it's going to interpolate the thing that is itself on the property scale from the initial scale to the target scale for this long. Tween translinear. Tween ease in and out. I actually don't know what this is. What is that? On timeout. Interpolation completed. Okay. That's a strange thing to add. Alright, I guess I could work with this. Alright, yeah, let's make a timer. I like how it doesn't establish a length for the timer. I guess we put that down here. Okay, I see. Duration. Got it. Oh, I see. It's putting the duration up here. Okay, alright. No. Let's do it. I think this is good. This makes sense. So we're gonna say throb effect 1 in case there's another one. Really, I'm gonna say hover throb. So we want to say hover throb scale. Let's say 1 point, or let's say 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Really, we want to add. I want it to be like an offset. Like, what is the scale? I mean, no, it should be 1. It should all be 1. So we could say 1.5, but then it's going to scale everything. That's fine. Let's say 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. We'll do that. Duration 2 seconds. It's a little long. It's a little long. I don't know. 0.5, 0.3, 0.4. I didn't know you could just set variable timer and just call it a timer. I didn't know you could do that. Does that work? It's interesting. We're gonna say hover throb duration. Initialize this timer. It sounds good to me. Set up hover throb timer. As for, oh, so it's connecting the timeout as a signal. To on timer timeout. Yeah, this seems weird. Yeah, it should be a callable. I don't understand why it's doing it this way. This is some, we're not gonna do it this way. This isn't how we're gonna do this. We're gonna say, timer, timeout, connect. But I don't feel like I need to do this. We've done timers elsewhere in here. I feel like we don't need to do it this way. So we can just say add child spawn interval timer. And here in the ready function, I'm actually starting the timer there. We can start the timer wherever we want. Oh, here we have timer timeout. Yeah, this is the format that we want right here. Yeah. So actually we were doing fine. Not what ChatGPT said. The thing is I want it to be when we're hovering it. So I'd rather set this up. I'd rather set this. Can I connect it in there? I've never like done that before. I don't think you'd want to, because I don't want it to call a function. Can we just not do it this way? Can we just not create a timer? Like, can't we just use like await or something? Because what I want is for it to like interpolate and go back down. Interpolate and go back down. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Alright? I'm using await. I don't want to do this. This seems unnecessary. The more I think about it, the less I like it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it like this. It feels unnecessary. Feels extra. So if this happens, what if we say, if self scale is set to vector 3 1 1 1, or we could even say variable initial scale and set this to vector 3, 1, 1, 1. And say if initial scale, or if self scale is set to initial scale, then run the tween, create the tween and run the tween. This is interpolate property. Is that real? That's gotta be old, right? Maybe it is real. So we'll say variable target scale equals vector 3, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Duration 0.3. Yeah, interpolate property. That's not something. I feel like we just say lerp. I feel like we just use lerp. Or something. Maybe we create a tween. Let's just create a tween. I don't know what ChatGPT is on about. ChatGPT is on about something. I don't care. See, sometimes this is why I don't often use ChatGPT. Because it seems like something's a layup for it, and then it's just not. So we're just gonna do this tween. I've got this elsewhere in the code. I think we'll be perfectly fine using this. I think it'll be much simpler. Probably. So I'm gonna create a tween. And specifically, I want to do it on self scale. We wanted to start at initial scale and go to target scale. If the self scale is set to the initial scale, start at the initial, go to the target. Tween property, all we have to state is the final value and the duration. Just kidding. Start with the final value. So we want to go to target scale. And then we want duration to go in here. Okay. Got it. Great. And then I'll say, if self scale is set to target scale, then set self scale. Oh, we don't want this. That we do not want. If that's true, then we want a tween, create a tween. And instead of going to the target scale, we want to go to the initial scale. It seems like it could work. It might not. It may well not. Let's find out. Almost. Kinda. Oh, interesting. Right, because this function is only called when we are colliding with it. So that's why this doesn't work. It's because I have to go in every time to call that function. And that's where having something like a timer would help. Well, how about this? How about this? we call the function again? What if we just call the function again? Can we use a return for that? I don't really know how that works. That's not how that works, right? I don't know what I'm doing, right? Return isn't gonna do that. Return puts you back to where you were before that part of the code, that stack or whatever, started, and then it outputs. Yeah, that's doing nothing. Okay. Just checking. Just checking. So what I need is for this function to be called more often. We could set a timer. I mean, we could say what you got in live chat? Why are you sending me copyrighted music? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You're gonna have to give me more context than that. Okay. If self-scale is set to target scale, yeah, but why are you sending me that image? If self-scale is set to target scale, so right, so I need this to happen more often. I need this function to be called more frequently. I don't think there's any way to tell this if statement. Unless there is, but I don't think there is. I don't think that's how this works. So, I'll say this. Let's create the timer. Or I could put this in... You know what we could do? We could set a flag. I could put this in the process. Let's undent this a bit. I could put this in process. Actually, I kind of do want to indent it more. Right, we do have to declare all of this stuff. That would help. Bring this back. And I actually want to indent this a little bit more. And say, if... So I need to set a flag in here. If body isn't group grabbed, we're going to say... something is something, or dunk something in dunk, and we're gonna set it to true here. So I need to declare that up here. Variable something in dunk, set it to false. If something in dunk, and we also need to be able to set it to false again. So we'll say if the grab ends Oh, we want to say on body entered. We'll say if body is in group grabbed, else. That'll be a little tricky because you're supposed to let go of it. So we'll actually kind of need to. As there's a little bit that's iffy there. Because when you let go of whatever you're grabbing, it leaves the group grabbed and it's no longer in that group. Right? And as such, it's going to be much harder for it to know what to do with it. So I might want a different way. Can we say is there an is in class? Is that like a thing? Am I making that up? I mean, I'm not getting autocomplete on it. Let me see. Is in class. Nope. We have is in group. Is class. Is class. And then a string. Nice. This method ignores class name declarations. How dare you? No, but that's what I need. Could you not ignore class name declarations? Dang. That's disappointing. Hey, Psychonic Joe. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get, let me reset this a little bit so it's not trash. It's not doing things I don't want to happen. What I'm trying to do is when I have a certain object overlapping with another object, I want one of those objects to tween between two different positions. So I'm able to get it to detect just fine. I'm kind of like halfway coded. Like I have things like halfway uncoded. So it's a little silly right now. But basically, when I take this and I overlap it with that orb, I want that orb to get bigger and smaller. Bigger and smaller. Bigger and smaller. I want it to throb. And so, you know, I set it up in... So I have like a body entered signal. So this is a rigid body. When it enters in here, it can detect it. And I was saying, if it is the normal size, tween it to the bigger size. If it's the bigger size, tween it back down to the normal size. But the problem with that is I needed to leave it and enter again, leave it and enter again, leave it and enter again. Is there like an overlapping one actually, now that I think about it? Is that a thing? Yes! That would be easier. That would be a lot easier. Right, what if I just set a flag though? Actually, I just kind of, well, but the flag, that's what I was gonna do. So I was gonna set a flag and I was gonna run it in the process function and have it do that. But you make an excellent point. I wouldn't have thought to do that, but I like that. I like that a lot. Let's do that. That sounds much easier. Yes! Yes! Let's do that! Oh, that's genius. Thank you. You know, I don't know if I've been updating credits today. Is that because nobody's done anything credit-worthy? I think that might be it. I mean, some people made some idea suggestions, but they're already credited. Although I have been doing increasing credits, but I don't think anyone has like come through and given me like a code suggestion today. So we got to get you in on that. Yeah. Sorry, Psychonic. You got another point. Puts you on top. You're number one. You just swooped in and Made a suggestion. I haven't even implemented it yet. Pepe says, I want to cry. I've been working on a group project and I was trying to get the interaction working someone made. 3 hours later, do they tell me they never actually make it work and only displays the prompt? I don't know that I understand. I'm sorry, whatever. You were trying to get the interaction working. And the someone else made interaction for the group project that you're doing in like a game. 3 hours later, they never made it work. I'm confused. Because isn't the premise that it doesn't work? You're saying the interaction doesn't work. The interaction that someone else made doesn't work. And 3 hours later, they told you that it doesn't work. I must be misunderstanding. I must be misunderstanding. It sounds very, very upsetting. But I don't understand. You know, maybe there's some kind of like communication issue happening, is what you're insinuating. I'm approaching this autistically. Like I'm just like trying to understand like the words as they're presented to me. And something that you thought was true turned out not to be true. If you're working on a group project, communication is very important. He claimed it was done, and that it worked, the interaction system. So I was playing around with it. But then they doubled back and said they never made it work. Okay. Okay. And so the problem is that the assignment is due. Is that what you're saying? And now that it turns out that it doesn't work, assignment-wise, you guys are in trouble? That sucks. Psychotic says, I'm sure Dragonblade won't let my victory live for too long. I know. I know. How did you not notice it didn't work? Yeah, right. Well, I guess Pepe said they were trying to, like, fix it? Or something? Perhaps? But yeah, right. Wouldn't you have, like, play tested with it? I know there must be something here that makes sense. And I'm here. I'm here, Pepe. We're here. Yes, an animation makes a frick ton of sense, by the way. Absolute metric frick ton. So I'm going to do that. On body entered. Oh, and then the other thing was, I was kind of curious if we could, so I realized something else, which is, I'm gonna need a way to detect what that thing is. It's fine. I actually have another idea. We'll be fine. It's not a big deal. If grabbed, it's fine. I actually have an idea. I just realized. If body is in group grabbed, because what I can do is I can just make sure it's in the group like health, which I'm pretty sure might even already exist. Oh, meat. We have the group meat. I think I'd rather call it health, if I'm being honest. That's the only place where it's labeled. So that's how we can determine without, if the player lets go of it. That'll be fun. It played an interaction noise and displayed an interaction prompt, but couldn't do anything more. So you thought you messed up on your end. Oh. You spent all the time troubleshooting something that wasn't even your fault. Wow. Wow. Yo, dude, you must have been like pulling your hair out. Because especially if you're trying to get it back to the point that it was at before you were tinkering with it, and even if you got it perfectly back to that point, it wouldn't work. Yeah, I'm sorry. That does suck. It's really interesting. I mean, just from like a collaboration standpoint, you know, like communicating whether or not something works right away. I'm not even meant to be working on the engine, but I need to sort some stuff out because he's lazy, to be honest. Group projects. That, honestly, that also sounds like group project struggle. You can use groups as far as I know. I think you're trying to detect a specific class. Yeah, I was. Yeah. And then I realized that I can just use this group here. Yeah, I was. And I guess I was curious to know that if you could detect a class name, and then it turned out you can't. This is interesting. I must have been... I don't know what is going on here. Oh, you know what? This must have been some other collision thing at some point. Wow. That's why I prefer solo projects. Might take longer, but I know how everything works and is done. Yeah. Communication, very important. I found someone saying you can do body get class set to class you want to check against. And that'll look at class name. I mean, I'll use it maybe someday. Body get class set to class you want to check against. Interesting. And so then I could just say like health for the class name and that would work. Not set to, is equal to. Right. Yeah, whatever. Whatever that is. I thought that is set to. Like not set to, but is set to. Like check to see if this is set to that, as opposed to set this to that. But I guess it makes more sense to say check if it's equal to that. That actually seems like that makes more sense. Isabel says, I've never worked on a group project. It sounds like it could be fun with the right people. Yeah, with the right people. True. Situational. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened. Like, that lack of communication is gonna cause problems in a lot of different regards. Obviously, in this case, that's gonna affect morale considerably. But it wastes development time, too. Rude. Just rude. And at the same time, you know, whatever, people aren't perfect. I'm not saying everybody has to be perfect or whatever, but you know, if you put something in there that doesn't work, it can be helpful to at least, I don't know, put a GitHub commit somewhere that says that it doesn't work. Working a group project as a perfectionist has to be one of the hardest experiences. I've heard this. I mean, I've definitely been the person in the group project that people don't want to be in a group with. Because I don't care that much. I've never really valued school, to be honest. Personally. That's just me. Leave me a comment in the code. Yeah. But I mean, you know, if I was studying game development, it might be different. Well, everything would be different because I would come to hate it. Because I hate school. I hate school. It's not a form of learning that works well for me. But I I understand that being in group projects brings up these conflicts between people that honestly shouldn't even have to exist. Why should you have to be grouped up with random people that like you might not be compatible with? Is there a life lesson in there? Is there? I mean, I guess so. I guess if you're going into like corporate game development or any situation like that where you might be teamed up with random people, maybe. But is that the lesson that they intend for you to get out of it? Or is it just, we're doing a group project, so I don't know, you learn how to work with groups. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. For one of the main reasons why schooling doesn't work for me is the combination of due dates and having to have something done by a certain due date. Like, I'm able to show up at these live streams on Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Mondays. I also do Tuesdays sometimes. I'm able to show up and do these streams, fine. It's hard for me to show up on time and be here. That's not easy, but I can handle that. You're gonna tell me there's a class I can come to and learn things? All right, fine. I can handle that. Not the easiest, I can do it. But now you're gonna tell me that the time in between when the class ends and the next one begins, I have to do something and be done with it by then? Now we have a severe problem, and I'm almost certainly going to fail at that. And unfortunately, schooling is pretty much universally built that way, where you are expected to complete tasks on your own time over a long period of time by a certain time. And I just fail at that. You know, so I'm able to come here and work on this game without saying, I need to finish this. And even then, at least I block out these 8 hours, these 6 to 10 hours to work on it. And I know I'm gonna have this amount of time to work on it. But if instead it was, I gotta come to these live streams, and in between the live streams, I better get all of this done. Now we have a problem. But that's just me. Assignments can be fun if they're few and far between and well designed. Nice. Thank goodness someone can have fun with it. Not me. Learning to work with there is value in a group project. Learning to work with other people that you don't necessarily agree with or get along with, there's value in it. It's a valuable life skill that most people need to use at some point. Yeah, that's true. It's just not a great way to teach that lesson. Ah, fair point, fair point. Yeah, I agree with you there. I need to create an animation per Psychonic suggestion. So we'll add an animation into the score dunk here. I'm gonna say animation score dunk. I'm gonna make a new one, and this is going to be hover throb. I'm probably going to want other different animations too. I might want to stick that in an animation tree at some point. I'm not sure. So I think for now, I'll just keep it all in one animation player, and then if I need to expand this to an animation tree, we can just use all the animations that are in there and everything will be fine. So we'll get the size of it. I kind of want to do the whole thing, not just the mesh, I guess. Well, I don't know, actually know. That might be weird to do the whole thing. I might just want to do the mesh. Because if I did the whole thing, then the actual collision area will grow. Which could be fine. But then also the collision area won't grow. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm gonna just do the area. But shouldn't you not scale collision? I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I'm just gonna scale the whole thing. And if that's wrong, we'll find out. Probably. So initial scale. Make it a little bit bigger. Keyframe that. Loop it. Play it. Easy. It throbs. Something I've experienced is that if you change the collision with the animation, sometimes that can result in the collision status changing during the animation, which leads to weird behavior. Heard. Not doing it. Very well. I won't do it then. I won't do it. Okay. Alright. Okay. Very well. That's all I need to hear. Because I'm kind of just on the fence. Like, I don't know that I care one way or the other. But if I can avert some possible risk, fine. Let's do it. Let's not. Why risk it? You know, unless I'm like, oh, you know what? I really wish that collision was growing as well. Alright, I kind of like that. Looks kind of nice. Easy peasy. Okay. Then I'm going to come back to the script, and I'm going to say when that happens, oh, let's actually on ready. Animation. I should really make these access as unique names. I don't know why I would necessarily need to do that, but I often figure why not, just in case. Okay, and then we'll say animation, play, hover throb. Let's go. If it isn't in that group, I mean, won't it just stop it anyway? I don't know. I guess I could say to stop, but then it's just gonna stop all animations. Let's see. Oops. What did I do wrong? Did I comment out the... I did. I commented out the function call. That'll do it. That'll do it. I don't know much, but I know that'll do it. Alright, here we go. Nope. Okay. Alright. Let's print this. Dunk area sees something. Let's make sure that much is working. Let's make sure that much is working. It is, so it definitely sees something. Print dunk area sees body. Or grabbed, whatever. Oh, I saw the dunk for a second when I jumped. That's funny. I might have to move it. Ah, so it's not seeing that the body is in the group grabbed. I think I need to lowercase the G. But you know what? I think I'd rather not have it be lowercased. So I'm gonna search up grabbed lowercase, and we're gonna actually change this everywhere. I usually do group names with a capital, and you know what? I want to stay consistent with that. So that's what we're gonna do. Alright. Now let's see. I'm surprised I saw that up there. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so it keeps going. It keeps going. So I do need to tell it to stop the animation. I do need to tell it to stop the animation. Otherwise it will continue endlessly. Also, it gets a little too large for my taste there. On body exited. True. I was thinking I could do... But else, I guess, has some problems, doesn't it? There's something wrong with using else here, right? Otherwise, why would you not suggest it? Well, it doesn't work. So that'll be one reason. That'll be one reason. Alright, so we're gonna say body exited. Connect on body exited. Func on body exited. I wonder, can it... Does it get the information about what it is that exited? I guess so. Because the function only runs when something goes inside the ball. Oh, gosh, I keep forgetting that. I did that earlier, too. I made the same mistake. For the else trigger, you'll have to put something inside the ball that's not grabbed for that else block to run. I had that same issue before you were here, or earlier. You could have been here, I don't know. Got it. Got it. Oh, and I meant to say true, by the way. I forgot to say stop true. So even if it did work, we wouldn't have known. But yeah, you probably wouldn't have worked. Almost certainly. Oh, so I not only wanted to stop, I wanted to reset back to the beginning. Could I say play reset? It's not gonna blend it, obviously, and it's just gonna snap back, which is pretty... It's pretty horrible. Might want to get me a an animation tree here, so we can animate it back to the initial position. Oh, I see it creeping in there. Technically, we should make it not visible. Okay, there it snaps back, which is, you know, something. It'd be kind of nice if it gradually went back. I could also make like a separate animation. Pass a second argument to play to add interpolation. Really? Custom speed from end, custom blend. Oh, right. So it'll always interpolate it when it stops or begins. Gotcha. Oh, for the reset one. Whoa. All right, I'm fine with that. I'll do that. We'll see what happens. Grab it. Come in here. Oops, I did it wrong. I did it bad. I did it bad. What did I do bad? Custom blend float -1 is the default. I know what you're saying is correct. To some extent. And I definitely wouldn't do it on the other one instead of this one. That actually... Is that just snapping? Is that just snapping? I think that's just snapping. I don't think that's doing anything. I don't think that's a blend. Would be my guess. That looks pretty snappy. Super snap. Definitely snapping. And then maybe I need to say on end, because I used this before for sure. But maybe an animation tree would just be easier too. It's interesting that it stays. It actually, I mean, it's just not doing anything, which is interesting. If I were to set it up an animation tree, do I know how I would do that? What if I gave them both a blend? I'm also not making it a float, but I feel like it would have given me an error, if that's a problem. Because I did do 0.5, and that was a float. So that seems like that should be okay. Strange. Let me see what I can do with an animation tree. I was right there. Animation tree, we want to say, I guess a blend tree. Can you try adding another animation that's just the base size? Oh, good idea. Right, instead of using reset? That's a good idea. And just play it? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I think I can do that. You know, I could also make like a shrinking one or something. But I guess I'd still have to know where to start from. We're gonna say base size. Come back in here. Get the mesh. And we'll just drop a keyframe on there. Come back to score dunk and say base size. See where that gets us. I think this is what you meant. Seeing that little bit of the score dunk at the top kills me. Oh, that worked! So maybe there's something fundamentally about it being a reset that makes it not work right. Nice. High five. Thank you. It seemed more like a smack. I truly meant a high five. The reset track is special. Yeah. Alright. Okay, Godot. Nice. Much better. Looks beautiful. Let's go. That initial blend is a little too slow. And I think even this could be snappier. Not as snappy as it was. Thank you for your help. Thank you so much. I'm just so lucky. The project is so lucky. So now there's a little bit more feedback there. I kind of think the throbbing should be faster, if I'm being totally honest with you. Yeah, well, I can only imagine what that's like to be helping someone on stream and like I too would be like, oh gosh, I hope I'm not wrong. I'm glad it worked out too. I'm gonna make the bigger size a little smaller. Just seems a little big. Let's say instead of 1.5, I'm gonna do 1.3 across the board there. Keyframe that instead. Seems a little large, and I want it to be quick. I want it to quickly communicate to the player. You dragging this, congratulations, you dragging this over here has an effect. Congratulations. The interpolation is so weird. Maybe I could do like a from end thing or something. I usually hate saying something and it turns out wrong. That's why I always add uncertifiers, like I think, and as far as I know, so that I don't have to take responsibility for misinformation. Honestly, that's a good thing to do, like in general, like be humble. It's humble to do that. But I also relate, and I know some folks come through here and that is not, they do not experience that same emotion, perhaps, or at least they're not as afraid of it and are willing to, you know, make a suggestion very confidently, like, that won't work. You have to do it this way. And then they're wrong, and they're just like, oops. But yeah, I think I would very much be in the camp of like, I don't know, I'm not sure. I think it's a good, and who knows, maybe the people who like, oops, they were wrong, maybe they would benefit from being a little more uncertifying as well. There's something kind of muddled about it all that bothers me. Maybe I want it to bounce a little faster. Like, I really don't want the player, even the first time, the second time, the third time, to have to think very hard, very long, either, about what is being communicated to them. It seems a little too aggressive. Maybe we could do a little longer than that. And then that blend, it's a little much. I'm gonna say, let's make it 0.2 over here and even shorter over there. Yeah, what I want to avoid is like the aggressive snapping. I want it to look intentional. I want it to look purposeful, like the player isn't that confused by the message. Yeah, that's better. Pretty hard to miss what that's trying to imply. You can do something. The fade out still seems a little long to me. Hell, I might even say 0.05. Like, let's slow it down. Or speed it up. To be fair, you don't need the initial blend because the ball will start from its original size anyway, so it just acts as a delay. Really? You're smart. I don't know if I would have realized that. I feel like I was under the impression that it snaps a little. I definitely don't want the delay. Hell no. Delay sucks. I guess I was trying to avoid this, but like why? Why am I trying to avoid this? Yeah, this looks way better. That actually just kind of makes it all better. Nice. I almost feel like the fade out is too fast now. I guess I don't really have to. I guess I could just keep this up. Wait, I'm gonna slow this down again. That looks a little better. I like that it distorts everything in the background. That's like through the lens. That's pretty cool. This is pretty good. This feels nice. You can do stuff here. So then the next step, awesome. I would say that looks pretty darn good. The next step becomes, what do we do about when the player lets go? Because when the player lets go, we want it to get absorbed in the score dunk. And so right now, when we let go, this body leaves the group grabbed. And when it leaves the group grabbed, the throbbing will stop. But I still kind of want it to stay there, and I want it to like do something else, like, you know, get bigger and maybe spray out some particles or something. Coming in here, you drop it. It needs to get rid. It actually, I need it to actually get rid of the human. The human needs to actually go away. Technically, like what's happening is you're teleporting the thing you're dropping in here to an alien planet. So maybe some kind of effect of like particles flying up, like shoo, 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 like soaring through the sky. That could be nice. But if I do let go of it, and I want the ball to stay there, this is for, yeah, this is the score dunk. This is it. And you know, I'd still want there to be the alternative where you can either send them to the planet or eat them. So alternatively, I'm gonna want to set up, if you drag it to the alien, it's going to offer the chance that you can heal the alien's body parts, which is still where it was left off the last time you were giving me tips about that. I have not done much to update the healing. It's a little broken. But I want to get this, so yeah. So I want to be able to drop this in here. We let go, score increases, the human or whatever, the cow, disappears, a particle effect plays, even an animation on the score dunk plays, and then it retracts. So I wouldn't want it to retract immediately. I wonder if we could like suspend the human somehow, like turn off its gravity so it stays in place That seems like that's gonna be a little broken. Might want to say that the human or whatever you're holding like snaps to the origin of the orb when you let go. And it becomes something that keeps this orb down here. I could say that the orb is also looking for it to be meat in the meat group. I don't know why meat would collide with it on accident anyway, but like maybe, I mean it could, because if like, actually it could potentially. There could be unintended collisions somewhere happening where something like bounces up and then like gets dunked automatically, which could be really bad for the player, potentially. It's not just necessarily a good thing if the thing that they're dunking gets you bad karma. So that would be not good. The human/cow has a boolean that's grabbed or something similar. Yeah, when being held with the mouse. Yeah, exactly. Whenever it's held with the mouse, it's in the group grabbed. And so if I let go, it's no longer going to be in that group. It's going to leave that group. And that's what I have the orb looking for right now. The orb is looking for if the thing that it's colliding with is in the group grabbed. So I might need to, and then I want to say that when release is detected, so I guess I'd almost want to say that the meat object, the human/cow, is itself checking to see, am I inside of that orb? Am I inside the orb? If I am, and release is pressed, maybe a different flag is set. Maybe I get added to a different group. And the orb is like, well, if something is in that group, then I know that something has been dunked inside of me, and therefore I can play the animation of absorption and increase the score. Or whatever. And then, you know, we can also do other things, like say if the thing that's grabbed is released inside of here, then maybe turn off its gravity or snap its vector position to the position of the orb so it stays in there for a second. And I'd almost want to see the orb like go back up as if it's ascending back to outer space or something like that. You know, it's just getting deposited, who knows where, and then the next time you grab something else, it's empty. So it's just like taking these things away. We don't know where, but it's going there. It's going there. Alright. Alright, well, I gotta use the loo again. Look, I've been chugging this tea. I gotta use the loo. So I'm gonna do that real quick. I'll be right back. And then, let's set that up. Let's get that set up. I'm gonna do what I can. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get a snack. Less than 2 minutes, I'll be back. Whoa, it rhymes! Did I just cast a spell? Did I just cast a spell? Alright, hold on. Of course the music chilled out. Alright. Let's make this score dunk. Or this dunk score? Both. I say both. Okay. So right now, the health or meat objects are rigid bodies. Unfortunately, they don't have an area, so they can't see other areas. So they're not necessarily gonna know that they're in there. Unless we do some signal emissions, which I am always arguably overly a fan of. I love using signals. So I say we emit some signals. And say that when the body enters, or when the meat goes in there, it's seen as grabbed. Not only play the hover throb, but emit a signal. I'm open to alternatives. I'm here for it. Because it's also gonna have to know if it's the one, right? So I'm gonna need to make sure that signal calls or has an argument that carries the body. So that way the cow can then be like, am I the one that's in there? I am! And I'm the one that needs to go away. So it you know, that complicates it a little bit. So we could say signal. So when on body entered runs, when a cow is inside the dunk, you already have a reference to the cow through body. So you can call a function or set a variable from there. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I'm doing it the best way, but I'm gonna go to an autoload global variable script situation. And I'm gonna say signal meat in dunk. Meat in dunk. And then from the dunk script, I will say messenger meat in dunk emit with the body that entered. And then back on the meat script, I will connect. I don't think we're connecting things there. Down here somewhere, all over the place. The ready function is riddled with things. Let's do it here. It doesn't. I don't even know if I'm using this. No, I am. Okay. Let's put it here. Messenger meat in dunk connect on meat in dunk. It doesn't look like we need this anymore. Is this function even being called anymore? Kill it. Oh wait, it does do something. Hold on, before you start breaking your game there, my friend. This still does something. This is actually for the healing logic. Let me get this out of the way. This is for the healing logic that that isn't currently very functional. But technically, alright, fine. I'll keep it, but I don't know if we're gonna keep it. Func, what did I call it? On meat dunk, in meat dunk, meat in dunk, on meat in dunk, and call with, sure, body entered. And we'll say if, or we'll say dunked body. If dunked body is set to self, then self add to group Well, not really just that. We'd also want to say if dunked body set to self and input action is pressed release, then do that. Then add to group dunked. And then back on the dunk, if body isn't group grabbed, also if body is in group dunked, let's just have it print a message. Print meet dunked. So nothing is really going to fundamentally change. And to be fair, we're also not unmarking it as dunked, so it's going to kind of break it a little bit. But in theory, the thing would eventually get destroyed. So I don't know that we need to unset that group in the grand scheme of things. So I'm bringing it in and out. No message is printing down in the bottom left there. If I let go, nothing happens. Okay, so that didn't work. But let's see if it at least got added into that group. I'll see if this much is running. Print. I'm even gonna say self name released in dunk. So at the very least we can see if that message is even getting sent out in the first place. It is not. It is not. All right. Is the meat noticed in the dunk? Print. And let's even say dunked body is in dunk. Am I emitting the signal? I think so. I'm pretty sure. That'd be a good thing to check, though. That'd be a darn good thing to check. Yes, I am emitting it. So it sees that human 100, rigid body 3D, is in dunk. So it does call that function and see that it's in there. So this would only run if we were emitting it. So we must be emitting it. What is less sure is whether or not dunked body is set to self and input is action just release grab is being detected at the same time. I guess it would have to happen at the same time. I guess that's the problem. So I guess what I'd rather do, I see. So I need to set, okay, I gotcha. I need to say variable, or not even create the variable, but just say in dunk set as a true. We need to be checking this like in process or whatever. In dunk set to true. Create a variable. In dunk. Did I say is in dunk? Is that like better to word it that way? Insane Alpha Beta says, so I asked in the mirror Discord, and thus far all I got. Oh, and so Insane was asking if the mirror was going to have the ability to export things that you make in it. outside of the mirror. The mirror is like this project made in Godot that was recently open sourced that's supposed to be trying to compete with like Unreal Engine, Fortnite, and Roblox and stuff, except that it isn't a walled garden and will let you export stuff in theory. So Insane was asking in the Discord there if that is a feature that's going to be released more or less. All I got is a response, as a response, was a reaction emoji, which was this. Is that a pregnant person? So like, and I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what the blue hell they mean. I mean, I would guess like it's cooking. They're working on it. It's a work in progress. It's developed. They're developing it. It is gestating. I think that would be the interpretation. That is very funny. It's interesting. It's all interesting. I mean, I have to think that them open sourcing it is part of their way of asking for help. I really kind of think so. Because it seems hard. It seems like a hard thing to do. The entire project. They deserve all the help they can get. You need to have a check in process that checks when you release grab if body is in dunk. Yes. I've heard somewhere that Godot to mirror bidirectionality was an eventual goal of the mirror, as in things could be exported in and out of either one. Yeah. So I feel like it's definitely gonna happen because, or the project collapses. I don't know, but they say it, and it's been said so much that I feel like it would just be a faux pas on their part if they didn't do it. It seems like their entire, or a big part, a cornerstone of their whole mission. Still, it'd be interesting to hear them say something about it. Does this seriously say 14 point right here? Does that say 14 point? Does it know what to do with that? Alright. Variable is in dunk. We want to say false. And then when that function runs that's connected to meet in dunk, we want is in dunk to become true. Oh, but we also have to say if dunked body is set to self as well, or is equal to self. Then is in dunk becomes true. And then in process, well, we already have if input is action just released, so we can probably just drop it in here, I guess. And we'll say if is in dunk. We're also gonna need to make that false at some point. Then we want to add to group dunked and print it that it was released in dunk. We also need to make sure we set it back to false if you decide not to dunk it, right? So that's interesting. Meet in dunk, and I guess we might want to say that when it's exited, it's a little messy. So on body exited, if it is in group grabbed. I wonder if when we exit, we can have it like get bigger and shrink back down or something. That might look better. Almost like you're interacting with it, like you're like putting it in, like zoop. I don't know if that makes sense. Zoop, 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 zoop. I don't know. So could I just say when it exits, just like messenger meet left dunk. And then emit body. And then it'll just do the same thing and check to see, am I the one that just left the dunk? So I'll create a signal, meet left dunk. Maybe it's a little messy to do it this way. I don't know. It might be. That would be unsurprising. Messenger, meet left dunk, connect, on meet left dunk. Func on meet left dunk, dunked body. If dunked body is set to self, is in dunk is false. Pro Godot tip, don't forget to recenter your mouse from time to time. Making a reference to the PlayStation 4 Dreams game that let you make games, and it had a cursor that they called an imp, and it looked like a turnip for no good reason. For no real good reason. And it would often pop up a message to remind you to recenter it, because it used 6-axis controls. This is your cursor in the game Dreams on PlayStation. It used 6-axis control, and so you needed to recenter it sometimes, and it would pop up with this message. Remember, press and hold options to recenter your imp. And that's what Insane Alphabet is referencing. And I get the reference, because I was swindled into liking Dreams. I did like it. And then I realized it was no longer a good use of my time. Alright, if dunk body is set to self, is in dunk false. Don't mind me just unintentionally derailing the stream with a single reference. Well, you know, it's important to me to add context, because I think at this point, most of the people who watch this stream don't know what Dreams is. Or if they do know what it is, they don't know it to the extent that we knew what it was. And so, you know, I like everybody to be on the same page. That's important to me. So when, inevitably, people who are my friends, who I met in Dreams, come through here and make references to it, I must add context. It is the way of things. It's gonna be weird when Dreams just becomes an inside joke we don't even bother explaining anymore. I would always explain it. I will always explain it. Always. Because I don't want people to be left out of what I'm talking about, you know? So isn't dunk will go to false in that case. Are we done here then? Does this work? And what's gonna happen? It's gonna print something? Can we not print all of this? I'm not gonna print released in dunk right now. But what we are gonna see, meat is dunked. If the body entered is in group dunk, but this isn't gonna get called. Right, we still have to add in the process stuff. Wait, we did. But I need to put this in the process for the dunk, because this isn't going to update. So this does have to be in the process. Otherwise, that's not gonna update. Unless we have yet another signal getting sent, and it calls yet another function. Yeah, actually, I think I do need to do that. Well, because no longer, we'd have to store the reference to the body. If you want to get away with an inside joke existing without explanation, I think your best bet is to make an in-joke that isn't funny. What? Pierogi gone. Pierogi is not 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 gone. You can tell cause Pierogi right here. You can tell cause Pierogi right here. Pierogi is not gone. Pierogi is not gone. Pierogi you're not gone cause you're here. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Welcome, Pierogi. You're welcome for the song. I'm also sorry. But you're also welcome. But I'm mostly sorry, actually. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Insane says, this will never happen, but if MM somehow managed to release the Dreams bubble bath engine on PC, would you use it? No. No! Why? It's just the same thing that's on the PlayStation, except it's on PC? No. It wouldn't be different. It would be the same limitation of using something like Roblox or Unreal Engine, except Fortnite. Except you couldn't even monetize it. Absolute waste of time. Complete waste of time. No. As a usable engine, you just have everything. You can export. Maybe. Probably not. Like, so at this point, with full export, at this point, I prefer text code. I like text code. I find it more precise. I find it more searchable, more refactorable, more researchable, more, you know, there's more resources, more people understand it, and I can connect with more people over text code than I can with visual scripting. So, so like for me, I wouldn't. It's wild that I'm saying this because I used to swear by visual scripting because I never really got into text code. But I think the limitation of visual, I think that's what I think visual scripting is. I think it's a limitation. And I think it's useful in some contexts, like with shaders, certain systems, like it makes sense to have visual scripting, but for coding an entire game or project, I don't think it's a viable solution. So that's kind of why I wouldn't use it. Rogi might use it for making music. That's fair. Yeah, maybe I would do that. Actually, if the music was exportable, the stems were good, and the quality was high, I might use it for making music. That's a good point. Insane Alpha Beta thinks they'd agree. Don't get me wrong, I'd be very tempted, but ultimately would not. Wow. Wow, look at that. Rogi says, I definitely wouldn't use it for 3D art. I'm so sick of SDF, it isn't even funny. Yeah, and that's, honestly, I feel similarly about using, like, polygons. I feel like it's more precise. There's more support around using polygons than dealing with SDF stuff. It's more usable than SDF-based models. I'm still using it for music because I've been able to get my music from Dreams and it sounds great. No, that's understandable. Text code is a steeper learning curve, but a higher skill ceiling / more capabilities. Yeah. That's fair. That's actually a great assessment. I like that. I gotta remember that. It is a steeper learning curve, although I think that like it's like initially the curve is steeper, and I feel like the more that you learn, the easier everything else becomes. And I think with visual scripting, that is true. as well, depending on the language. kind of. I don't know. Maybe it's not that different. I don't know. I don't know that I have a comment on that. But for me, like, learning text coding, it seemed like once, like, the more I start to learn about it, the more other things make sense. I guess that's true with anything. Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. Visual code is nice for getting into coding. Yeah, it got me into it, and I learned so many of the basics. I learned so many of the basics, the principles of coding and programming. Dreams taught me that. It gave me a love for trying to figure out how to make things work together, using the same basic principles that we use here. So, totally, it is really great for learning or getting into coding. Or, like, you know, if I think about visual shaders, or not visual shaders, visual scripting in shaders, like in Unreal Engine or Blender, you know, they have a visual scripting node system for putting together shaders. And that kind of makes sense to me, because if you are, like, let's say working on a team, you know, and you are someone who's doing the programming, someone else is doing the art, and they want to work on the art, but they don't want to learn coding, you know, them using shader visual scripting is more accessible for them, so they can stick to the artwork and the coders can stick to the programming work. Something like that, you know? So I kind of can understand where visual scripting has a place for things like that. For music is a good use case. Yeah. Imagine P5.js but visual code. Okay, I'm still too new to all of this to know what that means. P5.js, something with JavaScript. A client-side library for creating graphic and interactive experiences. That sounds cool. That's a nice pig. I mean, it's not a great pig, but it gets the job done. Oh, I see what's happening here. I can kind of understand what that's saying. This looks cool. Maybe as visual programming becomes more popular, it'll become more standardized and easier to transfer knowledge. Yeah, and I think that standardization is the issue. Like blueprints versus, you know, Unity's, they don't call it Bolt anymore, they just call it visual scripting. You know, they have a lot of similarities and they have a lot of differences too, that are unique to the engines. It's like, it also has to be unique to like using C# in Unity. It also has to be unique to using C++ in Unreal. And then it also has to be unique to the engine Unreal, and it has to be unique to the engine Unity, their respective visual scripting languages, which makes, I think, it hard for them to be standardized. And so you're kind of like starting over on each one. And it's like, well, in blueprints, I could do this, but you can't do that in Unity. But then again, I guess that's true for any language. So you know what? You might be right. I mean, I'm sure you are right. That's very beautiful. I got into programming mostly because I wanted to make Discord bots. That's fun. That's cool. Yeah, honestly, beautiful is kind of a good word for it. Like so many of my friends, people who come through here, people who support this channel, people who I continue to talk with and work with, I met on Dreams. And, you know, it was beautiful to be there and to be connecting with those people in that way. People like me. Like, it was fantastic. For sure. Yeah. And I have this relationship to programming because of that. That's starting from that point. Discord bots are pretty cool now. Music is the one thing I'm definitely going to use it for going forward. And maybe the sunken cost fallacy. Maybe this is sunken cost fallacy. But it's nice to at least get one thing from Dreams that I can use. I mean, then you're acknowledging sunk cost fallacy means that you're at least kind of approaching it from a rational perspective. So I think you'll be all right. You're probably making the right choice for you right now. I think visual scripting has potential to rival text code if someone figures out how to make it more searchable. That would help. That would help a lot. Visual scripting is easy to build with, but hard to build upon / modify. Yeah, right, and I feel like that makes it hard too, is like... Well, I don't know this is what you're saying, but I was just thinking about, like, especially, like, as projects get more and more and more and more and more complicated, it's really, I find it really hard to navigate a visual scripting project the more and more complicated it gets. Maybe I just never organized well enough. The searching isn't something that will ever happen in the way I would need it to. Yeah, maybe. The coding train has done a ton of videos with P5.js. I bet. This looks very coding train. This totally looks like it would be up coding train's alley, actually. Now that you say that. Yeah, coding train is a lot of fun to watch. For sure. For sure. Coding train has helped me learn many things already. Even if it's not the language that I'm learning. I think coding train helped me learn return functions, helped me learn vector math a little bit, and always in like a very, fun way. Wholesome. I love that. I think I take rival text code back. Actually, maybe it'll become complementary tool to text coding. Yes, I'm with that. I'm on that. I feel like visual scripting is good for wrapping your head around programming, but bad for building big projects with. Yeah, I feel that too. The Apple II basic video is how I discovered him. Yeah, it's a really good one. The Apple II basic, I love old technology stuff. So it's really fun that he does that. He does a good job at like giving you that full retro vibe. It's a great channel. It's a great YouTube channel. He's like a teacher, he's like a friend, and an entertainer, all wrapped up in one. And he does them all really well. Oh, right. I need to check if the thing that we're dunking is in the group, possibly in a process, but it also needs to know what the body is. Well, I think it makes the most sense to emit yet another signal. I know this is a lot of signal emitting. Somebody stop me if I'm making mistakes, but I think I just want to emit more signals, man. I think that's what I want to do, is just emit more signals. I can't stop. They're so useful. Signal... It's going to be hard to say this. Meet... What if we say this is meet entered dunk? I'm a signal junkie! What if I call this meet entered dunk? And then I have to rename all the meet in dunks here. So I'm just gonna replace it with meet entered dunk. So replace all those. Back of the score dunk, same thing. Meet in dunk. We want to call it entered. And then in is what's happening when we're coming from it. Stormrun is back. Had to help your mom at her house with some stuff and go to the store. Sounds like you're a very helpful person. Sounds like you're a very helpful person. People are lucky to know you. And you them. Welcome back. Krogi says, honestly, I don't use that many signals. I don't see the benefits aside from, oh wait. Okay. Alright. Maybe it has some readability benefits. I don't know what to say to that. What? Signals are the cornerstone of Godot! This doesn't make any sense. How can you say How can you say that? What do you... What? This is... Signals are the best thing I've ever seen. How can you... Look, I respect what you're saying. I really do. Look, it's fine. It's fine. All right? Like, that's... I don't... There's no comment. I was trying to make my boat go forward by pressing W, but it goes forward and flies up too. Whoa. That's pretty cool. A flying boat? Feature, not a bug. Feature, not a bug. Signals are to Godot what keyframes were to dreams. Maybe. Except there's... Okay. Disclaimer, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Look, Rogi, I mean, it's just... It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how else would you do these things? To me, it's like having signals, it makes everything so much easier. Like, from a logical perspective. Because it's like, I have a script over here on this scene. I have another script over here on this scene. How do I make them talk to each other? Signals! Done! Bam! They talk. Bling, bling, bling. Dude, Rogi, I feel like you're going to have to discover that signals are amazing in Godot. I feel like you just need more experience, which is amazing for me to say because you have a lot of experience. But I also know you haven't had the time to work on like bigger projects. I think you're gonna find that you like them very much. It's kind of funny. You gotta keep hitting W to go forward/up. If you don't press anything, it goes down from gravity. So I kind of made a bird. Ooh, new game. Actual disclaimer, there is no wrong way to do something. True. It's all about whatever works for you. If it works, it works. Very true. I agree. I completely agree. I completely agree. Rogi, you know, it's fine. I just feel like they're so useful. They're so useful. You could find another way, and that'll work fine. But, like, they're so useful. So what, you're not even gonna connect signals over here? You know what? No, you're right. There's no wrong way to do things. Absolutely, I agree. I just feel like some things you're just, whatever. Just putting yourself through pain you don't deserve to go through. Somebody's watching me. I said that, and this song appeared, and I had to let it out. You deserve to. You deserve to. Right. So, signals. So we've got a signal for meet, what do we call it? In dunk or creating it? Meet in dunk. And then I was updating all the meet entereds. Or switching the old meet in dunk to meet enter dunk. And now that I've done that... Yeah, you do! You use signals! You're talking about creating your own signals. Yeah, so that's different. That makes what you're saying much more sensible to me. But it is also really useful for to create your own signals too. It's also very useful. You may find other ways to not need it. I feel like I've definitely talked to folks who come through here and don't use signals, and they make awesome stuff in Godot. And I am the one who even told them about that. So, you know, and I think to Insane Alpha Beta's point, like, you know, certain people are drawn to certain methods and certain tactics. And I think that's why I even say, somebody stop me if I'm making a huge mistake, right? If this is a bad idea. Because I know I'm like really using signals, like custom signals. I'm using the crap out of them. But they work. They work. I would say this is how many I have global signals that are created. And I think if there's a downside, it's that, you know, they're gonna run a function like as many times, or you're kind of also creating your own function. Anyway, I don't know if that's really a downside. I don't think there's a downside. I think they're amazing. I was trying, but I don't really have a downside. Great. So for meet and dunk, I want to actually connect that over here. I don't think I'm emitting it yet, but I want to connect it. Messenger meet in dunk. So this is going to come from the meet object. And we want this to be on meet in dunk. And this is going to need to check to see what the body is. So I'll call that function in a second. First, let me come back to the health. Sort this out. Like me and the AND gate in Dreams, I used it for everything, and Lee's had a complete other and worse way of doing it. That's true. That's true. The AND gate in Dreams was useless. Unless you were connecting more than like 3 things at once. It was useless. You might as well have just used their nodes. I'm just saying. But you're right. Either way was valid. Either way was valid. That may be a good approximation. It was not useless. Them fighting words. Oh gosh. Rest in peace, Dreams. Do you think you can put foliage inside a blueprint? I was trying to make an empty lot blueprint that will be replaced by a building, but when I put a tree in a blueprint, it freezes. How do you put a tree in a blueprint? I mean, you could make a blueprint that has a tree in it. Sure, why not? It's been a while since I've used Unreal Engine, but I remember having blueprints. They weren't foliage, but like, let's say I had a game where I was making a maze and it would like instantiate walls, and the wall itself was a blueprint, or the wall mesh was inside of a blueprint. And that seemed okay. I don't know, maybe foliage is like more complex or something. And it wasn't just like I was attaching a blueprint to the wall. It was like I made the blueprint and then I added the mesh to the blueprint. I don't know. Maybe it's just like more complex with the foliage. I think the idea of a singleton that handles interactivity is a good way to do things. I think so too. But something in me is just like, no. Okay. All right. You can do it. You want to, but you just can't bring yourself to do it. Wow. Can't say I understand. But you have that blockage. You know, that's in you. It's a static mesh. Maybe it's too complex or I just need to wait. Yeah, I don't know. I was definitely able to add meshes to blueprints. Maybe it's like the type of blueprint? I don't know. I don't remember. It was a while ago. It was a long time ago. Right, so I'm on the health, and we want to emit here. If it is in dunk, add it to the group dunked. Which I kind of don't need the group anymore. If you think about it, I kind of don't need this group. I actually don't need that. If it is in dunk, messenger meet in dunk emit, and we want itself to be emitted so we know what it is, and the score dunk can say, is it the thing? I guess. Does it need to know what it is? Does it need to know what it is? I don't think it matters. Actually, I don't think it matters, because the object knows what it is. That should be all that matters. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. So I'm going to call this other function func on meet in dunk. Are we dunking cows in coffee like a donut? Kinda, yeah. but only one dunk, and then it's gone, and it will be abused by aliens on another planet. So if that donut is ready to be experiencing that, then yeah, it's the same. It's pretty much exactly the same. On meat in dunk, I want to say, we'll just have say meat is dunked. That's it. If this message prints, then we'll know it works. I don't want a message to, okay, come up over here. All right, and we don't have any other prints floating around. We do, but not floating. Those are very specific ones. Make sure we don't have another print. Okay. All right, let's see if we get it this time. And then instead what I'll have it do is like play an animation or something. So what we're doing, Rogi, is I am setting up the score dunk. So when I grab a meat object, human or an animal, from the sky descends an orb. And when we take that meat object and we hover over the orb, it throbs. When we pull away, it stops. This is our progress so far. If I let go, it ascends. And this is what we've got. And now what I'd like to add in is that when we let go of the meat object while it's in the orb, I want it to abduct the meat object. So all that may happen, if I've done this right, is it'll print meat in dunk or whatever, or meat is dunked or something like that when I let go of it in here. I don't know if it's gonna work. It did! Meat is dunked. Let's freaking go. Now I just gotta make it matter. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is good progress. So, I mean, I started out with this, right? We're playing the game. There's some meat. If you hover over the meat and you grab it, the dunk appears, it descends, and then we're at this stage where if I let go of it while it's hovering over the dunk, I need it to add 1. Not only that, but I actually want this thing to get abducted. So it'd probably be more correct to even add an extra frame in here. And say that additionally, right, so score will be 1. And then I'd want this whole thing to actually ascend to the heavens, as it were. So maybe we could do like this. Give us a little arrow here as it vanishes away. So that's what I want. Yeah, I'll show you. Welcome back, Tensho. Now it just has to matter. Yeah. Because like we can do it and it prints something, but I wanted to, I haven't even created a score yet. It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna just be ugly UI that does the thing. But we're gonna put it there, so it's just a placeholder for now. And then ideally, the meat object would float up with it. And also, if we're being honest, I'd want to say that when it comes back, so let's say you go to grab something else, okay? Actually, you know what I should do? Is I should copy this one. So there's also, you might notice that the alien is highlighted here. So that would be maybe something I try to work on tomorrow. Because when we grab it, we don't only want the orb to appear, I'd also want it to be clear to the player that you could also drag the meat object to the player, and something will happen if you do that. I want that all to be like communicated kind of clearly. So yeah, so I want to say that if it comes back, that thing is gone, right? That thing that ascended to the heavens, when this comes back, it's gone, and you have your point. That's what I want. That's what I want. I've been listening to an audiobook of Plato's Atlantis over and over so I can plan out my city. It's not crazy tech and buildings, just normal ancient Greek stuff basically. And there's too much detail for a lie. Alright. Alright. That sounds interesting. Dude, whatever you're making is gonna be awesome. You're like doing the research. Okay. So let's indeed make it matter. So we're gonna drag this Tencho. If I come over here, we hover over it. It's gonna throb. So only if I'm hovering over it will it throb. And if I let go, it ascends. If I grab it, it descends. It kind of disappears a little quickly, but that's okay. Minor detail. And then the goal is to get meat is dunked to print down here. So if I grab it and I hover over this and I let go, we're gonna get another meat is dunked message, which is what we want. So not only do I don't particularly want it to print a message. I'm a little concerned that it printed it twice. That worries me, but hopefully that won't matter. So when this happens, I would like it to, I'm a little concerned here. Oh, we have a problem. We have a problem. If I let go multiple times, so look at the message number. And then watch my keyboard as well. Hopefully it doesn't block it. It doesn't. So that's at 75. First of all, when I grab one, if I can get one. When I grab one and let go of it, okay, first of all, that just went up to 83. And I don't know why. It just went to 85. We have some problems here. It's every time I release. Every time I click and release, it's going up. Something isn't, a flag is not being set back to false. So that needs to happen. That needs to be fixed. So we'll deal with that. Yeah, right, exactly. It should disappear afterward, but I don't know, because I want it to be abducted, and so it won't be deleted right away. So I feel like, and especially if the player is very quick, like this game is going to reward the skill of being able to very quickly grab things and drop them in the dunk. Grab them, drop them, grab them, drop them. I don't want to risk that maybe having an exploit where you could do it so quickly that you get too many points. So I think we should still have it cut it off. I just must not be setting something to false somewhere. I'm sure that's all it is. Yeah, we got it. We're getting there. We're getting there. When it pulsates, can it be a different color? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, maybe. That's neat though. The pulsate actually magnifies thing behind it. I know. That really surprised me. I was really impressed with that. Yeah, that looks awesome. I love that. Maybe a different color. I know this is me being stubborn as I always am, but like I resist it because there's a lot of lore accuracy that I need things to have. And apparently throbbing doesn't go against the lore. Changing the color? I don't know. I mean, the alien's body is supposed to be a pearl. So like, why wouldn't it change color? I don't know. I'm not ready to change the color yet. Maybe. And to be fair, Stormrun, so I also, like, that's kind of, yeah, exactly. So those are the kind of things that I don't want to worry about right now, right? I just kind of want, like, the minimum amount of feedback that, you know, communicates to the player, hey, your actions have reactions. If you do something, something happens. And adding like a bunch of effects in here is something I want to do, but I don't want to spend more time doing it than I have to. But yeah, eventually. The best lore is made up based off what looks cool. Fair, fair. Minimum viable product. Yes, minimum viable product is definitely a mantra of mine when it comes to making this game. Exactly. When I learned about minimum viable product, I like wanted to like tattoo it on myself. I was like, yes, 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 minimum viable product. It liberated me from worrying about all the little details. So I'm often just kind of like, oh, I don't want to do that, you know, because I want it to be at a bare minimum what is necessary to make the game make sense to play. And so the throbbing is just there to like give you that feedback. And like, you know, I want to say when you let go of it, maybe a particle effect comes off, you know, so the player knows, oh, I did something good. I did something good. This was good. So that seems relevant. Changing the color, I feel like that's kind of like some extra stuff that maybe like I would add on later. I know I get way too, I explain it so much, but I think it's a good idea. I just think it's not what I want to prioritize. And I'm very stubborn about these things. Warhammer lore mentioned. It's a very helpful thing to think about when you are overambitious / a perfectionist. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And Stormrun, your eye for those details is always very helpful. I've trained myself to resist putting in too many details that I don't think serve that minimum viable product. It's good to define the scope of what you're working on and the stage of your work on it. Absolutely. It's a later thing, but it also lets you know for sure you are hovering over the goal. That's true. That's true. Although, you know I'm going to say color blindness. You know I'm going to point out color blindness. 8% of people are colorblind, and it's not going to let them know. It might if I make the hue or the tone very different. But then I got to like think about that. It just becomes, and it's sort of like what Isabella's saying. Like, I think that's a really good point, because I'm going to want to like really think about what does the effect mean? Does it work accessibility wise? Does it look good in this sense? Why this color or not that color? Why not have it be like this? And it's like, those are all the questions that I feel like slow me down and hold me back. And I could just slap something in there, right? And say, okay, it's a new color because Stormrun said so, which is like kind of okay. But I still have to like figure out how to do that and then like sit with it when it's just not something I really want to worry about. I don't know. I hear you. This is going to come up all the time. I still like that you say these things and suggest these things, because it does sink in a little bit, and I do consider it. That way you can be quicker than the pulse. Well, it can get wider. Right, it could, but then I'm like, do I want it to do that? Like, I don't know. I just don't know. Anyway, thanks for listening to my over-explanation of that simple no. Okay. Great, so I need to set something to false. Something needs to become false. Yeah, I do be going all over the place. It's okay. On meat and dunk, meat is dunked. Now that gets emitted whenever that function runs. It's from the health script, or it's initiated by on the health script. When the input is action just released grab, so I basically left click is released, and it's in dunk, so I just need to set is in dunk to false. On meat left dunk, dunked body. So this isn't happening. It's not actually setting it to false here. So if I say print, I'm gonna say dunked body has left the dunk? I'm just kind of curious. Well, actually, we'd want it to run here, right? And we could also say print something has left the dunk. So we can see, you know, if this is running for 1, and 2, is it running knowing that it's the thing that left the dunk? So it knows that something left the dunk. Interesting. Yeah, so if we look down here, it says human has left the dunk. Actually, first, it said something has left the dunk, which makes sense, since that was first up here. So first it's gonna check, has something left the dunk? Yes. And then after that, it's gonna say, yes, that was the human, me, I'm the one who left the dunk. It does print it a bunch more times. I'm just gonna let that go. And it's just doing the same thing. So it seems to know that it left it. You know what I guess I'd want to print more so would be what's the status of is in dunk. So I'm going to put that in process. Print is in dunk. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I don't really know if that's gonna be the thing that's in the dunk. Like, I could say, like, self in dunk, but I don't think if that's actually what it is. I feel like it would print if anything. So it's false, 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 false. Super false. Very good. Now it's true. And false. When we come out here, it's false. Now it's true and false. But if it's false, I'm confused. So it's seeing that meat is dunked. It doesn't seem to be staying false. Multiple meats? Yeah. Hey, can I pick your brain real fast? Do you game outside of development? Not really. I mean, I used to sometimes. Basically, once in a while, a game will like capture me, and I'll play that game a lot. The last game that I really got into that was like a new game was Outer Worlds by Obsidian. I really liked that. Once in a while, I get sucked into Fallout 4, and I play that obsessively. So I like, honestly, I like Bethesda-like RPGs, are kind of the games that I like to play. I also like roguelikes, so I'll pick up, and I'm not really like, I love Outer Worlds, it's a lot of fun. I'm not really like, I haven't played like the big roguelikes, like the big hits, but I've played like smaller ones that I like a lot. And then besides that, I mean, I grew up playing a lot of games as a kid, but right now, I mostly just want to make games. So that's mostly what I do. Is it just me, or is music kind of on theme? It actually kind of is. It's got some like weird like whistles, like kind of sounds like an alien ship. You're actually kind of right. It's got kind of like a creepy. All right, you know what? I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna take that note down in Insane Alpha Beta, because I am very much not sure what kind of music I want for this game. But you know what? I'm gonna screenshot you saying that. So that way I know for the future. I do kind of. I mean, I like, you know, because I like Fallout 4 and Outer Worlds, they have guns. I don't like Skyrim as much. I don't like Skyrim as much. So, unfortunately, because, I don't know. I'm not a big guns fan in real life, but like, I do kind of like shooters. But I'm not like out here playing Valorant worried about having the best mouse for perfect accuracy or anything like that. But I do find it fun, personally. I'm gonna add this to the Akin plan. Did I say Akin plan? I'm gonna add this to the Hackin plan because that's a really helpful note in St. Alpha Beta. The prince firing for all cows and humans, you are only grabbing one. Yeah, true. That makes sense. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. Alright, that makes sense. You right. You right. But, you know, that's okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. So I'm not going to be able to tell. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm going to say music for game 1. I'm keeping it down. We're going to mark this down. I'm going to immortalize it in the Hackin' plan. I don't even know if the music section has anything in it. Is there a music section? There is now. Overview, gameplay, story, characters, levels, technical, business, art. There's no music. Add it. Nigh is the time. And I'm literally just going to upload that image in here. Which you can do. I think we attach. We have to actually make an attachment here. Add an attachment. Pictures. It's not in pictures. It's in documentation folder. There we go. And then if we want to reference the attachment, we do $, music for game, save it, and now it is in the Hackin' plan. Bam. Song title, Insane Alpha Beta recommending it. Got it. Thank you. I wouldn't mind help with making music for the game. Yeah, I need to figure out what the music is. I'm very hesitant on collaboration, but like, consider it noted. A couple people have mentioned that, and you know, I'm still kind of getting used to the idea people want to collaborate on it. But yeah, I'm not sure how I want to handle that process yet. I asked because I wanted to know what you thought about free-to-play games like Apex and Fortnite using their game as a hub to buy more of their games. I don't know if I have an opinion on that. I don't think I do have an opinion on that. I don't think I do have an opinion on that. I don't even know if I know what that means. Free-to-play games using their game as a hub to buy more of their games. Like you're saying how Fortnite has a free mode and then a paid mode. I mean, in general, it seems like a good idea. Seems like a good idea. Catch more bees with honey, after all. Catch more flies with honey? Whatever you catch with honey. I have never played Team Fortress. I've watched somebody play it. And I know some people in the chat do be playing it. I did call you out with the shooters thing. If Respawn used Apex as a hub for Titanfall, or Activision using Warzone as a hub for the Call of Duty franchise. Oh. I don't know what honestly, I just don't know. Like, it sounds like capitalism being capitalism. In a way that, it sounds like it could be, like, annoying and feel a little scumbaggy and a little manipulative in a way that's kind of annoying. So, like, I could see arguments against it, for sure. On the other hand, like, it kind of makes sense. I mean, then again, you know, if I buy, like, a Walmart brand box of cereal, or whatever, a supermarket brand box of cereal, most of them don't advertise the milk that you could buy at their store on that box, you know? Which is, so it feels a little tacky. It feels kind of tacky. But also, maybe a good idea, business-wise. I'm hesitant on collaboration. That's wild to hear, thinking back to the Dreams days. Yeah. I mean, it depends. Like, with right now, I'm just focusing on... It kind of comes back to the minimum viable product thing. And what I'm interested in focusing on programming, building the basic prototype of the game that can be played and enjoyed. And managing collaborators is a lot of extra work, especially if it's areas that I don't think are important, like music. Now, I do think music is important, but for the minimum viable product, and it's even more minimal than a minimum viable product, because I'm not making a product. I'm making a prototype. I'm making a minimum viable prototype. And for that, I don't consider the music yet that important. If it was a rhythm game, I'd be like, okay, the music is really important. This is extremely important, right? And now I need to be thinking about what the music is all the time. And people's feedback will be coming in and I'd be like, yes, I need this. But when people give feedback, like, you know, code suggestions about how I should set up, you know, my game and program it, I'm much more like, oh, I should do that. Let me credit you for that. Thank you. Oh yeah, thank you. I want that code. That's helpful. Because that's sort of like what I'm most interested in building right now and what I'm focusing on. Music feels like a bit of a distraction for me at this point, but I'm thinking about it in the back of my mind. And so, yeah, I'm hesitant on collaboration in general because of the distractibility component. You know, unless if it's coding stuff, that's a lot different. I'm not as hesitant on that at all. So it just kind of needs to be relevant. And sort of like what Stormwind was saying too, about like, you know, what if you made it this color or something? And sometimes people make like assets, like meshes and stuff, which I also am hesitant about because, first of all, I kind of like making it all myself, but also it becomes difficult because I do have to manage things. Like, what if, you know, how are they gonna make it in a way that fits how I'm building this project? Or is it more work for me to try to implement that the way that they made it? And often the answer is yes, it is more work. And I don't really want to bother myself with that because then I become less interested in the project and I don't get it done as quickly. I think it's just marketing. I don't see anything predatory about that. Yeah, I get that with the game thing. Microtransactions on the other hand. Yeah, right. Like if I'm comparing side by side advertising other games within a game versus microtransactions, go ahead, advertise your other games. I've been making a map for Team Fortress 2 with the stream on in the background. Nice! Love to hear it. That's cool. Map making is nice. I liked doing that when I was younger. I haven't done it lately because I just haven't played any games where you can make maps and wanted to do it. I mean, Fallout 4 has some customizability and like mods, and I definitely have wanted to do a little bit once in a while. But not like a game that has like a map maker. The last time I did that was Age of Empires. Actually, I think it was Age of Mythology. It was the one I liked to do. I loved playing RTS games back in the day. I should play more RTS games. Dude, I love RTS games. And those are really fun to make maps for. Honestly, I've always been okay with microtransactions as long as it's cosmetic only, or if you can still wear stuff by playing the game. See, I actually earn stuff by playing the game. I actually disagree with that. Like myself, I found that I got addicted to buying cosmetic stuff. You know, and it came down to like gambling style addiction. It came down to status. You know, like I want to look cool. I want people to look at me and think I look cool. They look cool. I want to look cool. You know, and that felt very toxic to me, and it lost me a lot of money. And some people don't have that problem where they don't spend a lot of money on that. But for some people, I think that it's much more toxic and dangerous. And so I don't like that it exploits that tendency in people who don't need to be, who have no business spending all that money because they feel this like kind of toxic desire to have things that they're told that they like can't have. And I feel like they always kind of break the rules, the cosmetic rule. There's always something that's a little not quite cosmetic. Like kind of, but it's like, actually that's kind of useful or interesting or cool. Like more cool than just looking cool. It like makes people want to be at your base more because this thing does something that no other object type does or something like that, you know? I don't know. The moment you bring other people into the project, it immediately gets significantly more complicated. Yeah, exactly. Because those are like human meat people who do things. Yes. Not all microtransactions are bad. They necessarily target people who are addicted to that kind of thing, which kind of sucks. Yeah, exactly. Stellaris is a fantastic RTS. I don't know if I know that one. Is it space stuff? I said that in a way I think that communicates how I feel about space stuff. Which I say Outer Worlds is a cool game, so maybe I need to get over it. Oh, this is space stuff. Like ships. I remember you playing this. Noted. Noted. I like, do we get to see cool, like, stuff happening? Does it look cool? Does it look cool? Do you get to see units walking around, attacking each other, destroying farms that villagers are just trying to, like, work on? Right, I remember you telling me about this game, Insane Alpha Beta, and how it's got, like, all these... Oh, it's online? Ugh, I don't want to play online. I hate playing online. I hate playing online. It looks cool, though. I'm so stubborn, guys. I'm so stubborn. Alright, so we don't want to print this. Not online. Okay, instantly, I like it more. We don't want to print this in the process, as Rogi pointed out, because every single one is going to be reporting it, and we don't want that. Instead, we want it to know that it's the one that entered. So on meet enter dunk, if it's the self, print if it's true or false. But really, I do want this to be in some way. And so I think what we need to do is we need to say, I don't know. This is kind of tricky. It has an online mode, but it's built for single player. All right. Fix your boat. It no longer can fly. It's not becoming a bird game. It's staying a boat game. I gotcha. Okay. My brain's melting a little bit. So the problem that we're having is that it seems to be staying true and not getting set to false is what seems to be happening. Because if I drag one thing, I pull it in here, what if I don't let go? Yeah, so it's not saying meat is dunked because we didn't ever set it to true, because I didn't let go of it while it was in there. So meat never got set to true. If I let go of it while it's in there, meat is dunked one time. Excellent. Just what we want. But every time I click now, and I let go, it prints a new message, meat is dunked. And the only way that that would happen, is if it's not being set to false. Or staying false. Making it float was a little tricky because they changed stuff, but once you know, it's so easy. I also fixed my empty lots. I can now put trees. Yay! Nice. Why they gotta be changing stuff? This is a way too much detail idea, but imagine if you destroy a helicopter and it like hits the house and destroys it. That is an intended thing to add into the game. Because then it becomes a tactical choice. Because you lose karma, and that's an important part of this game, if you destroy innocent people's houses. So doing this is actually a very bad thing to do. And so having to think about, is the helicopter gonna crash on a house and that punish you, is a really good thing, because it's the difference between, do I wait to destroy the helicopter until there aren't houses around, or do I just destroy this helicopter now, you know? Should I try to dodge the helicopter instead for a little bit? And it raises other questions, like what if you take cover behind a house and the helicopter shoots the house? Does that lose you karma? I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. But I might just have to do research about what other games do that have karma systems. Probably they don't bother with it, and you can just duck behind things and let that work. Yeah, it's part of it. That is something I want to add in. There will be thousands of empty lots with random tree assortments. Then when you buy the lot, the trees disappear and your house goes there. Sounds cool. Sounds like you're working on a cool game. A creative game. I didn't realize that that was a part of what you were making. Alright, so somehow I need to check if this is going to be false. I don't know off the top of my head how to do that. Full disclosure. Yeah. It's set up like an endless runner. Think of it more as on rails, or like a shoot 'em up, you know? You are always moving forward, but it's not really endless in the sense, it is endless, but if you score enough points per level, the level will end, and you'll move to the next level. So, it's endless until you get the required score. Then it's the next level. But, you know, you will always be moving forward, you know? The next level will just feel like you're still running forward. It's just the environment will change, and you're on the next level. So in that sense, it is kind of an endless runner. Yeah. So you're always going to be actually advancing forward in the game. But it will have an ending. In theory, probably. I think. Unless there's like a new game plus, or like after you beat it, you can keep going even though you beat the game. Maybe. How do I check that it's been set to false without checking all of them? Your game's gonna be a full city sim with them needing new buildings and stuff, but also 3D with quests like Skyrim. But you also gotta defend your settlement from the ancient Greeks at sea. with a karma system. Then at the end, a great flood is gonna destroy all your work. Be careful with that scope. Be careful with that scope! A full city sim with quests like Skyrim, and you have to defend your settlements. I mean, you might be able to make that be a small scope if you're willing, you know, for those to be like, you know, like a few quests. City sim, you know, full city sim, like Sim City. Yeah, man, it's, ooh, be careful, be careful. It sounds awesome. Just be careful, you know? But hey, if you're only motivated to work on something huge, power to you. But, you might want to set the goals a little smaller. Yeah, it sounds like an entire... Right, each one sounds like an entire project. Maybe a AAA person will take it off my hands at some point. I don't think that's how games work. Yes, thank you for censoring yourself. I don't think that's how anything works. And to me, Stormrun, it sounds like you're saying that you're not even gonna try to finish the game. Don't you want to make something that you know you can finish? So you can build that confidence in yourself that you're a finisher? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe you just want to start things. But that sounds like you're already admitting defeat before you even started. If you went to the Assassin's Creed people and was like, hey, listen, I got a game. I don't know if that's how it works. I feel like they'd be like, no. It's not necessarily bad to not finish things. You just have to be prepared for that. Yeah, it's true. With a karma system, I'd have to assume this got multiple endings. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the karma system is more about making it more difficult to play. But yeah, I am thinking there will be multiple endings. Like, and it'll just be like from a story point of view. Like the gameplay will be like the same, but like maybe you'll get a different cutscene or whatever, you know? Nothing too complex. It could be like, yeah, 0.05%. Hell no. They don't want to give you money. They don't want to give you money. They want that money. That's their money. They don't want to give it to you. They'll be like, cool idea. Thanks for signing this. No, dude, they don't. That won't happen. That won't happen. I promise you. If anything, they'll just take your idea and move on. Or they'll be like, I don't want to hear your idea, so that way you don't try to sue me later for taking your idea. If I already got something and just needs their assets. Oh my gosh. Alright. Alright, if you're okay with that. It's cheaper and easier to just create their own thing. Even just getting the rights to your thing is too much work and liability. Yeah, exactly. But alright, you wanna just not finish it. You probably won't even look at your proposal unless you can somehow get a formal in person. Yeah, or like literally have like an agent or something. But I don't even think that's how game dev works. Professional game dev or AAA game dev. But if not, I always got my big learning project. Yeah. Yeah, it is good. Exactly. Yeah. I'm all for that. Totally. Alright. Go ahead, go ahead. As long as you've heard our voices, that your game sounds impossibly large. Proceed. Continue. I really want to check if this is getting set to false. It's really all I want in my life right now. I wonder if part of my problem is I'm not checking to see. Well, we're saying if it is in the dunk. So if is in dunk is true. AAA studios will sometimes have designers come in to pitch ideas for games, but they have to be killer pitches. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, right. So like somehow they already got into that position. They probably have credibility, right? They're not just like somebody. They're somebody with cred. Somebody who's like, you know, has a proven track record or something. Impossibly large is very difficult. Yeah, like you can do that, but it's not gonna be as big by a scale. As big a scale. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like you could try to make a game like that, but just make sure it's like got a few quests. It's not a full city sim. Just like you can do a couple things, you know? You can like put down buildings and maybe you have to click on them sometimes to keep them from falling apart. I don't know. But like, you know, maybe not the full thing. The Pokemon one I did was way out of a one-person scope. It does take a lot. Yeah, I mean, maybe the more times you make things that are too big, you'll learn more what is within your capability. It's best to do as little as possible to create your vision. I agree. So you can always make it bigger. If you think like, wow, this is really cool in a small scale. You know what? Why don't I make a bigger version of this? You know? You can make, and that's what I'm trying to do, is prototype a game that's on the smaller side, that has all the mechanics that I need, and then expand it if that seems like it works or it's interesting or whatever. Yeah, build upon it later. Take the least survive escape approach and make each section separately and combine them afterward. Oh yeah. Right. And so that's like what I'm doing. Like survive escape is the dream game that I once tried to work on and I realized it was too big and I was never gonna finish it myself. So I'm just working on like one specific part of that big idea, which was limb damage. And this game has limb damage in it. And it's kind of become its own game in its own right in a lot of ways. But now I have explored limb damage, and when I go to make my dream survival game, I'll have some experience implementing a limb damage system. Yeah. So, the function onMeet enter dunk runs when the score dunk sees that the body that's entered it is in the group grabbed, it then will emit meet enter dunk. And at that time, the cow or the meet script will run the function onMeet enter dunk. And if it sees that it is the thing that entered the dunk, since that is calling with what that body is that went in there, if it sees that it's itself, it sets it to true. We know that this works. This happens. Now, similarly, the score dunk is checking to see when a body exits it, and it calls with a body. And if that body is in the group grabbed, that is to say you're still holding on to it. Oh, There's the problem right there. Because it's checking to see if it's grabbed. If you let go of it, it's no longer grabbed. And so it's not going to run this emission or the function that sets it back to false. Because as soon as we let go of it, it's no longer grabbed. That kind of seems like the problem, actually. Rubber ducky. You just talk it out and explain it. Sometimes things make a little more sense. Okay. So we could say, I could say if it's in the group meet, since it will also be in this group. Something about that feels a little haphazard. But I'm gonna go with it. And I'm gonna see if that fixes our problem. Okay. So I grab this, drop it in here, we let go. Meat is dunked. Now if I grab it and let go, yes! It's not doing it now. That fixed it. Let's go. Awesome. All right. Insane Alpha Beta says, I also hope I at least don't come off as mean or anything or seem like I'm trying to discourage anyone. I just know what it's like to bite off more than you can chew with a project. Yeah, totally. Same. Same. Yeah, and I assume Stormrun isn't taking it that way. But that's nice of you to say, and anyone else who's listening. Like, it's important to remember that. Like, I totally agree that you should work on whatever size project you're motivated to work on, right? Because it's more important that you're trying to do anything and you're learning at all. That's the most important thing. So yeah. But, you know, and biting off more than you can chew can be really discouraging and sometimes a little traumatizing, you know, and demotivating. It can have the opposite effect, where if you're motivated to work on something big, that's great. But then, you know, it doesn't, I guess you just need to set the realistic expectations, because if it doesn't end up like you want it to, you know, you can feel really let down at the end of it. So having those realistic expectations, like, well, it's a really big idea, I'm probably not gonna be able to do it, or it's a really big idea, there's a chance that I don't make it, or I don't get there, or it's not what I wanted. And if you're okay with that, then all right, carry on. And Stormrun definitely seems like they're okay with that. But who knows? Maybe it's not as big as we think it is, you know? Maybe it's not as big as we think it is, and Stormrun's gonna pull it off in no time. Iterative development makes dev more fun. When you say iterative development, you mean like making small and growing bigger? Like starting as a small project and making it bigger? Is that what you're saying? That's not what you're saying. Alright, so now that we have the singular dunked message occurring. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's something you've been studying and researching and even defining in some ways. So I don't think any of us are gonna know what you're talking about. But if you want us to know what you're talking about, we'd certainly be interested if you'd like to share with the rest of the class what these big words and terms mean. Alright, so now that we know that it's in the dunk, we can let go, and it says that the meat is dunked. The next thing is we wanted to increase a score. I also actually wanted to stick in there and not fall. I kind of want to do that. I kind of want it to, like, stay in there, which is going to be really weird. You're going to reach out to me about it, actually. I've been thinking about how to make it fun and easy to go through it together. Because it's so hard to explain what it is. Reach out to me. I love it. I love it. I'm interested. Everything you've told me about iterative game development has only been intriguing to me. Hey, Joe. Yeah, everything's going good. Welcome. Good to see you, Joe. Thanks for stopping in. It wasn't bad timing. I mean, a little bit. It's just, you know, I feel like iterative development isn't something, myself included, most people know what that means. It's like a very niche concept. So, you know, I feel like you have to explain it. But I feel like explaining it is incredibly difficult, and even you don't know how to explain it because it's so complicated or unexplored. So basically, Joe, my idea today has been to set up a score dunk. So if we've got like a little character, not reading the room, yeah, I got you. We have the character, there's the meat objects, the cows/humans. If you, the player, grab that object, I wanted a score dunk or an orb to appear from the sky and come down into the view. And then if the player takes that grabbed object and drags it over the orb, then, and lets go of it in the orb, it's gonna give you a score, +1, and also abduct that creature up into the sky. And then the next time you grab something else, it comes back down and it's empty. So that's what I want to set up. I have gotten up to like about here. Just about here. And I'll show you what that's like. So when I grab a meat object, an orb descends from the sky. When I hover over it, it gives feedback. So it bounces, reacts very nicely. If I let go over top of it, in the output down here, it will say the meat is dunked, and it retracts. So we're getting there. We still don't have a score that increases. The meat object doesn't get carried away into outer space, and it doesn't destroy itself afterward. Right? So those things aren't in, but we're getting there, and I feel great about it, and I'm excited. I wish it was more. I wish it was more, but we'll get there. I'm gonna put the time in. We'll keep working on it. Explain iterative development to me like I'm 5. I find that works well. Yeah, explain it to us like we're 5. It's not really that it's hard to explain iterative development, more so. Someone's like, explain it to me like I'm 5. And you're like, well, it's not like it's hard to explain, but... So it is hard to explain. It has a lot of underlying concepts. Rogi, I think that means that it's hard to explain. I think that's what that means. You're gonna practice the game jam by making a game in 1 hour. Hopefully I'll be prepared. Nice! Edward, you always make awesome games for the jam. You're always prepared. But it is a great thing to do. I love doing it. Did you guys know we do that? I do a 1 hour game jam every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on this channel. Every single Friday, a 1 hour game jam. You're welcome to join in just to watch, hang out, or whatever. This one's gonna be fun for me because I've set some extra challenges for myself to keep the live stream moving in the beginning. We'll see how that goes. Too much for chat. So you can't explain it like you're 5. Looks like some good progress. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, it is. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hope you're doing good. I'm a teacher. I'm like literally not allowed to say things are hard to explain. Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, you can say that it's hard for you to explain, right? And I mean, here's the thing, like, you know, just like you were saying, you weren't reading the room or whatever, but like, you're just gonna like say it. We don't know what you're talking about. You don't even... You can't even explain it. What is it that you're saying? What do you mean? What do you mean? We're interested. We're here. We're like voracious readers. We're hungry. We want to learn. Teach us. Teach us. I asked ChatGPT and it said iterative game development is like building a Lego spaceship a little bit at a time, testing it and then making it better until it's awesome. Yeah, it sounds like what I think it means. So Rogi was saying to make a small version of the game and then build on it more as time goes on. Yeah. Definitely not reading the room then. Sounds like a pretty good... What do you think, Rogi? What do you think about that? So yeah, if I want to get this thing to stick in there and absorb up into space, I would need to fetch the position of the orb. Now I am sending a signal from the score dunk to the meat, which means we can send with it. We're sending meat enter dunk and meat left dunk. Oh, that's, yeah, that is emitting. Wait, this isn't the score dunk. It is? It is. So I guess I'd want to say that not only is it going to emit the body, I'd want it to also emit itself. So that way we know what that thing is, and we can get like its position. We could even be more specific and say self position. So I could say self global position, or dunk position, variable dunk position equals self global position, and then send with it dunk position. I don't know if this is gonna work. And then over on the health, I need to make sure, hopefully we don't get an error and I'm messing this up. But we need to say dunked body and dunk position. And I'd want to actually capture that. That's going to be a little tricky because this isn't being called on the process. I don't think this is a good idea. I think this is a bad way to do this. I think I should actually be sending the dunk position out all the time. I don't think I should do it this way. I think that should be in the process because I want it to move with it, right? Let's even put it in the physics process. Variable dunk position set to global position, and then I'm gonna say messenger dunk position or current dunk current position. We don't want to say on. Let's say dunk is at position. I don't know. Emit dunk position. And then on the messenger script, what did I name it? Dunk is at position. My gosh. Signal. Dunk is at position. Come back to the health script. Connect it. Because I want this to be constantly called, so it can move with it as it gets abducted. Messenger, dunk is at position, connect to on dunk is at position. think I spelled that right. And let's put that up here. Func on dunk is at position. And we need to call with dunk position. And we want to say, now this is only if is in dunk. Not only is in dunk, but if it has been dunked, right? We don't just want to say that it is in the dunk. We want to say that it has actually been dunked. That is to say, you released it, which is... Well, I guess we do have that here a bit. Meet in dunk, if is in dunk, if action just release grab, and it's in the dunk, meet in dunk. So we can also set another flag where has been dunked. Has been dunked. Set to true. And it starts out false. You explained it? I'm excited. I'm nervous. On dunk is at position. This will run all the time. And we want to say if has been dunked. Then we want the self position to be set to the dunk position. Now, one problem here is we also need to turn off that it can be grabbed. We need it to become ungrabbable at this moment as well, which is going to be interesting. Maybe we can turn off its collision. That might help. If we turn off its collision, that might make it... I'm going to do that. Oh, we want to say collision disabled true, not false. This isn't going to work. I've done something wrong. I don't know where, but I must have done something wrong. I refuse to believe that this is going to work on even the third try. Oh! It worked! What the flip? Now, it's probably still gonna be there. It must be. So if I bring the dunk back down, the human is still in there. So we could probably just keep adding them into the dunk. W! We can just start stacking them in, filling it up. It's awesome. It looks so good. Wait, where did they go? Oh, they got deleted. I know where they went. When you don't expect much, but it works perfectly. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. I love setting my expectations low. It always pays off. Get this helicopter out of my face. Oh, these things are too far away for me to grab. There we go. Boop! I can't believe they're getting abducted. Oh, that's so satisfying. Cool. Great. So then we just have to remove them and increase the score, which doesn't exist yet. But that shouldn't be too hard. Oh, I see why the dunk comes down, because it thinks I'm like clicking on these for a second. That's an interesting problem. I think we need to set a range. I think that there needs to be a shorter range on this grab. Anyway, put this in here. Goodbye, human. See you later. Goodbye, cow. Awesome. Good, good, good. All right. Let's see what Rogi's explanation of iterative development is. For the ChatGPT version, I did have to tell it to shorten the answer so it could fit in chat. The explanation was longer. Okay, fair, fair. Rogi says, managed to fit it into chat. Rogi says, iterative development is composed of 3 development goals. 1, create the games in small iterations. 2, collecting feedback at the correct times. 3, using feedback to change development plans as needed. All right. ChatGPT oversimplified it, but did a good job. Nice. 1. Wait, didn't we just do 1? Oh, this is like a pre... Oh, you're breaking down 1, 2, 3. Or something. 3 goals. Create games in small iterations. Collect feedback. Use feedback to change development plans. Alright. Okay. Number 1. Goal 1 is concerned with identifying the minimum viable product of your game, working towards that, and prioritization of tasks based on most uncertain / core things are made first. I feel like that's what I'm doing. 2. Goal 2 is concerned with gathering feedback and reflecting. It says that reflection should happen between every iteration and in response to reflection triggers, including A, discovery of errors. B, identification of improvements. C, I forgot this one. Nice. D, discovery of unrealistic expectations. Yeah, and so, like, this is why I'm so hungry to get this done. To get this, like, playable version of it done. So that way I can put it up on itch.io, people can play it, and give feedback, and we can make changes. You guys can play it, right? I want that. I'm hungry for that. I'm hungry to get feedback based on people who actually play it. I want that loop, and I want to go back and adjust it based on that feedback, and I want that loop. I want to live in that loop so badly. This is very affirming. 3. Goal 3 is concerned with the ability to use data from a successful goal 2 to change / revisit development plans every single time relevant feedback or reflection takes place. That was a great explanation. I get that. That, like, sounded like that made sense to me. I like that. Cool. Thank you for explaining that. I'm very affirmed. I mean, you know, you could argue that maybe I could make a smaller version of this. But, you know, I feel pretty good about it. I put ChatGPT's full, not shortened explanation in the live chat on Discord. Nice. Nice. And you did that while getting derailed at least 7 times. Impressive. Yeah, well, you know, that's just part of live streaming while working at the same time, you know? If I wasn't willing to endure the consequences of that, what am I doing here? Now, it doesn't mean I always pull it off. But I'm willing to accept the consequences of doing those 2 things simultaneously. Rogi, that explanation was beautiful. Well done. I love that. That sounds cool. That sounds like what I want to do. That sounds like what I want to do with my life. I guess I'm mostly hesitant to explain it because I prefer people to discover the goals themselves through carefully crafted... I prefer for people to discover the goals themselves through carefully crafted propaganda. Class. What? You can't hoard knowledge unless we take your class? How dare you? Just tell us! Just tell me! No, I got you. You're kidding. I understand that, though, that you have that hesitance. Alright, so now that it gets abducted, I wanted to destroy itself once it ascends. Now, luckily, we do have information about when the ascent occurs. I think, probably. Up here. If the self position y is greater than or equal to 4.9, then we hide it. Otherwise, it's visible, the score dunk. So, I think here is where we'd want to say, whatever is abducted, it is now crumpled up, thrown in the garbage, destroyed. Now, there's a lot of things we're going to want to check for. For example, was the thing that you just scored points on something that gives you good karma or bad karma? So we're going to need to check that. There might be other things at some point, like other flags, like maybe if you absorb something that has, you know, maybe if you absorb a scientist, you're more likely to get certain upgrades. Or if you absorb a soldier, you're more likely to get different kinds of upgrades or something like that. I don't know. Maybe. That's a big overscoping or feature creepy. Let's not say feature creep. Let's not say overscope. Let's say that's a stretch goal. That's a stretch goal. Not something I want to worry about right this moment, but I want to point it out because I want to make sure I'm keeping in mind that the system allows for that to be implemented should that time come. I do plan to make videos about the 3 goals that include cases, so knowledge hoarding will not happen. Dude, your videos are gonna be awesome. Your videos are gonna be awesome. Let's go. I also don't see myself ever selling a class on it. Well, maybe I would, but not for a while. I mean, dude, people make money on YouTube selling courses. Money. Look no further than celebrity YouTube game dev Thomas Brush. Look no further. That man has made a veritable fortune on selling courses to aspiring game devs. It is incredibly lucrative. Now, you do have to have marketing skills. If you don't have marketing skills, good luck getting people to buy your product. So there is that aspect. But hey, if you show up with good knowledge and people want more, who are you to deny that to them and to deny yourself an income for giving it to them? It also is important to remember, Rogi, that people learn in different ways. Some people learn simply by just being told rather than learning by example, if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so if I want it to destroy itself after a certain point, and we might want to take into account, is it good karma? Is it bad karma? I mean, I guess I can worry about that later. I do have a little variable on here, empathy okay or not, but I don't think I actually use this anywhere. So in theory, we could mark it true or false if it's good for empathy, but I haven't really implemented the empathy system. There is actually a health bar for empathy. It may or may not be broken because I haven't touched it in months. But technically, there is an empathy health bar right there. And it did work the last time I checked. And I don't really want health bars in the game. I think they're really annoying. Oh wow, and the hover still works. Remember we set this up? If I hover over the character, the health bar appears. If I move it away, it fades out. And then it reappears if we come back to it. This was like a whole 2 weeks of work to get these health bars. Maybe more than that. And then I was like, you know what? I don't like health bars. But it's gonna be great for debug, because I don't have the heart shrinking yet or anything. So like in theory, I could set this up to say empathy okay or not. I think that like works, maybe. Search. Find in files, empathy, okay. Being told people, I think, would not benefit from a class. The videos will be enough. Yeah. On the health and then on the body part. Right, so this is just checking to see if we collide with the body part. So that's more, I learned by mistake personally. Yes! Yay! Me too! Love that. Love that. I think being told, and not just, and you say mistake, and I relate to that, but I think also success, right? Like both mistakes and successes. Because when Rogi described iterative game development to me, I was able to relate to it because I feel like, yes, I've had success making games that way or trying to make games that way. And I relate to that. Or I've also made mistakes not making games that way. And so when I hear that, I can connect with that. If I hadn't had that experience, reading that would just be like, huh? What? But yeah, trial and error. Trial and error is what I would say for myself. And I think that's what you mean too. That was a fist bump. I'm not punching you. Okay, so we could check to see if it's empathy okay is marked to true. If I really wanted to, and it could make that go down. I kind of don't want to, but I find myself caring about it right now. And I don't know if this is where I would want to check for that. So basically, this means that it's been absorbed. It's been abducted. As soon as the position is above a certain Y point, abduction has occurred. And you will get your points or whatever. And so we could say, well, the thing is I would need to keep track of what that thing was that was absorbed, which actually needs to happen one way or the other. If it's going to do a score, it needs to check what that thing was to make sure it's the correct thing. I mean, really, we can assume. I don't plan on there being something that gets you a higher score, like 2 points or 3 points instead of 1 point. They're all going to be 1 point. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, more now that I think about it, a cow is a lot less useful than a human to the aliens. I didn't think about that, actually. And then it's like, how do I want to do the scoring? Do I want to do it like you get like 100 points? Is it just 1 point? Is it 2 points? Is it 1,000 points? Is it 0.5 points? Score is a weird thing. I feel like abductions and just counting it up by ones kind of makes the most sense. It's always a pleasure, Rogi, to handle your chaos. Get some sleep. I'll see you next time. I don't really know how I want to handle that. I guess based on this, I want the option to check to see how many points the thing that you're consuming might give you. So I guess I'll say yes, we do want to check to see what the thing is that you got. So on meat in dunk, we don't just want to say meat is dunked. We want to also get some data about the thing that was just dunked, so that when it gets abducted, it applies the correct things. Can the alien bribe the humans with milk if they abduct a cow and then produce milk? Can the alien bribe the humans with milk if the alien abducts a cow and then produces milk? Milk is so expensive, it would help the economy. Wow. Wow. Let's say maybe in the sequel to this. That is hilarious. Oh, and you know what? I mean, I know you're joking, but like there is something kind of fascinating about that. Alien bro be like, yo, got some milk, take it by free and let me alone with my problems. What? I may not understand what you mean in this case. Wow. I like, Tincho, I feel like this isn't the first time you've like imagined the aliens being like capitalists who are like trying to like, you know, be like very efficient with the way that they use the things they abduct. I assure you, the aliens in this game are much stupider than that. They're much more just like, have cow, can eat. Yum. More so than... Interesting, the cow produces milk. We could use this to increase our profits by a ginormous margin. We could even, like, all of that, like, not the level these aliens are on. But it's fun to think about. You know that feature where you can abduct animals or creatures with ADN and take parts of the animals and use their advantages? ADN? What's ADN? Do I know that feature where you can abduct animals or creatures and take parts of the animals and use their advantages? Capitalism is calling those features DNA. Oh. Gotcha. Capitalism wants those features. I mean, you make a good point that, like, clearly these aliens have, like, I mean, first of all, these aliens can absorb the features from other creatures. That is something. That is something that would be very profitable to capitalists. You make a good point. Feels out of scope of the game, but it also sounds very interesting. I like where your imagination goes. I do. I would think that these aliens, you know, I mean, like, I guess I'm imagining, like they get a dead one, right? And they're, like, studying it, and they're researching it, and they, like, find a way to use the alien technology to make more money. I feel like that's more likely than the aliens themselves doing it. ADN is the Spanish version. Acido desoxyribouncilioco moment. Wow. Today I learned. This cow talk is utterly insane. Maybe we should move along. That's not funny. Why did I laugh? It is kind of funny. When the meat is dunked, I not only want the meat to be dunked, but I want it to check what is it that got dunked. I want it to bank on that. I want it to take the information from it and extract that information. So that gets emitted here. And we're gonna say that it emits itself. So we know what it is. We have its information. Now back here on the score dunk, we needed to call with dunked meat. So it knows what that is. and we could even test this out. We could say dunked meat is dunked, if we wanted to just like see what that looks like. And then from there, I could extract what are its empathy levels. How many points does it give you or whatever. So here we see human 01 is dunked. So we see exactly which thing it was. And not only do I want to do that, but I want to update a variable. I don't even know what to hint for this variable. Variable dunked meat. I don't even know what to tell it to be. No idea. And we want dunked meat. Oh, we have to rename it something else. Let's just say dunked meat gets set to dunked. Okay. And now in the process, when it sets it to false, I'm also gonna want this to, we also need to make sure it doesn't check it too soon. So we need to say if dunked meat, can we say is empty? Is that a thing? Is that real? Did I make that up? I might have made that up. I think that's not gonna work. Is that, I guess we could say as long as it's not null. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Don't do that. If dunked meat is not set to null, or does not equal null, then print it. So we should be okay. It's not printing it. So we should get a print that just tells us what that thing is. Null is dunked. And then now in the process function, it's printing that out. Interesting that it says null is dunked at first. Why would it do that? It's a little surprising. I'm a little confused about that. I think we may not want to look at this. We want to look at what this update is. A little confused by that. I'm gonna just ignore it. I'm not interested in what's going on. Oh, because I see I renamed this. That's why. Because this used to be, I don't know if I had typos, but I definitely, yeah. So I renamed this to dunked, but I never updated this. And so this was grabbing this before it got updated. And that's why that was printing null. But I did have errors in the set2 at some point, but I have now resolved those errors. So this is working well. And we want to say, if it's set to null and the thing is abducted, or retracted, or whatever, I then want it to check dunked meat empathy okay. And actually we'll say if dunked meat empathy not okay, then we actually want to subtract empathy health. I don't remember how we do that. Empathy is damaged. Probably that. That's probably what we do. Is empathy is damaged. Do I need to call it with anything? Oh, wow. I don't know if you highlighted something and you go to search, find in files, it'll just put what you highlighted in there. That's nice. Little things. It doesn't look like we have to call it with anything. Probably. But it's also not connected anywhere. Oh, it is right here. Okay, so actually we might be alright. I don't know if this will actually work. I'm kind of doing more than I need to. If that's true, say messenger empathy is damaged. .emit. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm kind of curious. So empathy okay would mean you don't get bad karma for eating it. And right now, the human and the cow are both not set to be okay to eat with empathy, so it should be false. Which means this blue bar here that I've hidden, evidently. Wait, is it? Or we just need to hover? I think we just need to hover. Oh no, I did hide it. No, it's there. Okay. So this, I don't know if this is gonna work, but maybe it'll go down. It did not. Okay. So that did not work. That's okay. I mean, we didn't get any errors, so it just may be I haven't set up the empathy stuff correctly, which is fine. Which is fine. Empathy consumed. Oh, empathy consumed is the signal. My mistake. My mistake. We're emitting the wrong signal. All right, let's try it. Hope is not lost. I kind of don't need to worry about this right now, but I want to. I just want to now. Empathy consumed. All right, let's try that. See if it goes down. I'm very curious. I don't know if it will, because I haven't messed with the health bar in a long time. And I just don't know if it's set to work. Ooh. Oh, it went down! It went down way too much. I think that was like a problem with the empathy health bar that I never fixed. That it takes too much damage instead of just one hit point. But hey, at least it saw it. So it can read. And then if I come in here and I mark the human as empathy okay, so we imagine it's totally fine to eat a human, then the health bar shouldn't go down at all. Good. Excellent. I'm not about to debug the empathy health bar here, but I kind of just wanted to see if we could check data that's on there, and we can. That empathy was okay. Empathy doesn't go down. Nice. Cool. So this would be a good place to update that stuff. I wonder if part of it is because it's emitting it on the process, right? And we only want it to emit it once, and if it might be emitting it constantly, that could be an issue. So we would need to make sure that whenever this stuff runs, it immediately stops running and dunked meat goes back to null or something. Which is kind of wild to think of doing it that way. Set it back to null. Make it null. So if I eat a cow, it should bring down empathy. This feels like a risky strategy to set something to null on purpose. But here we are, trying it anyway. Oh wow, so it didn't go down at all, but it did like appear for a second. And it appearing, wow, and it's staying appeared. Something definitely happened. Something definitely happened. Because the health bar is supposed to appear when you take damage. So right now it's not there. And if I put this in here and it gets absorbed, it appears. So it's seeing it, but it's like not quite registering it. So I don't know. I don't want to worry. Again, I don't want to debug that health bar right now, but it's interesting to see that this kind of works. So with that in mind, we want to say if the dunked meat is not null, I actually just want to like queue free. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say pass for now, just so I have like a reminder here of what this does. That's what I'm gonna do. And then, I mean, I'll say add dunked meat, you know, variables in here, or check dunked meat variables here, e.g. Alright. If it's null, if it's not null, then I actually want it to disappear. I also am going to want a score to increase, which will be interesting to see how that goes. And so that's going to make it null again, probably, if we get rid of it. So dunked meat, I'm going to say Q free. Did I spell that right? I think I spelled Q right. So in theory, that should delete it. Although I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to check that it got deleted. If I'm being honest. I guess I could say we could do print dunked meat, which is gonna print probably a lot. And then after it's free, tell it to print it again. I keep wanting to type dunked meat, and see if like something different, if it's null or if it says like it can't find it. But it also has to keep updating it, so it might remember it. So we got null being printed all over the place. Grab this, drop it in. It said human, and then it said freed object. So yeah, it deleted it. Nice. It worked. It worked! See, it only sought as a human for these two little frame moments. Which might also explain why it took so much empathy health away. Because it was running multiple times. Which is its own little problem to figure out. I'm not about to deal with that. But I might want to think about that for score. Because it might increase the score too much. So I don't really know. I might want to set up a whole one-shot situation. Which is, you know, its own situation to deal with. So let's make a score so we can actually do this. I guess before I do that, I'd like to check to see. I want to see if we've got to that point in my drawing where when we absorb the thing, or when it abducts and it comes back down, it's empty. So we grab it, we put it in there, it goes up, it comes back down, it's empty. I believe we must be at that point, but I want to see it. I want to see it with my own two eyes. So we put it in here, it goes up, we bring it back down, it's gone! There it goes! Goodbye! You have died! You have died-ed. You have been died-ed, I think would be the way to say that. Alright, cool. I'm not gonna print this. But let's try to set up a score. I have not done any score stuff whatsoever. I don't even have a UI, basically. So I guess we're gonna do that. Let's do a canvas layer. And we're just gonna call it UI. And in there, I'm gonna add a margin container. And that margin container, I'm gonna make it be like a big bar at the top. Like that. Inside of there, I'm gonna drop a V box. No, an H box. I could probably just put a label in there, honestly, at this point. But whatever. Let's add a label. We want it to say score. I'm gonna want that to be a little larger so I can like see it. It's gonna be pretty ugly. Alright. It's gonna be ugly. Can we do a system font? Just like something better than this? I don't remember how easy this is to do. I feel like I don't know how to do this. I don't think I know how to change the font right now. Unless I load my own font. Which I do have some fonts somewhere. I think even in one of the other projects I did, I had a font. Right, but I have to drag it in here. Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with fonts. It's just gonna be the ugly font. It's gonna be the ugly font that we have available to us. The margin container, I'm gonna shrink it down a little bit. And no, don't stretch it out. Put it in the center at the top. No, not like that. No, you don't understand me. Horizontal alignment. You're not listening to me. That's okay. But you aren't. How do I get it? I guess I could do that. And then I could grow it like this. That's better. That'll work for me. Just so it has some margin. So this is score text. Not the way I want this to be, alright? This is just debug for now. Let's even call it abductions. I'm gonna duplicate that label. We want it to be right next to it. And this will be the number. And I guess for abductions, I should put a little space here. So it'll start out with 0. So let's see if that turned out as I desire. Oh, it's big! It's much bigger than I thought it would be. No. No, thank you. Too large. The font is terrible. Just terrible. But for now, it's nice to see it. Okay. So, I'm gonna actually hide the empathy bar. Don't actually need it here. Now I need to be able to communicate with that. I'm gonna add a script to the UI node. I'm gonna make sure I put this in our UI folder. It's just our UI script. And I need to create a messenger signal for receiving score data. We're gonna say signal abduction occurred. We could just say abduction for now. On the UI script, we'll say messenger abduction connect on abduction. Func on abduction. And in here, I might want to call how many points you're supposed to get. For now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I think I'm going to want to rename this. This is not score text 2. This is score number, we'll say. And I'm gonna say, my OCD is making me think about that code you had, but maybe I'm misremembering what it was. If dunked meat is effectively equivalent to if not dunked meat set to false in terms of truth value. I don't know that code, just didn't seem right, but maybe I'm misremembering what it was. Doesn't matter too much. I'm intrigued. Because, I mean, you've helped me word things better and name things better, and I've appreciated that. So, I'm interested. I'm always trying to learn how to do that in a way that serves me and/or collaborators, although, admittedly, the latter is not a top priority of mine. But it's up there. So you're saying if not dunked meat set to false. So we're not looking for, I mean, so what this line says is if dunked meat is not null. That is to say, if there is something recorded as dunked meat. So dunked meat is going to either be, you know, human 1, human 2, human 3, or cow 1, cow 2, cow 3. And that's going to get updated depending on what the score dunk sees inside of it. And what I'm trying to avoid is when I have it set either after I delete something and the queue is freed, the object is freed, then it will be null. And I don't want it to check it in that case. And I also don't want to check it in the default version, which doesn't have anything set in it at all. So I'm just saying, make sure that something is recorded as dunked meat. And if something is recorded as dunked meat, under the condition that the orb is at a certain position, then, in this case, delete that thing, or free it. And, I mean, right now, it works, but I totally could see this not working in the future for some reason. But right now, this does what I want. But I'd be interested to understand more about what you think about it, or help you think about it, if you want to. So, that's what that is. So on the score thing, you want to say on abduction. Oh, I want to actually say variable score. Well, there's a couple things, right? We want to talk about updating the text. I'm going to say this, make our access as unique name. Score is this. Oh, sorry. We need to say at on ready, so it knows what that is. And we could just say look down the line, but I think this is fine too. On abduction. So we're gonna need to convert. We need to do a couple things here. I'm missing a few steps, truth be told, because this isn't really a number. This is accessing text, right? So we need to say score label, like that. And then we'll say variable score starts out as 0. And then when you abduct, if it works, it works. I could be wrong. I mean, it does work. It definitely works. I can show you it working. If your concern is that it doesn't work, it does work. Now, that doesn't mean it will always work. That is to say, there could be new conditions that make it less useful. But right now, it works great. So what that would be doing is freeing the object that gets abducted up. And when that abduction orb, this abduction orb, retracts, and is above a certain position up there, it's then going to check to see if anything is inside of it. And if anything is inside of it, it's going to make sure it frees that object. And so we can test this. If I grab this, I drag it in here, you can see that it was in there, hopefully, if you caught it. And now if I click this, it's empty. So it did free it. So here, it's in here, it goes up, comes back down, it's gone. So it does free it, and I was also printing the states of those. I did that earlier. I can do it again if you want to see. So we could say right up here, or before that even runs, right? So print dunked meat, and then I'll print it after the fact as well. Print dunked meat. And so what you'll see is it's going to be null, 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 null. Bunch of nulls. So it's null town. It's just spamming nulls every frame. And then if I grab it and put it in here, let me stop it so you can see what happened there. It then sees it for a couple frames, and then immediately it becomes a freed object. No errors or anything like that. I hear you, it definitely works. The only potential difference would be code readability, but I definitely could be wrong. Yeah, I guess to me it's readable, because in Godot, you know, if there's an exclamation point, it just means that this whole statement is not. But maybe that's not, maybe not everybody who looks at it, like you're saying, you look at this and it's not readable. So, I mean, of course I could always comment it, right? If dunked meat is not empty, less unreadable anyway. So when the abduction occurs, right, so we're setting the score. Right now, we could just say it's 1. I kind of would like it to have a score number with it, if I'm being honest. So let's say that when that happens, not only is it going to free the thing, which this timing might be a little weird, but we'll see. Messenger, I'm worried it's going to do it twice, just like you saw that human appear in there twice. I'm a little concerned that it's going to double it. If so, we'll deal with it. Messenger abduction emit. And so what I'd kind of want to do is say take the dunked meat score value or something and say score, create a variable, score equals dunked meat score value. Come on to here, onto each health or meat object. Add an export variable. Add export variable score value. We'll say it's 1 by default. And so we could try to fetch that value from there, just to like set that up and make sure that kind of works. So then I'll say emit with score. So hopefully that will fetch that from the dunked meat, put the score in there. We'll see. And then I want this to call with score value or score update, score value. We'll say score value. when this function is called, score plus equals score value. And I'm also going to want to say, in a process, we want score or score label set text? Wait, I might be doing that wrong. Do I remember how to do that? Let me check the damage labels. I kind of don't remember the way to word this. I forgot. For the damage labels, oh, those are on body parts? Okay, let me look at the body part. Dot text equals string current health. Okay, that's pretty simple. I don't think we have to say set text, because I think that would be like a function, and we just want it to be a property. Cool, cool, cool. I can do that. I'm gonna come back to the UI script. So we just want to say text equals string score. So this should be constantly updating every frame the score label text to be the stringed version, the strung version of the score variable. The score variable gets updated whenever an abduction occurs, and based on the score value found on the thing that was abducted, it will add that to the score. I'm a little concerned that it's going to double add it, and if we get 1, it's going to say 2. Obviously, other things could go wrong, potentially, but I'm a little worried that that's also going to happen. Oh! 1 point! Yes! Let's go. Let's freaking go. What's up? We're abducting. We are abducting. Give me that human. Give me those points. Yes! Score dunk dunks. The score dunk dunks. Uh-oh. Wait, I just did one, but it didn't give me any points. Why not? Wait, the cow. Okay, that worked. I could have sworn I just dunked one, but it didn't get points. I mean, it pretty much works. Oh, that one didn't work either. No! Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh. Well, alright. Okay. Alright. We just got some debugging to do. And to figure out where along the line, sometimes it doesn't read it. Is it speed? It mostly works. If I do them pretty slowly, it seems to register it every time. But some of those, it missed. Whoa. Oh, you know why it might have missed? I think I might know why. I think that... Okay, so something worth keeping in mind that you may not know about this game is the terrain, and this is just my theory, but the terrain, when it passes the player, you can actually see it. You see how the houses disappear? Basically, when these terrain strips, like if you imagine where you see the human and the cow, those are on one terrain block that spawns in. So that terrain block is about this size. So it is this size. This is one terrain block. And these terrain blocks are moving at the player constantly. And when one goes past the player, it deletes itself. Hence why those houses disappear. And so, I think what might be happening when those scores weren't registering is I was grabbing something that by the time the score dunk calculated the score, that meat had already been deleted because it's on the terrain, right? These aren't, what I want ultimately is for these health objects to be spawned in. So that way it doesn't matter if the terrain gets deleted, these don't get deleted. They stay no matter what. That's what I ultimately want to have happen. I mean, obviously, they should go away if they go past the player, but if they don't, so for example, right, if I grab this cow and I hold on to it, right, as soon as we get past that terrain block, it's going to just disappear. It's just going to vanish. Poof. It deleted with the houses. So at some point, I need to say that if you grab something, it's protected from being deleted, right? So that way, it doesn't not get counted. So I think that might be why the ones that didn't get counted weren't counted, because they got deleted before the score dunk could actually register it. That's my guess. I'm gonna run some more tests by just honestly playing it and getting my score up. But I think that that's, so this one, if I were to try to score this one, it might not register. It did, we got there just in time. But let's say I do this one. Oh, close. We gotta get it when that house, right there? There, so that would have been deleted, didn't score. So I think it works. I think we're solid. I think this works great. I don't think there's any reason to fret. I think it works, and because of that, y'all, I think I gotta call. Y'all, I gotta call it. Because that's it. That's what I planned on today. That's the whole cycle. This entire drawing has been realized. We start out as the creature. We can grab onto these things. When we do, the score dunk descends. We can hover over it. It lets you know that you're hovering over it. If you don't dunk it, it just goes back and minds its own business. But if you do dunk it, it's gonna get absorbed into the sky and then give you a point once it reaches up in the sky. And indeed, it does. It gives you a point, and when it comes back down and you grab something else, that thing is gone. Done. Mission accomplished. Task achieved. All is well. I think we're done here. Much appreciation to everybody who came through and helped me and kept me company. It means a lot. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you to Henry for becoming a member today. Means a lot. I gotta give some love and appreciation to the patrons. Patreon is one of the most helpful ways that you can support this channel, truly. It gives direct support to me and allows me to feel like I can come here and actually contribute to my family because I do this. So thank you so much to the patrons who support. Patreon.com/hypergamedev is the way that you can join up and help out that way. You can also join here on YouTube, and that's fun. That's fun for you too. You get perks whether you join on Patreon or on YouTube. YouTube obviously will get you some emotes here, which is kind of fun. So thank you to the YouTube members for supporting this channel as well. Either way, I'll sing you a song. However you support this channel, you will get a song. So keep that, just keep that in mind. Other than that, y'all, I think that's it. I think that's all I got. If you're watching this after the live stream, have you subscribed yet? I just kind of noticed that, like, I mean, you've been watching this for, what, 8 hours? Almost 9 hours? Or at least you skipped around and you got here. So, hit the subscribe button. You're kind of interested in what we do. I stream a lot. Also, if you're watching this after the live stream, you can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I'll see you there. Alright, goodbye y'all. Be back tomorrow. Yay!